supernatural suspense writer Amber Fisher, this is Keep Your Sin Up, Book 5 in the Lights Camera Mystery Series, a lighthearted modern paranormal mystery series of treachery and magic. Intro Reel Recap. Welcome to Sinful House, a reality TV show where the 7 deadly sins live together in the sunny beach town of Odyssey, California, and compete to become America's favorite sin. Previously on Sinful House, actress Tabitha Antoinette was murdered, and local artist Aaron Burton was arrested for the crime. He was caught on camera dragging her lifeless body out of her house. Later, it was revealed that the murderer was actually Aaron's brother, Carrie Burton. Even though there's video evidence suggesting otherwise, Aaron swears he has no memory of being at Tabitha's house. Sloth and Pride agree to help Aaron find out why he can't recall being at Tabitha's, and unearth the mystery of the strange presence haunting his apartment. An anonymous letter reveals that Pride's mother knew she was going to vanish from the commune and leave baby Pride behind. It changes the facts of what everyone thought they knew about the commune's sudden disappearance. Portia Cameron's mayoral campaign is in trouble. She hired the 7 deadly sins to endorse her campaign against local religious fanatic Dewey Delaney. Pride, Gluttony, and Sloth discover that Aaron Burton was behind Odyssey's traveling statue. Aaron has telekinesis, but he's not good at controlling it. You're all caught up. Stay tuned for more rollicking adventures, and don't forget to vote for your favorite sin at the end of each challenge. Happy watching! Chapter 1. If you think I'm saying these cockamamie lines on camera, you've got another think coming. It was late morning, and Sinful House was even busier than usual. All the housemates were in various stages of repose in the living room, either snacking, reading, or, in my case, glowering. Aside from the regular camera crew we were used to rubbing elbows with, our house was full to bursting with people from Portia Cameron's mayoral campaign, advisors, handlers, caterers, you name it. We were supposed to be shooting an endorsement commercial for Portia, but it wasn't going as planned, mainly because we hadn't planned on it at all. The housemates and I had only found out yesterday that the network had signed us up for it, and while most of the housemates seemed unfazed by the newest development, I had my concerns. And by concerns, I mean I was on the verge of throwing a hissy fit. I stood with the script clenched in my fist as I shook the paper, raising my voice just enough to let everyone know I was serious. "Did any of you read this?" I asked, incredulous. "Doesn't anybody else think this is a new low even for us?" The director for the shoot, a grumpy, middle-aged guy named Max, squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. "Is there a problem with the script?" I looked down at the paper I was clutching. Odyssey tested, 7 deadly sins approved. Does it matter that that's the corniest thing I've ever heard? Not to mention, I actually don't approve of Portia Cameron. Max stared at me. "You don't?" "Not for mayor," I said. "She's self-centered, capitalistic, smug." "That's right, man," Wrath agreed from the wings. "I mean, don't get me wrong, she's no worse than the other guy, but that's not exactly how democracy is supposed to work, right? I thought we were just gonna say something bland, like, a vote for Portia Cameron is a vote for Odyssey's future. You know? Something that doesn't actually mean anything." Max plucked a piece of lint from his forest green knit vest and cleared his throat. "Why would we want you to say something that doesn't mean anything? This is an endorsement commercial." "Because we never even agreed to this in the first place." Sloth yawned from her prone position on the couch. "We only found out we were doing this yesterday. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'll say whatever. As politicians go, Portia seems fine. No worse than her rival, Dewey Delaney, anyway. But I can understand why pride and wrath are reluctant. It's called integrity, man, Wrath said, thumping his chest. When I give my word to something, people know they can count on it. My reputation means something. Not to the citizens of Odyssey, it doesn't. The Sinful House producer, Trisha, stalked over to where Wrath stood and pointed a finger at his chest. No one cares about your integrity. Don't you understand how celebrity works? People will trust what you say because they like you. But people like me because I have integrity, Wrath shot back. To be honest, I have no idea why the audience seems to like you in particular, Trisha said, almost to herself. But I'm pretty sure your integrity has nothing to do with it. Maybe it's your snazzy sense of style, Wrath. You ever think of that? She raised a pointed eyebrow as she let her eyes wander over Wrath's outfit. Today, he was wearing a pair of knee-length board shorts in black and white camo with a black mesh tank top that showed off his barely-there abs. He looked ridiculous. Which I guess was Trisha's point. Well, if pride's not reading those lines, I'm not reading those lines. Wrath shrugged and stuffed his hands in his pockets. We gamers stick together. Although I had been roped into playing video games with Wrath a few times, there was no universe in which I could be called a gamer. Still, I was grateful for the support, even if it came from Wrath. Then I guess Portia's candidacy will have to be 5 deadly sins approved, I said. This has all been a huge misunderstanding. A woman I didn't know, dressed in a cashmere twin set and dark slacks, was watching the argument with a frown, nervously chewing her lips. She looked like a rabbit caught in a trap. I'd never seen her before, but she was obviously one of Portia's people. She even wore an enamel American flag pin at her left breast. If you don't want to say the lines as written, I'm sure something can be worked out. Another person I didn't know, this one a young man, folded his arms over his chest. He wasn't wearing a pin. These lines were approved by Ms. Cameron herself, Lydia. He sighed, exasperated. We don't have time to get her approval on a new script. Lydia waved a hand, dismissing his concern. You think Portia took the time to approve a script? Give me a break, Gavin. As her campaign manager, I approved the script, and I can just as easily approve a new one. Turning to Wrath and me, she said, What would make you feel more comfortable? Might I interject a moment? I groaned inwardly as I turned to see Greed propped primly on the love seat, one leg cast elegantly over the other. He watched the unfolding scene with something like amusement, his stupid lips curled into a slimy smile. He cocked his head to the side and gestured between Wrath and me with a blithe wave of his hand. It seems that rewriting a perfectly good script would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. If I'm not mistaken, the chosen slogan is a tongue-in-cheek play on a vintage commercial for breakfast cereal, isn't that right? Lydia grinned. That's right. And not one of those sugary cereals either. A wholesome breakfast you could feel good about serving your family. And as a politician, Greed continued, it's in Portia's best interest to present herself in the same light. Wholesome, well-loved. A family values-type person. I can understand why the slogan was chosen. And although my comrades might prefer not to utter these words themselves, it's a good line. Whoever chose it did an excellent job. Lydia nodded proudly. I'll be sure to tell the agency you said so. With all that in mind, Greed said, I wonder if the solution is far simpler than rewriting the script. He paused for dramatic effect long enough for me to wonder if that southern gentleman accent of his was genuine or affected. I wouldn't put it past Greed to fake a Georgia drawl. Or maybe that was more of a Tennessee twang? Not that I knew one southern inflection from another. I'm just saying, the guy made my skin crawl is all. Why don't we just record the video as written without any of the contestants speaking at all? We can simply use a voiceover at the end. It can be a montage of the 7 deadly sins doing things around the house with Portia. The audience will love it. Lydia's brow wrinkled, and she tossed up her hands as she looked around. That's a lovely idea, certainly, but as you can see, we don't have Portia with us. She's far too busy to shoot a commercial and… Just then, the front door flew open, and a flustered Portia Cameron came tumbling into the house, breathless. Her hair, usually swept into a carefully coiffed bun, was frizzy, and her signature red lipstick looked like she'd applied it with her eyes closed. Her gaze swept over the assembled parties and she blushed, looking abashed. "So sorry I'm late," she said to no one in particular. "There was a mix-up on my calendar." Lydia, the campaign manager, stammered. "Portia? I didn't know you were coming today." "I called her," Envy said with a bright smile as she held her phone aloft. "Greed told me his idea earlier this morning, and Portia agreed to spare an hour of her time making our cinematic dreams a reality." Portia ran a hand over her hair, smoothing it into place as she walked over to Max and pressed her hands together in a prayerful position. "Again, sorry I'm late. So, where do you want me?" Max muttered something under his breath and heaved a world-weary sigh before gesturing vaguely in Gluttony's direction. "Why don't we start with a shot of you and Gluttony in the kitchen? A good baking shot ought to set just the right tone." As the crew transitioned into the kitchen, Portia sidled up to me, her lips caught between her teeth. She smiled excitedly. "This will be so much fun, don't you think? Aren't you excited?" I narrowed my eyes. "What's the matter with you?" I asked. "You're not a stupid woman. We have enough history together for you to know I find this whole thing mortifying." Portia watched me for a second before devolving into a fit of giggles. "Pride," she said, elbowing me in the side. "You really are hilarious. Boy, am I ever glad we became friends. We are friends, aren't we?" I opened my mouth to object that it wasn't socially acceptable for a mayoral candidate to start drinking this early in the day when realization dawned on me. I blinked in stark surprise. "Peyton?" "In the flesh," she announced with a giggle snort. "You know, before you asked me to pretend to be my sister at the courthouse, I hadn't done the old twin swap ruse in ages. But now it's like old times, just picking up where Portia and I left off. We used to mess with people all the time as teenagers. I drew the line at swapping boyfriends, but… Oh, you should have seen the look on your face before you realized it was me. Classic. As if my sister would ever ask if you thought of her as a friend." That stung a little, even though I knew the words were 100% accurate. "What are you doing here? Is Portia so busy she couldn't bother to shoot her own commercial herself?" Peyton glanced around the room and made patting motions with her hands. "Keep your voice down," she said. "We don't want the straights to know we're up to something. The only people who know I'm not Portia are you and Envy. This was all her idea, you know." That took me by surprise. I hadn't pegged Envy for a big Portia supporter. "Yeah? Envy came up with this on her own?" Peyton nodded. "She worried you and Wrath were going to throw temper tantrums and get the whole thing canceled. She said she couldn't let you ruin a perfectly good opportunity to show her face all over television." Oh, yeah, that sounded like Envy, all right. I glanced over at the deadly sin in question to find her giggling as she watched our exchange. When she saw me looking, she gave a little finger wave. I glowered at her and turned back to Peyton. "Does Portia even know you're here?" "Of course not," Peyton scoffed. "She would never have agreed to this scheme, not right off the bat anyway, and it's not like we have a wide-open schedule. You guys have tasks to do, and we've got an election to win." "Well, Portia does anyway," she amended. When she saw the dubious look on my face, she plowed forward. "But don't worry about it. Once she sees the result, she'll be so proud of our creative compromise." I stepped backward and waved my hands in front of my face, divesting myself of any responsibility for what was about to go down. "Oh no, no way, leave me out of it. If Portia thinks I had anything to do with this, it'll be my head." Now Peyton sucked her teeth and dipped her chin toward her chest. "You need to give my sister a little more credit than that," she said. "I know you two aren't close, But my sister isn't diabolical. A good idea is a good idea. She doesn't care who comes up with it. But if you want me to take all the credit, I'm happy to do so. After all, I was missing for an entire year. I have 12 months' worth of good ideas brewing in this head of mine. Well, a lot of that time, I couldn't really think straight, she said mostly to herself. I mean, there's a reason they call dumb people bird brains, you know? Being a bird isn't all it's cracked up to be. But on the bright side, I'm a human now, and I fully intend to make up for lost time. I had nothing to say to that, but thankfully I was saved by Max's voice cutting through the house chatter. All right, everyone, take your places. Portia and Gluttony, I'll see you in the kitchen. The rest of you, don't go far. I'll be with you quicker than you can say Bob's your uncle. Donning her facade as her much more domineering twin, Peyton sucked in a breath and squared her shoulders as she followed Max into the kitchen, leaving me alone with the other housemates. Envy sauntered over to me, hands clasped behind her back. I believe thanks are in order, she said. Thanks? For what? If it weren't for me and Greed collaborating on what you have to admit is world-class tomfoolery, you bet your bottom dollar you would have been forced to say those lines you hate so much. Trisha was never going to buckle on her promise to Portia. She acts like she owes our entire success to that woman, like I haven't done more than my fair share to make this show the huge success it's become. I choked back a laugh. And what exactly have you done, Envy? She counted off her achievements on her fingers. Well, for starters, I was stalked by an actual murderer, humiliated in public by a crusty old hag with no friends, and accused of burning down half of downtown. You did burn down half of downtown, I reminded her. And you got away with it. Nobody accused you of anything. You did, she said. That's because I was there when you did it. And anyway, I'm not so sure that was great for our ratings. The network called in a lot of favors to make sure we never got charged with that crime. Don't be such a cranky McCranky pants, she admonished. The point is, this show wouldn't be where it is without me. So, like I said, thanks are in order. One thing I've learned about people since living at Sinful House is that sometimes it's just easier to agree than argue. So I said, You're right. Thanks, Envy. My housemate shined a bright smile and then patted me on the arm. You're welcome, Pride. Well, I'm gonna run and freshen up before it's my turn to smile for the camera. I need to make sure lust doesn't outshine me. Did I tell you? I ran some numbers, and it looks like I'm in second place to become America's favorite sin? I guess I don't have to tell you who is in first. The idea of Envy running numbers was crazier than a Walmart parking lot on Black Friday, but I wasn't laughing. At the mention of lust, I adjusted my gaze to find her alone on the other side of the room, staring into her phone. Just looking at her made my heart skip. She was wearing a low-cut red blouse that made her look like $1,000,000, and I'm sure she knew it. I couldn't take my eyes off her, which, of course, was the point, but I guess I stared too long because lust looked up and caught my gaze. When her eyes met mine, she smiled coyly and looked back down into her phone. As I stood there blushing like a moron, I looked down at the bracelet encircling my wrist. For reasons I still didn't quite understand, Lust had given me the bracelet so I could keep tabs on her. She wore a matching ring that converted her biometrics, things like heart rate, body temperature, breath speed, into a mood, which then showed up on my bracelet as a color. I guess it was supposed to make me feel more connected to her, but to be honest, I found the whole thing very confusing. Sure, it was theoretically helpful to know what she was feeling without relying on body language or facial expressions, both of which I struggled to interpret. But in reality, it was a lot of input, and I mostly found it overwhelming. Still, I didn't want to lose lust to greed, so I checked the bracelet. Right now, it was glowing a creamy orange. I didn't know what mood orange meant, but I made a mental note to look it up later. Are you listening to me? Envy asked, hands on her hips. No, I said. Hey, I gotta go. I'll catch you later. I had closed half the distance between me and lust when greed stepped between us out of nowhere, pressing himself to her side. I stopped in my tracks as my forsworn enemy leaned down to whisper something in Lust's ear. She chuckled and batted playfully at him as they both glanced in my direction. Greed's lips curled into a milk-curdling smirk. I swallowed hard and pretended not to notice their exchange. Greed was great at getting under my skin, but I needed to get better at not letting him know it. So I forced a smile and joined their little tete-a-tete. "This sure is ridiculous, huh?" I said, thumbing over my shoulder toward the production behind me. "Like we don't have better things to do." Greed shrugged lightly, his posture too relaxed for my liking. I wanted my presence to make him as uncomfortable as he made me, but somehow, Greed seemed endlessly unflappable. "Think of it as a practice run for tomorrow," he said. "We're about to walk into the lion's den surrounded by professional liars. The longer we soak in their natural habitat, perhaps some of their guile will rub off on us and give us an edge." I quirked an eyebrow. "Professional liars? What's that supposed to mean?" "Our task," he drawled, "is to find out why a group of girls at a local acting school have all fallen mysteriously ill. We have an appointment first thing in the morning to meet with the headmistress, a woman named Rochelle Carter. Ring a bell?" I shrugged. "Should it?" Rochelle Carter is an extremely decorated actress from the Carter family dynasty. Her grandparents practically invented modern Hollywood. Acting runs in their blood. And as you know, acting is just a fancy term for lying. Lust finished for him, a delicious smile curling over her lips. But it's not just that they're actors that's the problem. She glanced up at Greed and took a breath. Greed had a premonition. Here we go, I thought. Another one of Greed's premonitions. "Someone's going to lie to us," Greed said importantly, staring down at me, unblinking. "And it'll be a good lie, too. It will look true from all angles. And it won't be an innocent lie. And it won't be inconsequential. This lie will change the task for us. If we are smart enough to uncover it, we have a chance of winning. And if we don't..." Despite myself, I was morbidly curious about what Greed had seen. "If we don't, what?" Greed glanced from me to Lust and back again, his eyes narrowing. "If we don't uncover the lie, people will die." A chill ran down my spine. As Greed spoke, an unexpected silence settled over the house, allowing the words, "people will die," to ring with pure clarity. Sudden lulls in conversation aren't unusual, of course. But the hush aligning perfectly with Greed's premonition of doom, well, it gave me the willies, is what I'm saying. Suddenly, across the room, Sloth's voice cut through the silence. "Abraham Lincoln." I turned around, brows arched in question. "Abraham Lincoln?" Sloth grinned and propped her legs up on the sofa's back cushions. "Well, you know how they say a hush falls over a conversation every 20 minutes? Well, they also say that every 20 minutes someone is thinking about Abraham Lincoln. So when you put the two together, every time there's a lull in the conversation, it means someone is thinking about Abraham Lincoln." "So?" I frowned. "I don't think that's how it works," I said. "And anyway, where did you hear that? I've never heard that." "It's true," Sloth said with a shrug. "I'm sure someone got their PhD about it. Look it up." I had no inclination to research whether you could get a PhD in the correlation between silence and thoughts about Abraham Lincoln, though I was curious about the methodology. Would a researcher just ask people, say, on average, how often do you think about Abe Lincoln? I did, however, appreciate Sloth's interruption for what I knew it to be, an opportunity to break me out of my awkward conversation with my two teammates. Sloth always had my back. But as I was mulling over the implications of what Greed's premonition could mean, Gluttony's shout from the next room dragged me right back into the present. "Envy! You best get that water elemental out of here! I swear, if she squirts water on my flambe, I'll hack your Instagram account and delete it, so help me. Lust chuckled at my side. Never a dull moment around here. Never, I agreed. But I wasn't thinking about dull moments at Sinful House. I was thinking about greed's warning. I wasn't good with people under the best circumstances. But now that I was on the lookout for liars that could cost someone their life, I worried I wouldn't be able to trust anyone until our task was over. But then, a niggling thought tickled at the back of my brain. Was greed telling the truth? Or did he just plant this idea in my head to mess with me? I shuddered, my skin prickling over with goosebumps. I didn't know. And worse? Both possibilities were equally disturbing. This was going to be my hardest challenge yet. Chapter 2. The Odyssey Performing Arts Academy for Young Rising Stars was in a secluded part of town, away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. The neighborhood was quiet and clean, without so much as a garbage can lid out of place. We turned off the main road and passed under a vast, wrought iron archway that said, Rising Stars, in scrolling black letter. The school itself sat at the end of a long, tree-shaded drive. The primary building was designed like most of Odyssey's older architecture, reminiscent of the early Spanish missions. Clean, white stucco walls gleamed in the sunlight. Keyhole windows took shade from tan and white striped awnings. A broad, glistening, salmon-colored adobe shingled roof completed the look. Bougainvillea twined over the front porch, and a row of bottlebrush trees lined the path to the front door. Just when I think I can't be more awed by Odyssey's splendor, something like this pops up to make me reconsider my life choices. Lust looked around, eyes wide. I mean, look at this place. This is a school? It's palatial. Can you imagine getting an education in a place like this? Greed sighed airily. I went to Vanderbilt for undergrad, and though they call it the Harvard of the South, it doesn't hold a candle to this institution. Don't let the appearance fool you, though, he said. All this beauty and grandeur help hide what may be rotting underneath. I sucked my teeth and waved a hand. Yeah, we got it. Money is terrible. Rich people are charlatans and liars. We've already heard this song and dance from Wrath. Can we give it a rest? Greed stopped in his tracks and turned to face me, his hands dug into his pockets. Don't misunderstand me, Pride. I don't have anything against money. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Money is wonderful, but it does rather obfuscate a person's character if you're not careful. I'm only reminding us not to take anything at face value. Point taken, I growled. Be on the lookout for lies, heard loud and clear. I stepped forward and pulled the front door open. Stepping inside, we found ourselves in a marble lobby bedecked with overstuffed velvet chairs, decorative Persian rugs, modern and classical art mixed willy-nilly, and a small cafe nestled in the corner. The conditioned air smelled faintly of roses and dark roast. I looked around in awe while trying not to look impressed. Before we'd left for the day, I'd made myself a list of rules to follow. Number 1 on that list was, don't let greed get under my skin. Rule number 2 was to keep my cool no matter what. Greed was usually preternaturally impassive, and if I wanted to win lust in the battle of the suitors, I needed to be just as composed. But dressed in my faded jeans and t-shirt, standing in a lobby that would have looked at home inside the White House, that wasn't as easy as I'd hoped. We wended through the hallways until we found what we were looking for. The headmistress's office was at the end of a long hallway on the top floor. Her door was open, but still, Greed knocked on her door jamb before stepping inside. A woman sat behind a desk, gazing off to one side, her eyes unfocused, her face slack. She didn't look our way when we entered, and I thought perhaps she hadn't noticed us, lost in thought as she was. But then she said, "You know you've hit a new low when you're depending on self-proclaimed psychics from a TV show to help solve the worst problem you've ever faced in your career." My stomach turned to acid. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, being called a freak when minding my own business. But I wasn't used to it, and it stung every time, no matter how veiled the language. Self-proclaimed psychic was just a prettier way of saying cockamamie shyster. Was it too much to ask to just be allowed to exist without nasty commentary? I'm telling you, people can be cruel. But referring to rule number 2 on my list, I swallowed my self-pity and stepped forward. "You must be Rochelle Carter." Now the woman turned to look at us. Her face was careworn. Under different circumstances, she might have been attractive, even beautiful. But the years had not been kind to Rochelle Carter. No, that's wrong. Time did to Rochelle Carter what time does to everyone. Softened the skin, wrinkled the eyes, sucked the fat from her cheeks. It was Rochelle's refusal to age gracefully that had not been kind. Too much plastic surgery had left her with a pointed, slightly alien face. She no longer looked like a Hollywood starlet in the prime of her life, which I guess explained why she was now the headmistress at an acting school. Those who can, do. Those who look like invaders from another world, teach. Please have a seat. She spoke the words crisply and gestured at the chairs before her desk. My teammates and I settled in, while our camera guy ensconced himself in a corner, setting up his tripod. "Thank you for agreeing to take my case. Although the way I understand it, you were assigned this task, is that right?" Greed folded his legs elegantly at the knee and placed his hands in his lap as he casually leaned into his seat. "That's right. However, while the tasks are usually randomly assigned, I believe in your case, we were specifically chosen for this appointment." Rochelle shifted delicately. "Is that right? And why is that?" "Well, I'm a medical doctor," Greed said. "And I understand you've got some sick girls on your hands." "Indeed." Rochelle folded her hands and sat back in her chair, her eyes narrowing. For an ex-Hollywood actress, she was more menacing than I expected. Her extraterrestrial face was arranged into exactly the sort of expression you might expect from a wicked schoolmarm in a prestigious all-girls academy on the East Coast. Under her stare, even I felt the need to sit up taller and mind my P's and Q's, lest I be whisked away by UFO. I was too young to be anally probed. "You must understand, nothing is more important here at Rising Stars than the health and well-being of our students. Our pupils come from around the world to study at this institution. We are one of the nation's leading performing arts academies because not only do we prepare students for a life on stage, we also develop their minds. Our curriculum is second to none. Our students live here on campus year-round, though the summer sessions are optional. However, no one goes home for the summer because that's when the talent scouts tend to appear. And the talent scouts are the whole point of being here." Rochelle took a breath, her expression darkening. "I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but raising young performers is our bread and butter. And Lily Hart was elevating our school's name to an even higher status." I cleared my throat. "Lily Hart?" The school marm's lips twitched. "Lily is where everything began to go wrong." She sighed and shook herself. "She's one of our best pupils. She receives high marks across the board. She's effervescent. The other students like her. And she's from a well-established, respected family here in Odyssey. Last year, she played a supporting role in the horror film Macabre Instruments. Have you seen it?" Greed shook his head. "I'm not much of a horror fan." Rochelle waved a hand dismissively. "At any rate, the first incident occurred in our Elizabethan master's class. I was substituting for Ms. Herman that day. We were studying Shakespeare, Hamlet, to be exact. The students were broken up into groups to discuss the most recent reading. I had my nose in a trashy science fiction novel. Don't judge me. Everyone has a vice." She winked, but the accompanying smile slid quickly from her lips. The room was humming with conversation when I heard coughing. It was mild at first, but then grew louder. I glanced up to see Lily Hart with her fist pressed against her mouth, but she seemed fine, so I returned to my novel. A moment later, I heard gasps in the classroom. A general commotion had broken out. I looked up and saw Lily seated in her chair, drenched in water, a growing puddle at her feet as rivulets dripped from her sleeves and the hem of her skirt. Rochelle paused and pressed the tips of her fingers to her lips, glancing away. She swallowed several times before continuing. Her hair hung around her face like seaweed, and her skin had gone a bluish white. Her eyes were open, and she was staring glassy-eyed at the front of the room, still coughing. Suddenly, she gasped for breath and went into a spasm. Her whole body convulsed as she began grabbing for her throat. That's when I noticed she'd begun foaming at the mouth. I glanced down at my wrist to see Lust's bracelet glowing a deep blood red. I looked over at my teammate to find her eyes wide, hand covering her mouth. I guess blood red meant scared, and I couldn't blame her. Rochelle's story sounded like something straight out of a horror movie. When I finally came to my senses, I leaped to my feet and ran to her. By this time, the class was already in an uproar. When I reached Lily, she slumped forward onto her desk, her whole body slack. I grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her, but she was unresponsive. I pressed my fingers to her throat and realized she wasn't breathing, though her heart was still beating. Another student, James Blakely, pushed me out of the way and threw Lily to the floor, where he began performing CPR. After a few harrowing moments, Lily stirred, turned over onto her side, spit up a bit of water, and began wheezing, gasping for air. A security guard burst into the room and scooped Lily into his arms, carrying her out to the waiting ambulance. Thank goodness the students had the presence of mind to call 911 and not merely film the whole ordeal on their phones, although, to my chagrin, that did happen. "There's footage of the incident?" I asked. "There was," Rochelle admitted tersely. "But the students were instructed to delete their videos. I didn't check to see that they'd complied, but I like to believe my students do as instructed." I didn't respond to that, but I took a mental note to ask around about the video myself. If I knew kids, which, to be fair, I didn't, somebody still had video. It's not like you see something like what Rochelle was describing every day. Rochelle continued. Lily was taken directly to Odyssey General. The rest of the story, I only know secondhand. But my understanding is that Lily was thoroughly examined, and the doctors found nothing wrong with her other than extreme dehydration. She was given an IV and then sent home. Later that afternoon, her parents found her unconscious on the kitchen floor. They took her back to the hospital, where she was admitted. She wasn't merely unconscious, you see. She was comatose. The room grew silent as a church as we waited for Rochelle to continue. It was only after a second examination that the doctor discovered two things. One, her lungs were inflamed, and two, a strange mark, a butterfly tattoo, was etched onto her lower arm near her wrist. "And what happened to Lily after that?" I asked. "She regained consciousness, but she was kept at the hospital for observation. She was scheduled to be released. But then it all happened again." "What do you mean?" Lust asked. "According to her mother, she was fine, back to her old self, and then the cycle restarted. The coughing, her body soaked in water, the spasming, foaming, and of course the coma. The whole cycle began anew." "Oh my God," Lust breathed with a shudder. "That poor family." "That's hardly the worst of it," Rochelle sniffed. "Because the day Lily's symptoms returned, the same thing happened to another student, Leilani Jackson. Everything happened exactly the same, down to the tattoo on her wrist. Including Lily, 6 girls have been afflicted. They're all at Odyssey General, and no one knows what to make of any of it." The room fell silent, and Rochelle's eyes drifted toward the window overlooking a large green quad. A few students milled about, but mostly the yard was empty. I glanced at the clock. Classes were probably in session. It wasn't yet lunchtime. How is the mood on campus? Strained, she replied without looking my way. 6 isn't enough to cause mass panic, but it's too many to be a coincidence. Something is happening at my school, and I won't rest until it ends. She shifted in her chair, angling her body to face us. So, tell me true. Can you help? We will do our best, Greed assured her. It isn't just your school's reputation on the line here. Remember, this is a competition, and we want to win. It was such a crass, callous thing to say that I had to stop myself from jumping out of my chair to throttle him. But what did I expect? That was greed all over, thinking only about himself and the votes he'd get for solving this case. Lust pointed to a pile of folders stacked neatly on Rochelle's desk. Are these the case files on the girls? The headmistress nodded and slid the files over to Lust. I've taken the liberty of putting together dossiers on all the affected girls, photographs, family history, what I know about their cliques and friendships. I don't know what kind of information will be helpful to you. None of my students have ever been involved in anything like this before. Before I came to live at Sinful House, I was a paranormal investigator with the San Diego Police Department, I said. So, you're in good hands. We'll get to the bottom of this. Rochelle nodded, but she didn't look convinced. Her hand floated to the base of her throat, fingering a string of pearls absently. I'm glad to hear it. With both a doctor and a gumshoe on the case, I'm sure this will all get sorted. But may I offer you a bit of advice? Lust sat up straighter. Of course. Rochelle pressed her lips into a hard line. Don't think for a moment that, because you're dealing with children, you're dealing with innocence and wonder. Teenage girls are complicated creatures. Don't come into this investigation expecting straightforward answers. Don't expect enthusiastic cooperation. Expect suspicion. Anticipate reticence. Even the most popular girls here at Rising Stars suffer the effects of adolescent hormonal changes. They are delicate, fragile things, teenagers. Yet they will not hesitate to bite the hands that feed them. You'd do well to remember that. We stood up to leave, and were halfway to the door when Rochelle said, One more thing. 2 girls are currently awake at the hospital, Leilani Jackson and Gina Kirby. The others are unconscious. However, Gina has been sedated and her family doesn't want visitors. Thankfully, the Jacksons have agreed to speak with you. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but you might start there. We thanked the headmistress and were on our way. Chapter 3. Outside, Lust clutched the collection of dossiers against her chest and asked, So? What do we think so far? Greed slid his hands into his pockets and gave a shallow shrug. According to Rochelle's narrative, it sounds like a textbook drowning, he said. All the symptoms fit. The discolored skin, the coughing, the foaming at the mouth. And, of course, we can't discount that she was drenched in water. The question is, how does a girl drown in the middle of class on dry land? I thought the same thing, Lust said. Where could the water have come from? That's something we should ask the girls when we speak to them, I said. Was it chlorinated pool water? Salt water? That could be a clue. Perhaps, Greed drawled. But we cannot discount the possibility that it was sweat. Lust blinked. Enough sweat for her hair to look like seaweed and drip from her clothing? That seems like a stretch. It is a stretch, no doubt. Greed agreed. However, as a medical professional, I would be remiss if I didn't consider it. Hyperhidrosis could point to an underlying medical condition. And don't forget. He tilted his chin toward his chest. We already know someone is going to lie to us. It's never too early to question everything. No one is above reproach. Why would the head mistress lie about something as dumb as a girl sweating? I asked. Greed held out his hands, palm up. Why do people lie about anything? Their reasons are as varied as the stars. I don't buy it. I unlocked the car and slid into the driver's seat. Lust and greed followed, with our camera guy bringing up the tail. Look, Greed, I don't doubt your premonition. But if we don't believe anyone, there's no point interviewing anyone. You can't run an investigation on the premise that everyone is lying to you. You have to assume most people aren't, and only get suspicious when there's a reason. Otherwise, you'll run down every rabbit hole the evidence presents. Like, for example, hyper whatever you called it. Yeah, it's possible Lily Hart just got super sweaty at the same time she started drowning in her acting class. But it's not likely, and there's no reason to assume otherwise until we have a reason to assume otherwise. I started up the engine and glanced into the rearview mirror. Greed sat beside the camera guy, staring out the window and saying nothing. But I thought I saw a crease between his brows, and even though I knew it was petty, that tiny victory made me smile. While I drove, Lust dug through the folders Rochelle had prepared. Leilani Jackson is from Mobile, Alabama. She's 16 years old and studying acting at Rising Stars. She's been at the school since she was a freshman. Apparently, she was in 2 plays last year, and she's allergic to milk. Lust wrinkled her nose. I don't know why that's relevant. Rochelle admitted she didn't know what information we'd find helpful, I said. I glanced into the rearview mirror. Does a milk allergy cause excessive sweating? I asked with a grin. Without turning away from the window, Greed responded, Do you find it difficult to make friends, Pride? I blinked and stammered at the question, my fingers clenching around the wheel. What? In my experience as a psychiatrist, I've found that adults who have difficulty making friends resort to passive-aggressive behavior in a misguided attempt to win over others, especially when they feel threatened. Now, he met my gaze in the mirror. It's a common symptom of social anxiety. I can prescribe medication for that if you think it would help. I swallowed hard and tore my eyes away from Greed's. My face burned red-hot with embarrassment, my whole body tensing. I'm doing okay on my own, I muttered. Well, you know where to find me if you change your mind, he said. We made the rest of the short drive in silence, and the whole way I racked my brain for how to recover from Greed's small but well-placed attack. I should have let it go. I wanted to let it go. But he'd hit me right where it hurt, and he knew it. He knew my insecurities, and he called me out on them, right in front of Lust. Okay, sure, maybe I was needling him a bit, and maybe turnabout was fair play. But I couldn't help but feel that my jest had been in good humor and taste, while his had just been mean. Or maybe I was rationalizing. When we arrived at Odyssey General, we headed directly to the 4th floor, where Leilani Jackson and her parents were expecting us. The room was small, but well lit, and it absolutely overflowed with flower bouquets and stuffed animals. The girl sat cross-legged atop her bed, hunched over her e-book reader. Her mother and father sat at a little table near the window overlooking the parking lot. As I stepped inside, the girl looked up from her perch on the bed. She didn't exactly smile, but she put her book down and leaned back into her pillows. She cleared her throat, and her parents looked up from their conversation. In a moment, they were on their feet, ready to meet us. You must be Mrs. Jackson, Greed said warmly, extending a hand. I thought I heard more Southern in his drawl than usual. I'm Greed. These are my partners, Lust and Pride. Mrs. Jackson took Greed's hand and pumped it up and down several times. It's nice to meet you, and please, call me Doris. This is my husband, Frank. Frank tipped his chin. It's nice to meet you folks. The pleasure is ours, Greed said, following the parents to the foot of Leilani's bed. To look at her, you'd never know anything was wrong with her. Her skin was rich and brown, with no telltale signs of oxygen deprivation. She was perfectly dry, and her hair hung in glossy waves around her shoulders. She was the picture of health. This is our daughter, Leilani. Leilani didn't offer her hand but waved to us, smiling now. I watch your show, she said. She nodded toward the cameraman. Do you think this will get its own segment? My teammates and I grinned as we encircled the bed. There were no extra chairs, and it felt too intimate to sit on the girl's bed, so we were forced to stand around. I won't lie, it was pretty awkward. With a girl as pretty as you, Lust said, the network would be fools not to make this interview a highlight reel. It was obviously the right thing to say, because Leilani tossed her head back and laughed. Good, because I've been at Rising Stars for 2 years and haven't gotten a part yet. Maybe this will be my big break. Greed inched forward, his hands clasped behind his back. How do you like the school? He asked. Are you happy there? Oh, super happy, yeah, Leilani said. I love Rising Stars. I can't imagine going back to school in Alabama. From the looks of this room, I said, you must have a lot of friends there. Leilani grinned, twin dimples peeking out from the apples of her cheeks. I do okay. I'm not as popular as some of the other girls, but I don't eat lunch alone or anything. But it's a boarding school, so everybody's really close. You kind of have to be. Once you've seen someone in their underwear, you can't go back to pretending to be strangers. Thank goodness no one at Sinful House prances around in their underwear, Lust chuckled. I've seen Gluttony in his boxers, I said. It's not a pretty sight. Better than tighty-whities. Leilani laughed and flopped back into her pillows. But I guess y'all didn't come here to talk about folks in their drawers. You want to know what happened to me. Lust moved closer to the bed and sat just at the edge. In your own words. Yeah. That would be great. Leilani sighed and ran her fingers through her hair. Well, we were in Mr. Turnbow's film adaptations class. We were doing a unit on movie adaptations superior to the books they were based on, which, if you ask me, is completely subjective. But anyway, we were talking about The Prestige, you know, that movie about dueling magicians. I know the one, Lust said. It's a great movie. I didn't even know it was based on a book. We were supposed to read it, Leilani said with a wry smile. But I didn't. She glanced over at her parents and blushed. Sorry. She looked back at Lust. Anyway, Mr. Turnbow was talking and I suddenly felt cold. Like it felt like I'd suddenly been thrust into a freezing cold room. My teeth started to chatter and I felt like something bad was about to happen, you know? A feeling of impending doom, Greed intoned at my side. Yeah, that. And then everything around me got hard to hear, like there was cotton or something in my ears. And then my chest got really tight, and I couldn't breathe. I panicked and started coughing, but everything just sorta started going black, and I felt a heavy weight on my shoulders like I was being pushed down, dragged down. She shuddered and crossed her arms over her chest, palms against opposite shoulders. I still feel that way. Like right now, I feel this heavy weight pressing me down. That's how I know this isn't over. She let her arms fall back into her lap with a limp shrug. Anyway, I don't really remember much after that. I guess I passed out or something, though, because I remember waking up on the floor, rolling over, and barfing up a whole lot of water. That must have been terrifying, Lust said. It was scary, mostly because I didn't understand what happened. I'd heard about what happened to Lily, of course. The entire school heard about that. But when it happens to you, it's surreal. Like, I wasn't thinking about anyone else. I was just like, what the hell just happened? She shook her head and looked down into her lap, where she slowly unfurled her fingers from her palm. She held her hand out to Lust, and then this showed up. We all crowded closer to get a better look. On the inside of Leilani's wrist was the unmistakable shape of a butterfly, drawn in hues of brown and wine red. Some super weird tattoo, huh? The girl asked. Stepping forward, Greed leaned in close and pointed to the girl's hand. May I? When she didn't object, Greed encircled his fingers around her wrist and took a closer look. You know what this actually looks like? Not so much a tattoo as a port wine birthmark. Leilani withdrew her hand and pressed it against her chest. Whatever it is, it's creepy, and I hate it. Lust nodded, offering the girl a gentle smile. I can imagine it's scary to wake up with your body altered against your will like that. Leilani was quiet a moment. She glanced over to her parents, her lip folded beneath her teeth. What's really scary, she said, is waiting for all of it to happen again. The room grew silent, save for the whir of the air conditioner. Mr. and Mrs. Jackson fidgeted in their chairs, hands twisting in their laps as they shot each other furtive glances, lips pressed together. We've been in touch with Lily's parents, Doris said. Lily suffered 3 additional attacks, so we're all just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Her voice cracked and she turned away, hand pressed to her mouth. We're going to do everything in our power to see that it doesn't happen again, Lust said, putting as much confidence into her voice as she could. We'll get to the bottom of this. But Leilani, we need to ask you some questions first, okay? Leilani nodded. Sure. What do you want to know? The other girls, Lust began. Are you friends with them? I'm friends with Chloe and Roxanne, Leilani answered. Not like best friends, but I mean, we hang out. I don't know Lily or Gina that well. They're more like the upper echelon, you know. Upper echelon? I repeated. Lust turned to me, her brow furrowed. Don't you remember high school at all? Freak show? The caste system? Cheerleaders and jocks on top? Kids like you and Greed on the bottom? I was sure that was supposed to be a joke because Leilani and even her parents chuckled, but Greed and I both took the jab badly. We shot each other dark looks, scowls scribbled over both our faces. That neither of us wanted to be in the same category as the other probably only confirmed Lust's point about us both being at the bottom of the pecking order. But that didn't mean I had to like it. Okay, Lust said. Do any of you have anything in common? Do you belong to the same clubs? Have you all dated the same guy? Anything like that? Leilani shrugged her shoulders, the corner of her mouth dipping into a frown. It's hard to say. I mean, we all go to the same school, and it's not like it's a big school. So, we have lots in common. But I've never dated any of the boys at Rising Stars. In fact, I've never dated anyone. She added this last part with a notable hint of chagrin. Lust tapped a finger to her lips as she thought. Yeah, good point. Okay, forget about the other girls for a minute. Let's go back to the initial incident. You said you barfed up a bunch of water, right? What can you tell us about the water itself? Was it pool water? Ocean water? Leilani looked to her parents, and her mother gave her an encouraging nod to continue. I don't know, it was just normal water. It didn't smell like chlorine or anything. It might have been salty? To be honest, all of that is pretty hazy. I wasn't exactly paying attention to how the water tasted. I was too busy trying to get it out of my lungs. Lust clucked her tongue in tacit agreement. Yeah, I bet. Well, is there anything else you can tell us? Any weird dreams? Any strange feelings you had? Anything unusual at all? Leilani smirked. You mean, aside from getting attacked by water in the middle of acting class and waking up with a butterfly on my wrist? Does it really get weirder than that? I guess not. Lust turned to me, brows perched high on her forehead. I can't think of anything else. You? I glanced at Leilani, who was watching me hopefully. I saw the way her eyes darted to the cameras, probably gauging how much footage we'd need to film for her to earn a decent amount of edited airtime. These Odyssey actors were all the same, even the kids. Everyone was grasping for their 15 minutes of fame. I guess I'll ask the stupid question, I said. Leilani, what do you think happened? The girl was quiet for a minute as she mulled over my question. Her shoulders slumped, and a cloud passed over her features. I could tell by how her eyes grew unfocused and downcast that she had gone somewhere else. In an instant, she was no longer performing for the cameras. This was the real Leilani Jackson. Not some actress, not some cockamamie entertainer. Just a teenage girl who had experienced something few people in the world had ever known. The quickness with which all her pretense fell away to leave behind this young, scared teen made my skin pimple over. "Back home, we went to church every Sunday," she began. "I'm sure Mom and Dad still go. But since I've been here in Odyssey, it hasn't exactly been a top priority. But back home, if something like this had happened, we'd have called it a miracle because it's inexplicable and rare. But in Odyssey, things like this happen a lot, don't they? Inexplicable things. Except the word miracle isn't right, because miracle implies something good. This feels like the opposite of good. You know? Do you know what I mean?" A chill ran down my spine. I glanced at her parents, who watched Leilani with troubled expressions, their hands fretting as they squirmed in their seats. I guess no parent wants to hear their child describe their life as the opposite of a miracle. What was the opposite of a miracle, anyway? A curse? A calamity? A tribulation? I couldn't help but think about Greed's warning, that something was amiss, and if we didn't catch it early, it would cost someone their life. I was no expert in body language by any stretch of the imagination. Mostly, human behavior confused me, and I rarely understood nuances. But Leilani didn't strike me as a liar. And besides, she had said nothing Rochelle hadn't already corroborated. But there was something ominous about what she'd just said. Because the truth was, things like this were common in Odyssey. Common enough to build a whole TV show around anyway. And for the first time, I found myself wondering not why these things were happening in Odyssey, but why no one was questioning it. Why wasn't anyone looking into Odyssey's paranormal proclivities? There was an obvious answer to my question, but I pushed it aside. Not even Portia, with her staunchly anti-supernatural agenda, had that kind of power and influence. And I couldn't lay everything wrong with Odyssey at Portia's feet. Could I? "We don't want to take up more of your time." Greed moved to where the Jacksons sat and shook their hands. "Thank you for allowing us to interview your daughter. If we should discover anything helpful, we'll be sure to call you first thing." "We appreciate that," Doris said, rising to her feet to walk us to the door. "Nothing is insignificant, not where our daughter is concerned. Please keep us in the loop. I guess you can imagine how scared we all are." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak around the lump in my throat. In all my other cases, the victims had already suffered the worst of their predicaments. I'd never worked a case where I was responsible for stopping something terrible from happening again and again and again. Without thinking, I glanced over at Greed and felt a profound pang of empathy in my chest. If this was what it was like to know the future, I'd stick to chatting it up with dead people any day. Chapter 4. That night, as we prepared for our obligatory house dinner, I found Envy and Sloth in the recreation room, painting each other's nails. When they heard me, both women looked up and smiled from their perches on the floor. "Come sit down," Envy said, patting the floor next to her. "We're having an argument. Maybe you can help us settle it." I dropped onto the floor, my legs crossed as I propped my chin onto my fist. "I'll do my best. What's up?" Envy reached for a bottle of electric blue nail polish. "We're trying to decide which shade will look best on camera. This is Yogata Get That Blue. It's shimmery and kind of vampy, so I think it plays up my strengths." I plucked the polish from her fingers and squinted at it. "It's a nice color, I guess. Not sure it plays to your strengths, though." I wasn't sure because mainly I had no idea what that meant. "It brings out the color of my eyes," Envy explained, fluttering her lashes. What are your other options?" She reached for a second bottle and turned it around so I could read the name. "Green with Envy," I read aloud. "Cute." "That's what Sloth said, too," Envy acknowledged with a little frown. "But I don't know. The green makes my skin look sallow. I want to glow on camera, but jaundice isn't a good look on anyone." "I keep telling her she could get an advertising deal with the brand," Sloth yawned. "She should wear the green and tell anyone who will listen what shade it is." That was actually a good idea, but the last thing I wanted was for Envy to get even more famous. After her stalker incident had sent her celebrity soaring, I worried she might get a big head. I'd secretly hoped the lice incident would rein in her ego, but with the help of Wrath's technomancy, she'd executed an all-out social media blitz, denouncing Stephanie Jones's newsletter as tabloid garbage. Her denouncement seemed to have the desired effect. Her celebrity rose even higher, if Instagram followers counted as celebrity anyway. However, I worried the ploy would backfire at some point. Stephanie Jones wouldn't take libel lying down. Anyway, I wasn't Envy's talent manager, so I said, "Go with the blue. You're right. It brings out your eyes." Envy squealed and handed the polish to Sloth. "I don't know why you doubt me," she said. "I have an eye for these things, Sloth. Fashion is my middle name. So, do you want to do me first, or should I do you?" "How does this work?" I asked, gesturing to their setup. "How are you going to paint the other person's nails when your own are wet?" Envy sucked her teeth and rolled her eyes. "I swear. Sometimes it's like you're from another planet. Didn't you have any girlfriends growing up?" "I'll do you first," Sloth said, saving me from muttering an embarrassing answer. High school wasn't exactly the pinnacle of my career. Not that my career really had any pinnacles, if I'm being honest. "So, did I tell you about that guy Pride and I are helping?" Envy sucked in a breath, her eyes wide as she spread her fingers and placed her hands on the floor before Sloth. "You mean that weird artist guy who claims he had nothing to do with Tabitha Antoinette's murder even though he was caught on camera dragging her body across the grass?" Envy rolled her eyes. "Yeah, you told me about him. What a loser." I had an urge to rush to Aaron's defense, but I held my tongue. The truth was, Aaron was kind of a loser, but not in the way Envy meant. He was struggling to find his place in the world, to balance his skills and talents with his passions and goals. He was fighting an uphill battle with his mental health, and with his mom and brother now in jail, he had no support system to lean on. He reminded me of someone else I knew. But that sentiment hit a little too close to home, so I said, "He says a strange presence has been haunting him at his apartment. We think it might have something to do with why he doesn't remember going to Tabitha's that night." Sloth and I promised to help him get to the bottom of things. We just haven't had the time. Biting down on her lip as she began carefully applying Envy's first coat of polish, Sloth stammered, "I've made the time. Actually, well, I stayed at his place last night." Envy and I gasped, our eyes popping out of their sockets. "You did what?" Envy screeched. "You naughty thing. I didn't think you had it in you." Sloth laughed and gave Envy a playful slug on the arm. "No, not like that. I mean, we had a cuddling session, a professional cuddle," she amended. I offered, and he accepted. Of course, I don't usually do sleepover cuddle sessions. In fact, I've never done it before. But it's Aaron, you know? I figured it would be okay, and it was. "Nothing funny happened," she said, giving me a pointed look. "But I did learn some interesting things." "Oh yeah?" I said. "Like what?" Sloth leaned forward to blow gently on Envy's fresh polish. "Well, it turns out Aaron and I have something in common. We both suffered from night terrors as kids. It caused him to wet the bed and everything." I shrugged. "It's not unusual for little boys to wet the bed," I said. "I thought everybody knew that." Sloth nodded. "Sure, but just because something's normal doesn't mean it's easy to live with. Just ask anyone fat, disabled, smart, dumb, or whatever. People will still bully you. Well, she certainly had a point there. I was a grown adult, and other adults still bullied me. It's really true what they say. You never really leave high school. Okay, so he had bad dreams and wet the bed. Is that significant? It might be. Sloth placed Envy's finished hand on her knee and reached for the other. See, night terrors aren't the same thing as nightmares. They're usually much more serious. And, in Aaron's case, they were hard to wake up from. Hence, the bedwetting. And all of that is bad enough. But Aaron said his parents weren't exactly understanding. His dad, especially. You know, for all that the Burtons pretend to be philanthropic, humanity-loving people, they seem like awful parents. His mom seems okay, I mused. She's not perfect. But we saw what she did to protect Carrie. She'd clearly go to any lengths to defend her sons. Or, Sloth countered, you could argue that she left Aaron out to dry. And even if you don't see it that way, you can surely see how he sees it that way. I couldn't argue with that either. When Aaron was arrested for the murder of actress Tabitha Antoinette, his mother served as counsel on his case. But she never mentioned that she'd seen video footage of her other son, Carrie, admitting to the crime. Okay, sure, maybe she was between a rock and a hard place, but she still had evidence of Aaron's innocence and kept mum about it. If I were Aaron, I wouldn't be going to any family dinners anytime soon. Not that they have family dinners in jail, but you know what I'm saying. I guess people show their love in different ways, Sloth continued, and sometimes people just aren't compatible. You know how they say everybody has their own love language? And if your partner's love language doesn't match yours, they can be love bombing you all day, but you won't feel it? It was kind of like that with Aaron and his mom. I muttered something under my breath just to show I was listening. But the truth was, I was ambivalent about this notion of mothers and their children. On the one hand, I'm sure whatever Sloth was getting at was important. Childhood psychological trauma played a big role in who we became as adults. I was living proof of that. But on the other hand, I had so little frame of reference for this conversation. I mean, I had a mother growing up, obviously. In fact, my adoptive parents were probably the best parents anybody could ask for. But I think most adoptees can agree that ours is a unique existence. Logically, we know we're loved, but deep down, we have unanswerable questions about the people with whom we shared DNA. In my case especially, the question was complicated by the fact that not long after I was born, my mother disappeared off the face of the earth and was never seen again. For most of my life, I accepted that as truth. It wasn't until recently that I discovered my mother knew she would vanish and leave me behind. She knew and did nothing about it. I still wasn't sure what to make of that. It was a lot to process. He told you all of this last night? Envy asked. She let out a deflated sigh. Gee, Sloth, that's like the worst pillow talk ever. I told you it wasn't like that. There's no romance. This is strictly therapy. And it's fascinating because people often fall asleep during cuddle therapy. So you can imagine what a big deal it is for Aaron to trust me enough to fall asleep with me even after divulging his childhood sleep trauma. You're right, Envy said, her nose wrinkled. This isn't romantic at all. Actually, no shade, but it's kind of creepy. Snuggling up with someone while talking about peeing in the bed? Yuck. You're a bigger person than I am. Sloth chuckled and started Envy's second coat. Well, sleep is important. You ought to know, Envy teased. I've never seen anyone sleep as much as you do. I sleep a lot now, Sloth admitted, but I wasn't always like this. When I was a teenager, I couldn't sleep at home. Like I said, I had night terrors. Her voice grew soft, and she dipped her chin toward her chest. I had a few years where my home life wasn't exactly great. The night terrors became so regular that I stopped sleeping. I stayed up as long as I could. I was basically addicted to caffeine pills. Anyway, as a result, I fell asleep in class a lot, which my teachers hated. What they didn't understand, though, was that school was the only place I felt safe enough to fall asleep. She sighed and bit down on her lip. People think I'm lazy, and I'm not saying I'm going to run a marathon or anything, but I see sleep as a luxury I was denied as a kid. So maybe I overindulge now. It's a pretty common mental thing, you know? Sure, Envy said. I wasn't allowed to watch R-rated movies as a kid, so when I went to college, I took up swearing like a sailor to make up for lost time. Sloth chuckled. Well, I'm not sure that's the same thing, but sure. Anyway, back to Aaron. Eventually, his mom took him to a child psychiatrist to help with the bedwetting and the night terrors. And the doctor taught him this really cool technique for dealing with the slings and arrows of life. I thought it was neat. Do you want to hear it? At the same time I said no. Envy said yes. And probably because she was going to show us this technique either way. Sloth went with Envy's reaction. Okay, so it starts with a visualization. You close your eyes and imagine you are very small, like smaller than a mouse. And you're snuggled underneath a big, warm, fuzzy blanket. And the blanket? I stopped listening after that, not just because I didn't care about fuzzy blanket visualizations, but also because something Sloth said got me thinking about my case. Rising Stars had a rigorous curriculum. Rochelle made that clear. And if the girls were up late studying or rehearsing or whatever actors in training do, was it possible they were sleep-deprived? Sleep-deprived enough to conk out in class? Sloth. I nudged my housemate in the side. Were your night terrors restricted to home, or did you have them when you fell asleep in class too? Sloth looked over at me, her lips pulled into a frown. Pride, you interrupted me. I was sharing the visualization Aaron taught me. I waved this away with a tut. This is more important. It has to do with my case. So did you? Sloth sighed and pulled her knees to her chest. Mine only happened at home, which is why I felt okay to sleep during class. Why do you ask? I quickly recounted what little I knew about the Rising Stars case, specifically about the girls apparently drowning in the middle of class. And so, I was just thinking, what if the girls fell asleep in class and were experiencing night terrors? That might explain the coughing, the gasping. It's possible, but night terrors are most common in children, not teenagers, Sloth said. You were a teenager, I pointed out. I was an outlier. Besides, it wouldn't explain them drenched in water, Sloth said, her brow furrowed in thought. Even when I woke up soaked in sweat, I didn't sweat that much. But maybe... She looked over at Envy and cocked her head to the side. Remember when we first met, and your water elemental doused all my things and ruined half my possessions? Envy cringed, her cheeks coloring pink. I remember. I still feel so bad about that. Well, Pride's story sounds kind of like being attacked by a water elemental, doesn't it? If a powerful undine started soaking you with water, that would explain all the symptoms, couldn't it? In theory, Envy drawled, but in reality, there's no way it was a water elemental. I leaned forward. Why not? Well, first, water elementals must be summoned, Envy explained. They don't just appear for no reason. Yours do, I grumbled. No, I summon them, just unconsciously, Envy said with mild chagrin. I'm working on that, but assuming nobody in those classes has my gift, it's not likely. And second, water elementals are not invisible. The whole class would have seen the sprite shooting water at these poor girls. I hadn't considered that, and my hopes deflated a bit. I plopped my chin on my fist. Good point. I'll keep thinking. In the meantime, Sloth, do you have any more sessions with Aaron scheduled? Is there anything I can help with? Sloth perked up, a smile unfolding over her lips. I'm glad you asked. There is something, actually. The technique I was trying to tell you about. Aaron says it's not working as well as it used to. He asked his current therapist about it, and the therapist gave him a referral for a shaman. I chuckled. His therapist sent him to see a shaman? Seriously? This whole town is full of cockamamie dimwits. You should be more open-minded, Sloth admonished. Apparently, the shaman has some kind of relationship with the psychiatrist Aaron had as a boy. Anyway, you might know him. Balthazar Andros? I groaned inwardly, rolling my eyes. I knew Balthazar all right. I consulted with him a few cases ago. The guy was a real whack job. I've met him, I said warily. Well, maybe the three of us, you, me, and Aaron, could go to the session together. It could be a great way to get nice and cozy with Aaron's psyche. I tried not to let my opinion of getting cozy with Aaron's psyche show on my face, but I must have done a lousy job because Sloth sighed, crestfallen, her chin dipping to her chest. You think it's a stupid idea, she muttered. Yeah, I admitted. But when envy slapped the back of my head and I saw how Sloth's head shot up, her expression dark, I backpedaled like a pro, waving my hands before my face and shaking my head. I mean, the idea's fine. It's more how you phrased it that sounds absurd. Anyway, sure. I'm up for whatever. I sputtered, practically tripping over my words. The last thing I needed was Sloth's hurt feelings on my conscience. Count me in. If there really is a spirit hanging around Aaron's place, a session with a shaman probably won't help. But if it's all in Aaron's head, we could do worse. Speaking of spirits, Envy leaned forward, tapping a chin with a finger. You know, now that I think about it, you might be onto something, Sloth. I mean, with Pride's case. She licked her lips and tilted her head to one side. It's not a water elemental torturing those girls. I'm sure of that. But other spirits might be responsible. Other invisible spirits. I blinked. Invisible water spirits? Envy nodded. Sure, this isn't really in my wheelhouse, so I don't know if I can help you. But I think we both know someone who can. Who? Carefully so as not to damage her manicure, Envy lifted her phone from her lap, tapped something in, and then handed the phone to me. Everyone's favorite politician. I looked down at the phone and my heart sank. Really? You think... Let the waters of her living womb wash you clean and make you whole, Envy intoned as she doubled over into a fit of giggles. Oh man, what a hoot! What a riot! She rubbed her eyes with a knuckle. No, but seriously, it's a good lead. I'd start there if I were you. Looking over my shoulder, Sloth nodded her agreement. It makes sense, though I have a feeling Greed won't like it. If I had any misgivings about Envy's suggestion at first, Sloth's words made them all disappear. Get information on my case and irritate Greed all in one fell swoop? Things were looking up. Chapter 5. Well, my political rivals' personal publicists, to what do I owe the honor of this visit? It was Sunday, and I was sitting in a shabby office with Greed and Lust, a new cameraman at our back, which I was salty about. Officially, Craig the cameraman had quit the show to pursue another opportunity, but we all knew that was a lie. Wrath had done some technical hocus-pocus and hacked Trish's email. He discovered that some of our viewers were demanding to vote for Craig as their show favorite. I guess rescuing Envy from a stalker-cum-murderer was a big hit with the audience. Even though he wasn't even a contestant, Craig was everyone's new favorite, and that wasn't the point of the show, so they had to get rid of him. Our new camera guy was lanky and quiet, and nothing like Craig, whom I had come to like. I didn't know the new guy, but I already didn't like him. But I guess that was kind of the point. Dewey Delaney's office was on the other side of town in a shabby little strip mall replete with a payday loan company, 2 dry cleaners, a pawn shop, and a consignment store that only sold baby clothes. I was pretty sure we weren't even in Odyssey proper anymore. There was no way a city with its sights on becoming the next Beverly Hills would allow a place like this to share its zip code. But if I thought the strip mall was bad, Dewey's office nearly reduced me to tears. It looked like somewhere middling ambulance-chasing lawyers went to die. We were sitting on a musty plaid couch with stains I didn't even want to ponder. The carpet was shag and brown, though I was pretty sure it used to be orange. The room held 2 rotary dial telephones, both avocado green, and a fax machine. Except for the fax machine, the office could have been a 1970s advertisement for a discount store specializing in damaged and neglected office furniture. The place was a mess. In the middle of it all, Dewey Delaney sat with his arms crossed in hostile disgust behind a chipped particle board desk, his semi-bald head gleaming in the flickering fluorescent light. Lust scooted forward, hands folded primly in her lap, elbows tucked in. I think she was afraid of letting her bare skin touch the couch. Mr. Delaney, we're not here about the campaign. I promise. Portia has nothing to do with our visit. Dewey leaned back in his chair, which was a mistake if he was trying for that bold, intimidating look. Dewey Delaney was about 5'0", slope-shouldered with a weak chin and beady little eyes peering out from under bushy eyebrows. But what he lacked in physical magnitude, he made up for in ostentation. He wore a bright purple button-down shirt with a lemon-yellow polka-dot tie. The shirt had huge sweat stains at the armpits and was missing a button where the polyester stretched too tightly over a protruding belly. A pair of red plastic cat-eye glasses were perched atop his head, nestled in a bed of orange curls that began about 5 inches away from his original hairline. "My sources tell me you all made a commercial for her," Dewey was saying, tapping his fingers together as he considered us. "You've endorsed her candidacy. So perhaps I chose the wrong word. You might not be her publicists, but you are certainly on her team and therefore no friend of mine." In the world of politics, there are no friends, only opportunities. Greed said these words with an amiable smile, his crossed leg bobbing languidly at the ankle. We presented an opportunity for Portia by way of commercial, yes. We were contractually obligated to do so. But might I suggest that we might provide you an equal opportunity? Dewey hesitated, his eyes flickering toward the camera. "An equal televised opportunity?" he asked. Greed nodded. "You're a clever man, Dewey, and you catch on quickly. Here's the situation. You've seen our show, yes? You understand the premise?" Dewey's head bobbed. "Of course I've seen it. All of America's seen it." "Then you know this is a competition. We mean to win. But it just so happens that our win would save the lives of a few young women. Girls, really. And that," Greed said, his smile deepening, "is where your opportunity comes in." Dewey remained motionless, his eyes dancing over the 3 of us before he finally took a breath and readjusted in his seat, a sudden sympathy coloring his features. "All right. You tugged on the heartstrings a little. Young women, you say? We can't let children suffer, especially not the children of Odyssey." His eyes shifted to the cameraman standing behind us. "Did you get that? That thing I just said about the children of Odyssey? That was good, right? Put a pin in that. I might need that for a clip." "Try to ignore the camera," I said, barely hiding my disgust. "Listen, Dewey. I suppose you've heard about the situation over at Rising Stars Academy? The fainting spells and hospitalizations?" Dewey nodded. "Yes, I've heard about it. A real medical mystery right here in Odyssey. It's a shame, really. Terrible thing. And it must be said, Portia has done little for these girls or their families. I want to go on record with that. More must be done for these girls and their families." Dewey flashed the camera a loathsome smile. "How can I help?" "How much do you know about the case?" Lust asked. Dewey shrugged. "Not much. Just what they wrote up in the Trident. assuming you can believe anything those good-for-nothing scoundrels report in that rag. Last week, they had the temerity to report that I hadn't paid my taxes for the year. And you can call my accountant. That's an out-and-out lie. I thought about suing the newspaper for slander, but ultimately figured that wouldn't help my campaign. You mean libel? Greed put in. Libel is written. Slander is spoken. Don't lecture me about words, Dewey said, jabbing a finger at Greed. I've got a word for you right here, if you know what I mean. He stood and patted his backside before slumping down once again in his creaking plastic chair. Edit that out in post, he shouted at the camera. We're working with the theory that the girls drowned in class, Dewey, Lust continued, ignoring both men admirably. It would explain all their symptoms, including that each girl was drenched in water. What's more difficult to explain is how you drown on dry land in the middle of a classroom. Regaining his composure, Dewey smoothed back his hair and nodded. He plucked the glasses from his head and placed them on his face. They made his eyes comically tiny. Yes, that is strange indeed. One of our colleagues has a theory, though. She suggested a water spirit might have attacked these girls. And, as our resident expert in water spirits, we'd like to hear your thoughts. Finally, understanding dawned on Dewey's face. He laced his fingers at his chest and readjusted his seat, a smile spreading over his chapped, rubbery lips. Ah, I see. So you're not here to talk to Dewey Delaney, the next mayor of Odyssey. You're here to talk to me about my church. Exactly so, Greed said. I had to bite down on my tongue to keep from saying something I would regret later. I would hardly call Dewey's cobbled-together congregation a church, especially since his flock was entirely online, as far as I could tell. The church, Children of Poseidon, was little more than a shabbily built website, a mailing list, and hot air. But apparently, Dewey really was a minister, and his face was plastered all over the Poseidon website along with copious donation links, both to his mayoral campaign and his church. Anyway, the entire premise of the church was that benevolent water spirits of all kinds, especially mermaids, were the true rulers of Odyssey. If the citizens of our fair city wanted to bring their town into its fullest glory, they needed to turn their attention westward to the water. It was one of the stupidest things I'd ever heard in my life. We thought at first the culprit might be a water elemental, Lust continued. But one of our housemates is very familiar with water elementals, and she says it can't be one of them. First, no one saw any elemental in the classroom, and second, she claims elementals must be summoned. Dewey gave an enthusiastic nod. Your friend is right. They don't just wander the natural world. Furthermore, they hold their own shape, don't they? Yes, your friend is right. However, there are plenty of other water spirits that could theoretically cause the chaos you're suggesting. Despite myself, I found my interest piqued. What spirits? I asked. Dewey paused before turning to the camera. Turn that thing off, he instructed with a wave, and I'll tell you what you want to know. Lust and I exchanged looks. I thought you wanted this to be aired, she said. The wannabe mayor nodded. I did, but I changed my mind. This interview has turned religious, and I want to keep my political campaign strictly secular, you see. That's not true, I said. I've seen your website and... Do you want my help or not? He snapped. Greed scooted forward, clearing his throat and throwing me a dour look. We need your help, he said. If you'd rather conduct this interview offline, we shall oblige. He gestured at the cameraman, and the blinking recording light went out. It's just us girls now, Greed said with a smile. Yes, that's much better. Now where were we? Oh yes, water entities. Well, any number of fairies or sprites could be responsible, Dewey said, his voice taking on an air of authority. Though, if we're talking about an attack, we can rule out the more benevolent entities. That still leaves us with quite a cast of characters, though. Perhaps we might narrow down the pool some. What can you tell me about the water? Was it ocean water? Fresh water? Fresh water, I said. At least, that's what we think. The girls didn't smell any chlorine or taste any salt. Dewey smacked his lips, his expression growing thoughtful. That's unfortunate because there aren't any freshwater entities around here. Being so close to the ocean, Odyssey is mostly home to sea spirits like mermaids and selkies, that sort of thing. So, here's a hypothesis for you. If it's a freshwater entity, we could have the beginnings of a turf war on our hands. Lust leaned in, hands squeezing in her lap. Turf war? Dewey nodded, pushing his glasses higher on his nose with a pudgy finger. As I said, freshwater spirits aren't native to this area, but that doesn't mean one couldn't have migrated from somewhere else. But to stay and make a home for itself, it must push out a local spirit with a show of force. And what better way to show the locals who's boss than by drowning a young woman native to Odyssey? He slapped the top of the desk, and a cloud of dust plumed from the point of impact. It would be like saying, "Bam! Take that, Yamaya! Pow! Eat that, Poseidon!" And then you just have to wait. For what? Lust asked. Dewey shrugged. For the locals to either accept that you're here to stay or gather their forces to oust you. For the sake of these girls, let's hope the local spirits are accepting. The last thing we want is for these young ladies to become spiritual battlegrounds. Not for the first time, a dark sense of foreboding settled over me, and I shuddered, goosebumps rippling over my skin. Okay, let's say you're right, and the culprit is a freshwater entity. How might it have gotten here if it's not native to the area? Several ways, but the most common would be to hitch a ride with a person moving here from a freshwater area. Did any affected girls live near a lake or a river before moving to Odyssey? Lust opened her bag, pulled the folders containing the girls' dossiers, and handed them out. We each rifled through our folders, quickly glancing at the girls' biographical information. Leilani Jackson and her family are from Mobile, I said. That's right on the coast, so probably not an area rife with freshwater entity activity, I guessed. Dewey squeezed his lower lip between his forefinger and thumb, peering down into his folder with a scowl. You can bet on that, he said absently. This young lady, Gina Perez, is from Odyssey, so we can count her out as a vector. Chloe Fontaine and Lily Hart are also from Odyssey, Greed said. Lust sighed. Roxanne Sonnen is from Scott City, Kansas. According to Google Maps, that's not on a river or a lake. She paused, her brow furrowing. But Soo-hee Kim is from Seoul, South Korea. A huge river runs right through the city, doesn't it? Dewey looked up, real excitement coloring his cheeks and brightening his eyes. Yes, the Han River. Ah, so the plot thickens. If the spirit came all the way from Korea, it would have to be extremely powerful. Well, this is a neat development. Is it possible to speak with Miss Kim? Her testimony would be invaluable to my congregation, just invaluable. Beads of sweat popped up on Dewey's brow. If she has a Han River spirit attached to her, she likely has experienced other phenomena. An affinity for fish, not to eat, mind you, but as pets or treasured companions. She might have dreams of the river. Perhaps she has a special affinity for bodies of water. Does she? Can you find out? She's unconscious, Greed answered. So we can't ask her. Dewey shrugged. Her parents, then? They might know something. Nothing is as good as a first-hand account, but, well, that can't be helped, can it? The family, then. Can that be arranged? I'll call them, I said, reaching for Lust's folder and snapping a photo of the listed number. I don't know if they'll be up for a chat, but it's worth a try. I shot Dewey a withering look. For us, I mean. I won't proselytize for your mermaid church when a girl is lying unconscious in her bed. But you'd consider it once the case is closed? I'm not particular, Dewey said. When I didn't respond, He heaved a heavy sigh, closed his folder, and slid it across the desk to Lust. Well, unless you have any specific questions for me, I'm afraid I must cut our visit short. I have some other work I need to attend to. I wasn't sure what could be more important than helping us save 6 girls' lives, but I had no more specific questions anyway. Well, thanks for your time, I said, my voice as flat as I felt. If it turns out to be a water spirit, can we count on your help? Dewey's brows shot high on his face. Help with what? I shrugged. I don't know. Removing it? Exorcising it or whatever? You know, getting it to stop tormenting these girls? You can always count on me to help in any way I can, Dewey said as he smoothed down his tie and pressed the tail into the band of his pants. In my mind, nothing is more important than the health and well-being of my fellow citizens of Odyssey. But now, I really do have to be going. Or rather, you should be going. Yes, please see yourselves out. We got to our feet and were halfway out the door when Dewey's voice stopped us in our tracks. One more thing, he said. I know you said earlier you were contractually obligated to make a commercial for Porsche. But your contract doesn't say anything about exclusivity, does it? I don't suppose I could interest you in doing a commercial for me? Greed offered the would-be politician a churlish, icy smile. We'll have the network get in touch, he said. We stepped into the hall, and whatever Dewey said in response was lost behind the thud and click of the heavy door closing behind us. Sometimes the universe does grant you small favors. Chapter 6. Once we were back outside, I called the number I'd found in Soo-hee Kim's folder. A woman answered. I cleared my throat. Hello, Mrs. Kim. I am so sorry to bother you. My name is Pride, and I'm investigating your daughter's case. Not to report on it or anything corny like that. Hopefully to solve it. A brief silence on the other end was followed by a sharp intake of breath. Yes, I've been expecting your call. Oh? You have? Well, good, I guess. I'm calling to ask if you'd answer some questions my team and I have. We might have a lead and we need your help. We prefer to speak with you in person if that's possible. I heard indecipherable muffled speaking on the other end, and I figured Mrs. Kim must have placed her hand over the receiver. A moment later, her voice returned. Yes, that can be arranged. Are you available to meet now? My husband and I are at Odyssey General. Do you know where it is? I waved a hand to get my teammates' attention and gave them a thumbs up. Sure, we know it. We can come over now. Wonderful. My daughter has visitors, but I can send them away, Mrs. Kim replied. They are here almost every day anyway. I'm sure they'd welcome the break. I paused, eyes widening. She has visitors? Is Soo-hee awake? No. Mrs. Kim stammered and whispered something in a language I didn't know, presumably Korean. She's not awake, but we all expect her to wake soon. That's how the cycle works, you see. They don't stay asleep. They wake up and get haunted over and over again. The way she'd said the word haunted sent chills down my spine. I understand. We can be there in about 15 minutes. See you then. I hung up and stuck my phone into my pocket. I jerked open the car door and motioned for Greed and Lust to get in. The Kims are expecting us at Odyssey General, I explained. So how do we want to do this? I started the engine and looked over my shoulder at my companions. Do we know what we want to ask? Greed took his phone from his pocket and began tapping away. I can do some quick research on Korean water spirits if it helps, he said. To be honest, I'm not sure if such a thing exists. But in my experience as a psychiatrist, I've learned it doesn't always matter what's real. Often, it only matters what people believe. I grumbled under my breath as I pulled out of the parking lot onto the freeway's access road. In this case, it matters very much what's real, I countered. These girls aren't imagining things. They're not drowning themselves. Something real, something outside of their heads, is tormenting them. How could you say otherwise? But Greed only crossed his legs elegantly and gave a lofty wave of his hand. The human mind is capable of more than you give it credit for, Pride, he said airily. I would think you'd have a much better idea of the breadth of things you don't know after all your time in Odyssey. I had a feeling Greed was angling to get under my skin, and unfortunately, it was working. Rule number 1, I told myself, don't let greed get under your skin. Rule number 2, keep your calm no matter what. Rule number 3, what would lust do? That last one wasn't one of my rules, and I wasn't sure why I thought it, aside from the fact that she was effortlessly cool and could charm her way into or out of nearly any situation. As the thought slipped into my head, I glanced at the bracelet encircling my wrist. It glowed with a pale turquoise light. Lust? I asked. What does turquoise mean? My companion was looking out the window. In the rearview mirror, I saw the profile of her face and caught the barest reflection of her expression in the mirror. I couldn't read it, though. My encyclopedia of lust's emotions was still painfully wanting. Turquoise, I repeated. The bracelet is turquoise. What does that mean? How do you feel right now? Lust didn't turn away from the window. It's hard to say, really. Mostly, I'm imagining how the Kims must feel. She leaned her forehead against the glass, her expression unchanged. Imagine sending your daughter halfway across the globe to a world-renowned school only to find she's inexplicably suffering from drowning attacks. No one knows when the attacks will end or if they'll turn fatal. And imagine having to come all this way to a foreign country to take care of your baby girl. You're without your emotional support network, without your dog and your creature comforts. You're alone in a hospital while your daughter lies unconscious, and there's nothing you can do about it. She sighed with a shudder. I can't imagine what the Kims are feeling right now. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. That didn't really answer my question. I still had no name for whatever Lust was feeling. Melancholy? Pensive? Thankful to not be in their shoes? I wanted to know more because I hoped knowing more would help me understand how I was supposed to react. But she didn't offer more, and I didn't want to ask. Normal people could probably glean the information they needed from that monologue, but I guess I wasn't normal people. From the corner of my eye, I thought I caught a glimpse of Greed smirking. But maybe that was my self-deprecating imagination. As we pulled into the hospital parking lot, Greed snapped his fingers in the air, a smile spreading over his face. Aha! I think I may have found something. Certain spirits do haunt the Han River, ghosts of people who drowned there. However, these spirits don't know they've drowned, and often cling to swimmers, hoping for their help, but ultimately dragging them to a watery grave. The spirits are called Mulguishin, and hundreds, if not thousands of cases of these ghostly sightings have been reported. That's good news, I said, turning off the engine and getting out of the car. If it is a ghost haunting these girls, we'll find that out in just a minute. I can see ghosts, remember? So let's hope you're right. If we see a ghost hanging around Suhi's room, this case is as good as closed. We found Suhi Kim's room at the end of a long hallway on the 4th floor of Odyssey General. Her door was propped open, and from the hall, we saw 4 visitors, 2 adults, presumably Suhi's parents, and 2 girls about our victim's age. We stepped through the open door, and all 4 heads turned in our direction. Each face wore a variation of the same expression, worry mixed with tempered hope. The girls at Suhi's side glanced down at the sleeping girl and squeezed her hand. One girl, the taller of the 2, leaned down and kissed Suhi on the forehead. "We're just stepping out into the hall," she said. "If you wake up, just shout. I'll hear you." The taller girl gave us a look I couldn't read. It looked like disgust, but I couldn't imagine what we'd done to earn it. But then again, these were teenagers. Who knew what they were thinking? Without acknowledging our presence, the two girls stepped into the hallway, kicking the doorstop out of the way and pulling the door closed, giving us a little privacy. Soo-hee's parents sat near the window at a small table, sharing cups of tea. The mother got to her feet and padded silently to where we stood, hovering near the door. Her voice was quiet and lightly accented when she spoke. "I'm glad you could come." Mrs. Kim pressed a hand to her chest. "I'm Mi Kyung, Soo-hee's mother, and that is my husband, Jung-se. Please, come in." My teammates and I came fully into the room. It was larger than Leilani's, and I realized it was intended for 2 patients instead of 1. There was another bed behind a curtain, but it was empty. 2 empty chairs sat near the bed, which Greed dragged to the window. Lust and I sat with the Kims while Greed perched on the end of the empty bed. "Thanks for meeting with us," Lust said, hands folded primly in her lap. "I know this must be a terrible time for you. We're so sorry about your daughter. Please know we are doing everything in our power to help her." "We thank you for that," Mi Kyung said. "I admit, we were skeptical when we heard our case had been turned over to television personalities. We thought you were game show contestants. We feared the worst." "You were right to be concerned," Greed said. "If you'd gotten anyone else on the show, I can't say how well you'd have fared. But I'm a doctor," he said, "and I've never let a patient down yet." I somehow doubted that was true, but it wouldn't do any good to say so. Though I did think it odd how often Greed mentioned being a doctor. It was almost like a tick. "We've spoken to the headmistress," Lust continued, "and we've interviewed Leilani Jackson, one of the affected girls. The others, like your daughter, are still unconscious. Those interviews weren't terribly helpful, but—" A voice called out from behind us. "Pride? Lust? Is that you?" We all turned, and I was surprised to see a familiar face coming into the room. I hadn't heard her come in, but Helen Park was walking quickly to where the 5 of us sat, her eyes round with surprise. "What are you 2 doing here?" "Helen," Lust said, a smile breaking over her face. "Fancy meeting you here. We're here to talk to the Kims." Helen's eyes grew even wider. "No kidding? You're here about Soo-hee's case?" She looked over at Mi Kyung and gestured in my direction. "You're getting help from psychics?" Mi Kyung looked from Helen to her husband and back again. "I suppose we are," she said, a hint of splotchy red rising up her neck. "How do you 3 know each other?" "Oh, we go way back," Helen said, moving to stand behind Lust, patting her on the shoulder. "I helped them on their very first case. A silly woman thought her restaurant was being haunted, but really, she was being outsmarted by her own daughter. These 2 uncovered the whole thing." "Didn't you?" she asked with a wink. "It was a group effort," I said. I didn't want to discuss that old case now. The Wongs and their cursed fortune cookies had a lot less to lose than the Kims with their sick daughter. "Helen, what are you doing here? Do you know the Kims?" Helen bobbed her head side to side, dithering. "We're acquainted," she hedged. "The Korean community in Odyssey is very close-knit," Jung-se explained. "When we agreed to send Soo-hee to the academy, we did so under the condition that someone local would look out for her. Our church in Seoul put us in touch with a local church here, and that's how we met Helen. We are very grateful for all her help." "It's good to see you, Helen," Lust said, smiling. "We were just about to ask the Kims some questions." Helen nodded vigorously as she walked to the window between Mr. and Mrs. Kim and leaned her back against it. "Please, go on, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt." "As I was saying," Lust continued, "we've been asking questions about your daughter's case all around town. Based on what Soo-hee and the other girls have experienced, we think a water spirit might be involved." Both Kims gasped, exchanging twin looks of surprise. "Water spirits?" Jung-se repeated, his face blanching. You think our daughter's sickness is caused by a spirit? I know how strange that sounds, Lust said, keeping her voice gentle. But it explains both her symptoms and why the doctors can't find anything wrong with her. And, I'm not sure if you're aware, but stranger things than this happen in Odyssey often. She glanced in my direction. Very often. Mi-kyung pointed to her wrist. And the mark on her arm? Does it explain that too? Lust's cheeks colored, and she ducked her head as she uttered an embarrassed chuckle. It doesn't. Not yet, anyway. But our theory is still a good one. My colleagues and I think it might be a spirit associated with the Han River, specifically, a ghost. Now, the Kims looked at each other again, but this time they didn't look surprised. They looked fearful. You are referring to the Mulguishan, the mother said, her voice hushed. Lust nodded. With your permission, we'd like our friend Pride to have a look around. If there's a ghost bothering your daughter, Pride will find it. I waited for the Kims to say something, but instead of speaking, Mrs. Kim merely held out her arm and spread her fingers, a tacit invitation for me to look around. I nodded my thanks and drew to my feet. But the truth was, I didn't really need to look around. Unless the ghost in question was hiding in the bathroom, there was no ghost here. Still, I knew I had a role to play, so I stuffed my hands in my pockets and began a slow stroll around the room. I carefully checked under the beds, behind the curtains, behind the doors, and in the bathroom. When I found nothing, I returned to my seat. No ghosts, I said. I noted the crestfallen look the parents shared and hurried to add, but that doesn't mean there's no spirit involved. Right, Lust agreed. It could be a sprite or a fairy of some kind. She quickly explained Dewey's theory about a freshwater spirit asserting dominance in an area rife with ocean spirits in order to make this new territory its home. So, if our theory is right, a water spirit from your home could have followed Suhi to Odyssey, and now it wants to stay. It adds up. Does Suhi spend much time at the river? Does she swim, boat, or water ski? Anything like that? Mi-kyung shook her head, the corners of her lips pulling down into a frown. No, not especially. We don't really live near the river, and Suhi has never been very athletic. She's always preferred indoor activities, especially being on a stage. Lust's face fell, and she bit down on her lower lip, nodding her understanding. I see. So then, I suppose it's unlikely that a spirit would hitch a ride all the way from Korea with a girl who has no affinity for water. For a moment, the room was silent. But then Mr. Kim said, I've dreamed of the spirits of water dragons. Mi-kyung reached across the table and clasped her husband's shaking hand in hers. Jung-se? When Suhi first came to Odyssey, he said, I dreamed of water dragons surrounding her. I thought they were for protection, but I must have been wrong. I admit I'm not prone to prophetic dreams, but... He let his voice trail off, shaking his head as he peered down into his cooling tea. It cannot be coincidence, Mrs. Kim said, her voice firm. Dreams should not be ignored, especially when there is evidence suggesting their relevance. She turned her face to us. So now what? I knew even less about water dragons than I did about Mulguishan, but I figured it was nothing a Google search couldn't cure. I was about to make my usual speech about staying in touch as things developed, blah blah blah, when Helen Park gave a little yelp, holding up a finger and drawing our attention. Just a minute, she said. I have an idea. We all turned to look at Helen, who seemed uncomfortable being the center of attention. She smoothed a lock of hair behind an ear, smacking her lips nervously. I know very little about spirits, Helen conceded, but my grandfather liked to tell me stories when I was a girl. And when they're bothering you, the best way to get them to stop is to appease them. She paused, looking around the room. Perhaps if we made the spirit an offering, a welcome gift, it would find peace and leave the girls alone. No one said anything as we considered Helen's words. It seemed like sound logic to me, assuming spirits were anything like people. Most humans could be bought for the right price. We might not know where the spirit came from or exactly what it wants, Helen pressed on. But we know where it must be. All the sick girls came from rising stars. It must be there, on campus. If we go there and make an offering— She shrugged, letting her voice trail off as she looked to my housemates and me for support. I like this thinking, Greed said, nodding as he slid from the bed and began pacing the room. The question is, of course, what kind of offering would be appropriate? Helen fidgeted, wringing her hands at her chest. Well, I may have another idea. I have a friend who runs the Odyssey Asian American Heritage Museum. She has an item on display right now I think would be perfect. She hesitated again, and Greed spun on his heel, rolling his hand impatiently. Yes, continue please. Spare no detail. It's a sword, Helen breathed, eyes darting around our group. Not just any sword, but a relic from Japan's Edo period, a samurai sword. And it's said, well, the sword is said to be magical. She giggled nervously, shrugging a thin shoulder. At least that's what the placard at the museum says. But if a spirit wanted to make Odyssey its home, she added quickly, presenting it with a magical sword would make quite a gesture, don't you think? Possibly, Greed said, stroking his chin with a frown. But I suspect we might need to take it another step further. None of us has any authority to present a welcome gift to a spirit. The gift would have to come from someone in power, someone whose word of welcome would actually be binding. The school's headmistress? Helen suggested. I'm sure she can't be happy about kids dropping like flies at her school. She turned an apologetic look to the Kims. Please excuse my language. The headmistress isn't a terrible choice, Greed said, still pacing, but I think we could find someone even better. Someone to welcome the spirit not just to the school, a limiting location for a powerful spirit, but to all of Odyssey. He stopped walking and shot a sly smile in my direction. We just have to ask your favorite person for a favor. My heart dropped into my stomach. My favorite? You mean Portia Cameron? The lanky psychiatrist shrugged. Who better to offer our surly spirit a gift of welcome than the city's interim mayor? No one spoke, but the gears in my head were spinning. Greed made good points, but there was a lot wrong with the plan. For one, Portia wasn't big on handing out favors, and I was just as reluctant to be in her debt. She'd already done something probably illegal when she sent me some video footage in the Aaron Burton case. On the other hand, I had rescued her sister from kidnappers who intended to sell her on the black market to criminals who collected shapeshifters. On the other hand, I'd been partially responsible for half of downtown Odyssey burning down in that rescue. On the other hand, we'd also crushed the criminal organization terrorizing supernaturals all over town. So maybe we were pretty square, me and Portia. It was hard to tell. But second, and this was really a big one, the whole idea of presenting a magical sword to a displaced water spirit rubbed me the wrong way. And trust me, I know how that sounds coming from a ghost whisperer whose parents vanished into thin air. But even though I'd come face to face with women who could shift into various animals, whites who delivered scrumptious lo mein noodles in a Chinese restaurant, an entire ghost speakeasy, and a psychic medium who had accidentally trapped another man's soul in his body, I was having trouble wrapping my brain around presenting a water spirit with a magical sword. It wasn't like this was a fantasy novel after all. This was real life. All right, I said, turning my attention to Helen. I'll see if I can get Portia on board. Can you get us a meeting with your friend at the museum? I glanced at the clock on the wall. Sooner would be better than later. Helen's head bobbed up and down with enthusiasm as she whipped a phone from her pocket and dialed. I'll see if she's busy right now. While Helen phoned her contact, I punched in the now familiar number for the interim mayor, my breath held in my throat. But Portia didn't answer, so I left a message on her voicemail telling her to call me back as soon as possible. "That's right," Helen was saying into her phone as she stared out the window. "Yes, you'd be doing us such a big favor. Oh, thank you, Coco. I'll send them over now." Helen disconnected and spun around, smiling broadly. "She's cleared her schedule to speak with you. You'll want to ask the front desk for Coco Miyamoto. Do you know where the museum is?" "We can Google it," Lust said. "Thank you, Helen. You've been a huge help." She turned to the Kims and offered them a sympathetic smile. "We'll be sure to let you know if we make any progress on your daughter's case," she promised. "Would you do us the favor of letting us know when she wakes up?" Meek Young nodded as she swiped at a tear threatening to fall. "Yes, of course. And thank you." We stepped out of the room and had made it a few steps down the hallway when a voice from behind us said, "They're all faking it, you know." We stopped and turned to find the two girls from earlier still sitting in the hallway outside Suhi's room. The taller girl was leaning forward, watching us with hawk eyes. The other girl, smaller and meeker, elbowed her friend in the side. "Stop it, Kylie," she hissed. "No, they should know." Kylie drew to her feet and sauntered over to us, arms folded across her chest, eyes cut into slits. The other girl followed, nostrils flared, her mouth pressed into a thin line. "Know what?" Lust asked. The taller girl, Kylie, scoffed, shaking her head. "They're all faking. This whole thing, it's an act. And you and everybody else have totally fallen for it." Greed took a step forward, hands thrust casually in his pockets. "Would you like to tell us more about that?" he asked, in his best shrink voice. "Don't, Kylie. You'll only make this worse." The smaller girl looked pleadingly at her friend, her chin wobbling. "Come on, let's just go back inside." "Maya knows they're lying too," Kylie continued, indicating her smaller friend. "But she's too chicken to say anything because she's so desperate for them to like her. But I'm over it. This has gotten way out of hand." She took a breath and glanced over her shoulder toward Suhi's room. When she faced us again, her eyes had gone soft, her lips twisted in an uncertain frown. "I mean, is it a coincidence that the Asian girl gets an attack like this in our Asian horror class? Give me a break. It's too convenient, you know." Greed's eyes lit up. "Were you there? Did you see it?" Kylie lifted her chin, her jaw square and hard. "Oh, yeah. Maya and I were both there, though I should have stopped going. It's supposed to be Asian horror, but all we've done is study The Ring for weeks, which is a good movie, but come on." Anyway, we were talking about the scene where the main girl drowns in a well and all of a sudden Suhi starts coughing and convulsing. She paused, her lips pressed into a line. "It's all just so performative, you know? I mean, yeah, we're actors, but this..." Kylie paused, her eyes flitting to the door to Suhi's room. "All the girls who supposedly have this sickness, they're all finalists for the same part. It's a lead role on a new cable TV show. Some thriller drama or something. They're all doing this to get the network's attention. It was Lily's idea, of course. Everybody else is just copying her. I mean, I get it. Lily already has a career and no one else does. Well, it's not much of a career, but she has her own IMDb page, you know?" The girls shifted their weight, foot to foot, fidgeting with their hair and smacking their lips. The smaller girl, Maya, wouldn't make eye contact. She kept looking down at her shoes, nervously tucking locks of hair behind her ear. "How do you know them?" I asked. "You're obviously friends with Suhi, but are you friends with all the girls?" Kylie squeezed her shoulders toward her ears in an ambiguous shrug. "It's not like we're all, besties or whatever," she said, her language so close to Leilani's that I got a sudden jolt of déjà vu. "But I've known them since freshman year." I glanced at Maya. "You too?" Maya chewed her lips, rocking nervously on her heels. "Not as well as Kylie. I started at Rising Stars at the beginning of the term." "Yeah, but you know them," Kylie insisted petulantly. You've been kissing their butts for them to like you since the night you chickened out of skinny dipping." Maya blanched, her nostrils flaring as she looked away, hands clenching at her sides. "Anyway, look. All I'm saying is, if everybody stops paying attention to them, they'll all magically wake up and this whole disaster will be over. By being here and making a whole TV show about it?" Kylie waved vaguely to the cameraman filming behind us. "You're giving them exactly what they want." "Well, what about you?" I said. "Suhi's parents said you've been here every day. If you think she's faking, then why?" "Quid pro quo." Kylie stared at me like I had sprouted a second head. "I'm not stupid. I know she's faking, but I want her to know I'm on her side no matter what." She shifted her weight and tossed her hair over her shoulder. "I want her to know I'm loyal." "So loyal you're telling absolute strangers with cameras that she's faking," Maya said under her breath. Kylie stood motionless as the color drained from her face. When she realized her error, she glared at her friend, shot the camera a nasty look, and then stormed off, throwing open the door to Suhi's room and disappearing inside. The rest of us idled in the hall a moment, unsure what to say. I was turning to leave when Maya said, "Wait." I stopped. Maya stood before me, blushing furiously, her fingers twining nervously around each other. "I was wondering," she stammered, "if you wouldn't mind signing my cast?" She held out her arm, wrapped in dingy plaster and covered with scribbled signatures. "It's just that—" She glanced nervously to my housemates before returning her gaze to me, her blush deepening. "You're my favorite sin." Never in my life had anyone asked me to sign their cast, and my face flushed hot as I fumbled in my pocket looking for a pen I knew wasn't there. To my dismay and amazement, Greed produced a pen with a flourish and a grin, shoving it into my hands. "I'd be honored," I said. I reached out to balance her cast with my free hand, and my fingers grazed her bare skin. Immediately, the world shifted. I was standing in an open field, a bright expanse of blue sky above me, fields of green and gold running toward the horizon. I was spinning around, my arms out before me. A girl held onto my hands, our fingers linked, and we were spinning together, laughing, throwing our heads back as we spun and spun, increasingly dizzy, heads light as helium balloons. The girl was olive-skinned with long, dark braids falling over each shoulder. She wore some kind of old-fashioned prairie dress in peach and yellow and beige, the kind with a high, lacy neck and small flowers printed all over. She looked like one of the early pioneers that settled the West. Her eyes were deep brown and heavy with black lashes. As we spun and spun, her fingers tightened around mine, and I was overcome with happiness. An instant later, I was sitting in a church pew, my legs covered in a beige skirt with small periwinkle buds printed on the delicate cotton. Over top of my dress was a white apron with delicate eyelet embroidery. At my side was an identical skirt and pinafore, thigh pressed against mine. I blinked, and I was lying in a dark room, giggling under a lightweight cotton quilt, the same girl's face inches away from mine. Outside, a bright light flashed, and a boom of thunder cracked through the night. We screamed and clung to each other, quaking with fear, but also somehow relieved. Somehow knowing we were safe. As quickly as the images descended, they were gone, and I was back in the hospital, blinking furiously, pen hovering over the girl's cast. She watched me, brow wrinkled, mouth twisted with concern. "Are you okay?" I swallowed and shivered, forcing myself into the present. I signed the cast quickly and dropped the girl's arm. "Thanks for watching the show," I managed. "And good luck." I wasn't sure why I said that last part. I thrust the pen back at Greed and stalked down the hall to the elevators. When I reached out to push the call button with my thumb, my hands were shaking badly. Of course, it wasn't the first time I'd had a vision when I touched someone. But it was the first time I'd had a vision of something that, judging by the clothes and surroundings, had happened 200 years ago. Chapter 7. I know exactly the sword you're referring to, the woman said, her hands folded atop the large desk. Beautiful piece, something most people never get to see in their lifetime. Unfortunately, it's no longer with us. It wasn't ours, you see, it was on loan. We were sitting in an upstairs room of the Asian American Heritage Museum overlooking a small park. On the grassy knoll below, families picnicked on blankets while dogs ran through the green. Kids laughed and shouted, their screeches cutting through the soft music drifting from unseen speakers in the cool, slightly perfumed office. We'd met Coco Miyamoto only 20 minutes earlier in the grand lobby. The museum was impressive if you're into art and old stuff, which, to be honest, I wasn't. If I wanted to look at collections of broken things, I could walk into any garage in America. I mean, if that were legal. But Lust was into it, and she oohed and awed over every exhibit we passed. I tried to make appropriate sounds signaling my appreciation. But after a certain point, all the maps and armor and scraps of boats started to look the same. After a brief tour of the museum, Coco led us to her office. She was pleasant enough, soft-spoken without being demure, businesslike without being brusque. She was dressed in an expensive beige skirt suit with a peach-colored silk blouse. On loan? Lust repeated. From another museum? A private collector, Coco said with a cool smile. We had the piece with us for a little over a year while the donor remodeled his home. Now, with the renovations complete, we were sadly obligated to return it to its rightful owner. It's a shame you couldn't see the item while it was here, Coco added with a wistful sigh. It really is quite magnificent. I bet. Lust wiggled to the edge of her seat and tapped a finger against her chin. Well, it might not be too late. Who is the owner? That would be Clifford Bozeman, Coco answered. Greed turned in his seat. Clifford Bozeman. Why is that name familiar? It wasn't familiar to me at all, but I didn't need all of America to know the depth of my ignorance, so I pretended to think, nodding my head and gazing at the ceiling. Bozeman. I'm not sure. At my side, Greed snapped his fingers. Ah, I remember now. Isn't Dr. Bozeman the chief of medicine at Odyssey General? Coco hesitated, a flicker of something I couldn't read passing over her face. Well, yes, but... Greed looked over at Lust. His eyebrow arched thoughtfully. Dr. Bozeman personally oversaw all the girls from Rising Stars. This could be a lucky break for us. We can ask the good doctor about the sword and probe him about the case as well. He turned a manicured smile in Coco's direction. Would you be good enough to tell me how I might secure a conversation with Dr. Bozeman? The museum director paused, then clucked her tongue against the roof of her mouth as she typed something into her computer. I'm afraid I don't have a personal number for Clifford Bozeman on file. No matter, Greed said, rising to his feet. I'll ask our producer. Thank you for your time, Ms. Miyamoto. He pressed a hand to his chest. Have a good day? Halfway to the parking lot, Greed pulled his phone from his pocket. I'll ring Tricia and have her get Dr. Bozeman's home number for us. I frowned. Yeah, I heard you say that inside, but... Wait, you can really do that? You can just ask Tricia to help you with your cases? Greed paused, the faintest shadow passing over his face. Ah, it's not exactly in the rules, he stammered, eyes flicking quickly between Lust and me. But neither is it expressly forbidden. Not expressly forbidden, I repeated. Have you guys been working with the producers all this time while I've been... Let's not lose focus, Lust interrupted, placing a hand on my arm and giving it a light squeeze. Our job is to learn what's happening with these girls and stop it, okay? If getting a phone number from Tricia facilitates that, so much the better. She was right, of course, but as we slid into the car, my stomach felt weird. Not because what greed and lust just admitted to sounded an awful lot like cheating, but because lust was right. This was a TV show, sure, but it was also reality. For the second time, I felt a pang of unease as I realized these people were relying on us to stop something terrible from happening, while I was worried about following the rules of a TV show. I was ashamed of myself, is what I'm saying. I was turning the ignition and berating myself for my short-sightedness when my phone rang. "Hi, Pride. It's Portia. I got your message, but I'm not sure I understand. It sounded like you wanted my help appeasing a water spirit. Do I understand that correctly?" I nodded. "Yep, that's right. We're working on the drowning sickness going around at Rising Stars, and we have a lead. We suspect a water spirit." "Let me stop you there before you embarrass us both," she said, her voice crisp. "Pride, your commitment to your cases is admirable, and of course, I want to see those girls home from the hospital. But presenting a gift to a water spirit? It's absolutely out of the question." I faltered, sure I hadn't heard correctly. Was Portia actually refusing to help save these girls' lives? "Hang on, I don't think you understand." "No, I understand perfectly. It's you who doesn't understand." Portia sighed heavily into the receiver, and I could almost see the disappointed shake of her head. "I know you spoke to Dewey Delaney. That's where you got this insane notion about water spirits. And it is insane, Pride. Even you must know that." I wasn't sure what she was implying by saying, "even I must know it," but I decided pursuing that line of questioning could only derail our conversation. So I said, "What's so insane about it?" "Do you hear yourself? Asking what's insane about water spirits? Why don't you ask what's so insane about boogeymen or UFOs or a sister who can shapeshift?" I finished for her, my blood pressure rising. If supernatural creatures can be real, which you and I both know they are, then why are water spirits a bridge too far? The interim mayor paused on the other end. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. "Pride, consider the optics. My entire campaign is built on the premise that Odyssey is safe for business. We are a fiscally progressive, growth-focused city dedicated to the principles of science, logic, and commerce. I cannot be seen kowtowing to a water spirit, even if such a thing exists. I have a campaign to run. People depend on me. The people in my employ are counting on me to win this thing. How can I be seen participating in such a backward-looking ritual, especially when the whole scheme was concocted by my political adversary?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, Portia! Can you be a decent human being for just a minute?" I paused to steady my voice. Losing my temper on her wouldn't get me anywhere. "Are you seriously telling me you won't help because of how it might look? How will it look when you do nothing and these girls keep drowning? Can you live with that on your conscience?" "No," Portia admitted. "But I'm sure I won't have to. I don't bet on many people, Pride. Most people in the world are nothing more than talkers and fools. But that's not you. You always find a way, and this time is no different. I'm sorry I can't help you this time. But I know those girls and their families are in good hands." The line went dead. Cursing under my breath, I threw my phone into my lap, which only made me angrier because it just wasn't as satisfying as slamming a telephone receiver onto its cradle in a fit of righteous rage. If ever there was a moment to slam a phone in disgust, it was now. "Thanks for nothing, 21st century." "Portia's out," I said, my voice thick with disgust. "She says it's bad for her campaign." "That's a regretfully myopic view, to be sure," Greed grumbled, cracking his knuckles. "But merely a bump in the road. We still have time to convince her. Or, barring that, we can always approach the headmistress. In the meantime, Tricia is working on getting us a meeting with Dr. Bozeman. I have a good feeling about that." I grunted incoherently. I guess that made one of us. Later that night, there was a knock on my door. I looked up, and the door swung open silently. Sloth stuck her head in the room, her lip folded beneath her teeth. There was something unusual about her appearance, and it took me a minute to realize what it was. Sloth was fully dressed, down to her shoes. She wore a clean pair of jeans and a plain black t-shirt. I glanced reflexively at the clock. It was after 9 p.m. By now, she should have been decked out in her favorite ratty flannels and sweats, munching on a jelly sandwich while she binge-watched back-to-back episodes of that British baking show she loved. She swallowed and gestured at my tablet. "Are you busy?" she asked. I set the device aside and sat up. "No." I lifted my chin, indicating her outfit. "Why are you all dressed up?" She glanced down at her shirt and chuckled. "How far I've fallen that this is considered dressed up." "You haven't fallen," I assured her. "My expectations of you have always been low." I saw the look on her face and groaned. "You know what I'm saying. My expectations of your clothes, not you." "You know what they say, Pride," she said, making herself at home on the edge of my bed as I scooted toward the wall to make room. "The clothes make the man." "Yes," I agreed. "So it's a good thing you're a woman." Sloth smiled. "Right, well, listen. I'm headed over to Aaron's. He gets off work in an hour, and we're going to set up some cameras around his apartment. If this whole thing really is just Aaron sleepwalking, this is the best way to find out for sure." I frowned and pulled my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around my legs. "Do you think that's what it is?" Sloth shrugged, her lips twisted in a small, uncertain scribble. "I have no idea. I don't think so. But there's a lot we don't know about him. The cameras will give us more data. And then—" She shrugged again, letting her voice trail off. "Anyway, I just wanted someone to know where I was. You know, in case." I blinked. "In case what?" "In case anything happens to me." "What's going to happen to you?" I asked. "Probably nothing," she said. I threw my hands up. "So then, why are you telling me this?" "Just in case." Sloth grinned and then, out of nowhere, leaned over and kissed my cheek. "I know I don't get a vote in any of this, but out of all of us, you're my favorite sin." I felt myself blush. Whether from the kiss or the compliment, I didn't know. I wasn't attracted to Sloth romantically, and I didn't think she was into me that way either, but you never can tell. Scratch that. I never can tell. And if there was one thing I didn't need in my life, it was more ambiguity. So I said, "I don't want to date you, Sloth." "I don't want to date you either," she laughed. "My gosh, what made you say that?" "No, don't answer," she said, holding up a finger. "Let's just be grateful we are mutually disgusted by each other." "Hey, I didn't say— Wait." I froze, my mouth hanging open. "You're disgusted by me?" Sloth laughed again as she rose from my bed. "Well, maybe not disgusted. I guess it's more that my expectations of you are low." She winked and was out the door before I could even appreciate how she'd just used my own words against me. I smiled and went back to watching my show on my tablet. But something Sloth said ate at me, even after I turned in for the night. Why did she think something might happen to her? I lay on my back for a long time, staring at the ceiling. I was tired, but the idea of something happening to Sloth wouldn't let me rest. After arguing with myself that I was being stupid and finally losing that argument, I got up and set an alarm on my tablet for 8 a.m. If Sloth wasn't snoring softly in her room when I got up in the morning, I'd make a beeline for Aaron's. I set the tablet near my bed after checking the alarm twice. Only after I was certain that if anything happened to my friend, I'd be the first to know was I able to roll over and finally get some sleep. Chapter 8. As it turned out, some sleep meant only a few hours. Someone was calling my name. Over and over again, in a fevered but hushed voice, I heard the words hammering against my eardrum. Pride, pride, come on, pride, pride. I struggled to open my eyes, annoyed at being awoken. At first, I thought it was the ghost girl. It wouldn't be the first time she'd roused me in the middle of the night to tell me some arcane factoid about aardvarks or lemurs or alligator hatchlings. But as sleep reluctantly rolled off me and I was dragged into consciousness, I realized it wasn't the ghost girl at all. The voice was older, deeper, and bordering on panicked. I dug my knuckles into my eyes and pushed the hair from my face as I sat up, frowning into the darkness. What is it? What's wrong? Is the house on fire? Again? I heard a sharp intake of breath. No, it's me, Sloth. I need you to wake up. I think Aaron is in trouble. I coughed and wheezed like an old smoker as I swung my legs over the side of the bed, trying to get my bearings. I was always useless when I first woke up, but being awoken in the middle of the night by a frantic sloth unlocked a new level of discombobulated. My eyes had trouble staying open, and Sloth's face swam before me, blurry. Little by little the room came together like a puzzle, and I blinked as my vision cleared and Sloth's face registered. She looked scared. I was wearing an old pair of Star Wars pajamas, so I instinctively began fumbling around for yesterday's outfit still draped over a chair somewhere. But Sloth grabbed me by the arm and tugged. Please, we have to go. Wait, Sloth, hold on. I jerked my arm away. I need to change. Let me get some clothes on. You're not naked, she said, her voice sharp. We don't have time for stupid modesty. Please, come with me, and I'll explain everything on the way. The urgency in Sloth's voice was enough for me. I shoved my feet into a pair of tennis shoes and followed my housemate hurriedly down the hall, quietly down the steps. The car was parked out front, motor still running. That alone made my heart race. Sloth was lazy and sloppy, sure, but she wasn't forgetful, which meant she had jumped out of a car without turning off the engine on purpose. Something was really wrong. I was too tired to even think about driving, so I slid into the passenger side as Sloth climbed into the driver's seat and pressed on the gas. I had barely clipped my buckle together as Sloth peeled out onto the dark street. I turned to face her, catching her profile in the moonlight. So, you want to tell me what's going on? Sloth shot a quick sideways glance in my direction before refocusing her attention on the road, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the steering wheel. It's Aaron, she repeated. I think someone is trying to kill him. I wasn't sure if it was because I was sleep-deprived or what, but Sloth's words made no sense. Which is funny, when you think about it. You know, given how many people got killed in Odyssey apparently all the time. What do you mean someone wants to kill him? I asked. I went to Aaron's to set up the cameras, she explained. Afterward, we ate snacks and watched Netflix, drifting in and out of sleep. And don't make a joke about this, okay? I already know what you're thinking, but now is not the time. I shrugged. I'm not thinking anything, I said, which was even truer than usual. Anyway, I guess we fell asleep on the couch. I woke up with a strange feeling like I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck and on my arms were standing up. So I sat still and listened. And I heard something. I heard a voice clear as day. I sucked in a breath. A voice? Sloth nodded. Yes, and as you know, hearing thoughts is not unusual for me, but it wasn't Aaron's thoughts I was hearing. Sloth, I have a feeling you're getting somewhere with all of this, I said, my patience running thin. It was, after all, like 3 a.m. Can you hurry up and get to the punchline? She gripped the steering wheel hard. I heard someone thinking, Aaron doesn't even appreciate this life. It would almost be a shame if I didn't take it. I said nothing for a long stretch, replaying Sloth's words in my mind. I gazed out the window, though there was nothing to see at this hour. Everything was black. You heard murderous thoughts in the middle of the night that belonged to someone who wasn't there? I mused aloud. Do I have that right? Almost, Sloth said. I heard murderous thoughts. I'm just not sure the thoughts I heard were from a person who wasn't there. I opened my mouth to object that I had no idea what she was talking about when, suddenly, I did. And that's where I come in, I said, understanding finally dawning on me. You think there's a spirit there, a ghost, or some sentient being whose thoughts you can hear but whose form you can't see. Sloth looked over at me and winked. Bingo. Glad to see your brain finally catching up with the situation. It's early, I said, punctuating my statement with a noisy yawn. Or late, depending on how you look at it. But Sloth, if that's what you heard, why did you leave Erin alone in the apartment? My housemate shuddered and pressed the back of her hand to her forehead. It came away clammy when she placed it once again on the wheel. I didn't know what to do, she confessed. I wasn't thinking straight. I don't even think I was thinking. Yeah, no, I should have grabbed Erin and thrown him out of the apartment, but it scared the snot out of me, so I just ran. But now that you said it out loud... She shuddered again. I'll never be able to live with myself if anything happens to him. I placed a hand on her thigh and squeezed. You're only human, I said. I would have done the same thing. Of course, I had no idea if that was true because nobody really knows how they'll behave in a stressful situation until they're in that situation. For example, it's easy to say, oh, if my husband cheated on me, I'd pack my bags and leave that minute. Because everyone is the hero in their own imagination. But for most people, it's not that easy in real life. So when people say things like that, I usually chalk it up to cockamamie nonsense. But in this case, I was guessing I'd be a coward, not a hero. So my hypothesis was probably more or less accurate. Not that I'm calling Sloth a coward. It's just that people are complicated is what I'm saying. Decisions are not always logical. I tried calling you, she continued. You probably have 14 missed calls for me. What, do you sleep with Do Not Disturb on or something? I nodded. Doesn't everybody, unless they're a cop or a surgeon or something? I don't. If I'm getting a call in the middle of the night, it's probably important. I scoffed. I guess you've never wound up on a Chinese telemarketing list. Sloth sighed. Anyway, after you didn't pick up, I thought about calling the police. But I knew they would laugh me out of the station. I'm sorry I had to come wake you, but you're my only hope. I sank into my seat and leaned my head back. Yeah, if you think Erin's about to get murdered, it's important. But here's the thing, Sloth. We've already tried this, remember? I've been to the apartment. There's nothing there. It's not haunted. No ghosts. Sloth chewed her lips and nodded her agreement. I know, but I'm telling you, I heard something this time. I never heard anything before. So I don't know, Pride. Can ghosts come and go? I started to say they couldn't usually, but instead, I pinched my lips together as I reconsidered. The truth was, even though I could talk to ghosts, I was not an expert on hauntings. You know what? I have no idea anymore. The more cases I work on in Odyssey, the less I feel I know about anything. That statement of my ignorance hung heavily between us as we pulled into Erin's apartment complex. Sloth threw the car into park and turned off the ignition. I followed her up the stairs to Erin's apartment. She didn't knock when she reached the door. She merely turned the knob and pushed. It was the middle of the night, and Sloth said she left Erin sleeping on the couch, so I expected to find him passed out in the living room. Instead, the lights were on, the television was off, and Erin stood shirtless in the middle of the living room, a fresh canvas on his easel, paintbrush in hand. As we came into the apartment, Erin jumped in surprise, eyes flying wide. Then he exhaled, chuckling darkly and pressing a hand to his chest. You scared me half to death, he said, mostly to Sloth. I wasn't expecting visitors. Tentatively, Sloth stepped into the room. Aaron, are you okay? What are you doing? Aaron looked down at the brush in his hand and gestured at the canvas. I couldn't sleep, he explained, and I had an idea for a new painting. So I thought, what the heck? If sleep won't come, might as well be productive, right? Sloth stood motionless, her eyes darting over to the couch where 2 blankets still lay in a heap. You were asleep when I left, she said. Did something wake you? In an instant, Aaron's jovial expression slipped from his face, and something darker descended over his features like a mask. But as quickly as his confusion came on, he shoved it away, laughing, a rose flush blooming in his cheeks. Yeah, I guess. I must have had a weird dream or something. I hardly even remember you being here. Isn't that crazy? Sloth leaned her head to the side, her eyes narrowing. I don't like the word crazy, she said carefully. But it's unusual. Aaron hummed and ran a hand through his hair, clearing his throat nervously. I guess it is late, he said. I should probably turn in for the night. He was obviously dismissing us. Even I could tell that much. And Sloth, who was much more adept at interpersonal relationships than I was, should have sensed that too, but she didn't move. Or rather, she didn't move to leave. Instead, she took a step toward Aaron. Aaron, are you awake? The would-be painter held the paintbrush aloft, a scribble of confusion twisting his mouth and brow. Obviously, he said. Sloth walked right up to him and grabbed him by the shoulders, giving him a shake. Wake up, Aaron, she said, her voice stern. Wake up! Aaron stood there, blinking stupidly, and Sloth spun around on her heel, eyes wide and frantic. You try, she said to me, pointing. See if you can wake him up. I gestured dumbly to the man standing in his pajama pants. Sloth, he's wide awake. What are you? He's asleep, she insisted. I can hear his thoughts. He's frantically trying to wake himself, but he can't. So please stop standing there like an idiot and just... She mimed shaking him by the neck, which, for the record, I didn't think was a good idea, but it was 3 a.m. and my mind was reeling, and none of this was making any sense at all. So instead of trying to reason my way through the situation, I just did what Sloth asked. I strode over to Aaron, put my hands on his shoulders to shake him, and gasped. A fleet of images flashed through my mind. Sitting in a bar with a beautiful young woman, both of us laughing. Standing in a studio, paintbrush in hand, furiously working on a canvas bathed in color. Dinner and serious conversation with a group of friends. Art all around me. So much art. Soon, the happy images faded away, and a shock of disturbing, violent pictures filled my brain. A flash of light, and the world began to spin. A vortex of swirling metal and glass. Blood. Lying in a hospital bed, a concerned doctor at my side. My hands, twisted and ruined, lay atop my stomach. I was shaking with violent sobs. I snatched my hands away and stepped back, balling my hands into fists and pressing them against my chest. My heart was pounding 1,000 miles a minute, and I was shaking, beads of clammy sweat popping out along my brow and above my lip. I glanced at Sloth, but she merely watched me, uncomprehending. Of course she didn't understand. How could she? She could read thoughts, but she didn't have the same clairvoyance I did. She hadn't seen what I'd seen. I looked back at Aaron, swallowing hard and trying to steady myself. I let my eyes travel the length of his arms. His hands were completely normal. And yet, the hands I'd seen in my vision were destroyed. The discrepancy could only mean one thing. You're not Aaron, I breathed. Who are you? Aaron stiffened as his eyes grew wide with shock and confusion. But then, almost so quickly I didn't see it, the expression slanted toward a smirk, and I knew he knew he'd been caught. You're not Aaron, I said, confirming my realization aloud. So, who are you and what do you want? The man I'd tried to shake awake moments ago chuckled and muttered under his breath. I couldn't make out the words, but I knew they weren't English. It was the same language I'd heard him speak in the video of Tabitha's murder. It was you at Tabitha's, I said. Tentatively, I took a step forward. Aaron was telling the truth. He was never there. Somehow you've hijacked his body, but you're not him. Who are you? Aaron's voice took on a deeper timbre and a lilting accent when he answered, "No one to trifle with." The moment Aaron spoke, a new realization shuddered through me. The woman in the vision, I'd seen her before. She was much older now and changed by time. But the intelligence in her eyes was still there last I'd seen her. The woman in the vision was Paula Barbosa. As this realization coalesced in my brain, Aaron, or whoever was pretending to be Aaron, slumped forward as though his knees had turned to jelly. I caught him without thinking, and when my hands touched his skin, nothing happened. No visions. He was heavy, though, and I was not a strong person. I buckled under his weight and tried to catch myself, but it was too late. We both went down. Sloth was on us instantly, getting down on her knees, trying to help. What just happened? Her breathing was fast and shallow, her voice squeaky. Please tell me. For the love of Mike, Pride, tell me what just happened. I pressed my hands to my mouth and shook my head, eyes wide as I tried to make sense of everything. That's not Aaron, I said. Then, reconsidering, I said, I think it is now. I think that's Aaron, asleep for real. But when he was walking around, painting, that wasn't him. It was someone pretending to be him. Someone who somehow invaded his body. Sloth gasped, instinctively jerking away from Aaron, snoring softly on the floor. She turned to me, blinking rapidly. You mean like what happened in your case with Wrath? When that dead guy was trapped in the medium's body? I shook my head. No, that was an accident. You saw it. This was absolutely on purpose. Sloth wrapped her arms around herself, trembling. You think Aaron's being possessed? I shrugged. I don't know what to call it. But yeah, something like that. But that's not all. This man knows Aaron somehow. Or at least he knew Aaron's mom. I saw him with Paula when she was still young, a long time ago. And he's an artist, too. I turned to look over my shoulder at the easel still standing in the middle of the room. It's the same art style, I said, swallowing around a huge lump in my throat. I saw one last thing, too. An accident. Like a car accident? I nodded, still shaking like a leaf. I think so. It landed him in the hospital. Everything got hazy after that. We sat in silence for a while, mulling over the situation. It was impossible to know what Sloth was thinking. Heck, I hardly knew what to think myself. Looking at Aaron now, still and calm as the night, I would never have guessed someone had hijacked his skin just a moment ago. Someone who, according to Sloth, meant to do Aaron harm. Or did he? As the facts of the evening came together in my brain, a new hypothesis emerged. I inhaled sharply and said, Hang on, Sloth. Humor me a minute. You said you heard this guy thinking that he should take Aaron's life, right? Sloth nodded. That's right. It was chilling. I bet, I replied absently. But what if what you interpreted isn't what he meant? My housemate blinked. What do you mean? I gestured toward Aaron. Well, you saw him. He was standing in his living room like nothing on earth was the matter. He was painting in his jammies, for Pete's sake. If your theory is correct, and Aaron is being possessed by someone with murderous intentions, why didn't we find him trying to throw himself from the balcony or strangling himself with a tablecloth? A hint of color returned to Sloth's face. That's a good question. Right, I said, my voice catching with excitement. Because whoever is possessing Aaron doesn't want to take his life as in kill him. He wants to take his life as in take it over. Step into Aaron's shoes, so to speak. Sloth reached for a pigtail, stuffing the end in her mouth and chewing thoughtfully. That makes a creepy kind of sense, she said. But, can I be honest? I'm not sure that's any better. I wouldn't want anyone to kill me, but I certainly wouldn't want them to use my body like a puppet either. She glanced over at Aaron, her face darkening. Do you think he's aware when it happens? Do you think he's trapped in there? When I didn't answer, Sloth sighed, shoulders drooping. Either way, it's unthinkable. How do you protect yourself from someone who can just step into your skin? I didn't have an answer to that, so I said nothing. Well, at least I don't have to feel so bad about leaving him here while I came to get you, she mused aloud. If someone is taking over his body, I guess they can do that anywhere, right? I shrugged. I have no idea, Sloth. I'm not a body snatcher expert. Well, do you think we should wake him and bring him back to Sinful House? I pondered the question a moment before shaking my head. No, you're probably right. He's as safe here as he will be anywhere. Sloth shook herself and climbed to her feet. Come on, then. He'll be too heavy to move to the bedroom or even the sofa, but we can make him comfortable. She retrieved a blanket from the couch and tucked it carefully around him. I found a pillow in the bedroom and stuffed it beneath his head. With Aaron tucked in for the night, Sloth surveyed the room, hands on her hips. I think we've done all we can do here. We should probably get home. I feel like I'm gonna pass out any minute. To punctuate her point, she stretched and yawned, rubbing a knuckle into her eye. There's one good thing about tonight, though. I frowned. Yeah? What's that? Sloth lifted her chin, indicating a black box with a blinking light in the corner I hadn't noticed before. The cameras are on, she said. They must have caught everything. Tomorrow we can watch the footage and see what happened between the time I left and when Aaron woke up. She paused. We need to get an appointment with that shaman sooner rather than later. I don't think Aaron has a lot of time to waste. I followed Sloth silently back to the car. It's a terrible feeling knowing you might hold someone's fate in your hands. Knowing the only thing standing between them and calamity is you and a questionable shaman. But it's an even worse feeling to realize you have no idea how to stop the freight train barreling toward you head on. Chapter 9. Dr. Clifford Bozeman's house was an ostentatious, modern atrocity at the end of a street lined with similar crimes. The house looked like it had been thrown together by one of those cubist painters, somebody like Picasso except not talented. Still, you could tell by looking at it that the guy was swimming in cash and wanted everyone to know exactly how successful he was. Would you take a look at this place? Greed said with a whistle. He pulled up to the curb, idling on the street as he ogled. The architecture is so out of place for Odyssey. It's quite refreshing, actually. It's nice to see people moving into the future instead of living in the past. I snorted in the passenger seat beside him. Moving into the future? This place looks like a kid built it with Legos. Greed tutted and shot me a disapproving sideways glance. It's clear you have no eye for architecture pride, he sighed wistfully. But surely even you can appreciate the hard work that went into acquiring a place like this. I grunted. If he'd said something like, the hard work that went into building a place like this, I probably would have agreed, though grudgingly. After all, it's greed we're talking about. But acquiring it? So the guy was rich. Whoop-de-doo. That wasn't exactly a feat. He was probably born into money like everybody else in Odyssey. Doesn't it seem showy? Like, when you have a house like this, aren't you just bragging about your bank account? Greed chuckled but didn't look in my direction. And why shouldn't he brag? Should he not be proud of his accomplishments? He earned his wealth through skill, cunning, and thousands upon thousands of hours of highly skilled, in-demand labor. In fact, he should have more than just a beautiful home. He should have an expensive car, or 12, his own airplane, a personal waitstaff to serve him hand and foot. Someone this accomplished should never stop wanting more. That kind of greed is excessive and disgusting, I said, too aware how close I sounded to wrath. I think a hideous house is enough. Greed snorted. It might not be your taste, but it does make a statement. You can't deny that. And he should be proud of what he's done, what he has. Don't you, after all, know something about pride? I blushed at the admonishment, though I shouldn't have taken it personally. My pride didn't run toward vanity. Mine was more the too ornery to show vulnerability kind. There was a big difference. There's pride. And then there's pride, I said, knowing how stupid that sounded as the words left my mouth. But it seemed I couldn't shut up, because then I followed that cockamamie statement with, I'm just saying, it's obvious he's compensating for something. That's interesting, Greed said, angling his body to face me. And yet you're on this show to win your heart's ultimate desire. What will you ask for if you win, Pride? A mansion of your own, a fleet of luxury cars. Maybe your own island where you won't have to hobnob with common people? Surely that's even more, what was your word? Showy? Surely that's showier than a big house. So, then, what are you overcompensating for? My skin flushed and I turned away, folding my arms over my chest. Don't psychoanalyze me. Don't say things that beg for psychoanalysis. I gritted my teeth but forced myself to face Greed again. Rule number 1. Don't let greed get under my skin. I took a calming breath and started over. So, what's this guy's deal anyway? What kind of doctor is he? Now, Greed killed the engine and turned to face me. He's a nephrologist, he said. I blinked in surprise. Nephrology? Wait, you're telling me that's a real thing? He's got a medical license to analyze the bumps on your head? I thought that was bunk science. Greed was staring at me like I had just sprouted a second head, and I felt my cheeks color red. I didn't know what I'd said wrong, but I knew I'd misspoken somehow, which made my stomach roil. I guess nobody likes to look the fool, but I was the worst at it. I could never let these little humiliations go. I was sure I'd still be thinking about this moment in 50 years, getting shamefaced and sweaty all over again. Sometimes, having a brain is seriously for the birds. In the back seat, Lust cleared her throat. You're thinking of phrenology, she said. That's the pseudoscience where you determine a person's personality traits based on the bumps on their skull. Greed's talking about nephrology, doctors who treat the kidneys. You got the letters mixed up. I glanced back at the house, my eyes narrowing. So this guy got rich doing what? Healing people with failing kidneys? That sounds vile to me. Greed smirked, his head tilted slightly to the side as he eyed me with what I thought was curiosity, like I was a lab specimen. Please, expound on that. No, really, I'd like to understand your reasoning. I gestured to the house at the end of the street. Well, just look at that thing. Aren't doctors supposed to help people? Greed folded his arms, tucking his fingers beneath his armpits. We are, and we do, he said. I swear, Greed never missed an opportunity to remind me he was a medical doctor. What's your point? I scoffed and jerked my head once again toward the house. Well, how is lining your pockets with sick people's money making the world a better place? He's got to be gouging these people. I mean, how many people with messed up kidneys can there possibly be in Odyssey to earn him this much money? Greed studied me a moment longer, his lips twitching as he gave the slightest shake of his head. Really, your mind is fascinating. You should let me interview you for my book. I think the world would love to hear your astoundingly adolescent worldview. He clapped his hands together and glanced in the rear view at Lust. So, shall we sit in the car discussing the ethics of profiting off one's contributions to society? Or shall we go inside and ask the good doctor if we could pretty please borrow his magical sword, which he no doubt procured with money earned from those self-same talents? It was a rhetorical question, I guess, because he didn't wait for an answer. He climbed out of the car and slammed the door behind him before I'd even unbuckled my seatbelt. I looked over my shoulder at Lust, laughing in the back seat with a hand covering her mouth. I gave her my best scowl. "You think this is funny?" I asked. "I thought you'd be on my side here. He gets rich while sick people go bankrupt?" Lust groaned as she opened her door. "I think you've been spending too much time with Wrath. Less video games, more investigating." "Come on, freak show," she said, hauling herself from the vehicle. I lagged behind the other two, disgruntled that yet again, somehow, greed had managed to get the better of me. I really needed to up my game. The problem was, I didn't have much game to up. We didn't have to wait long on the porch before the door opened to reveal a man so large, he filled the whole doorway. He was unusually tall, pasty, and shaped like a Christmas tree. From the way he was dressed, he had to be the butler. A crisp tuxedo was complemented by a silver cummerbund, a black striped cravat, and shining patent leather shoes. And, honest to goodness, the guy wore a pair of optic white cotton gloves. "You must be Dr. Bozeman's 10 o'clock. I blinked, taken aback. His voice didn't match his appearance at all. He looked like he belonged in a horror comic or maybe an episode of The Munsters. He also looked extremely bored. His face was slack, the corners of his eyes drooped. His whole demeanor exuded a general malaise usually reserved for wet napkins and teenage girls. But his voice was high and sharp, his vowels round with some kind of British accent. Without waiting for a reply, he motioned for us to follow him. Inside Dr. Bozeman's house was like stepping into a museum. As far as I could see was a slapdash collection of artifacts from various parts of the world, all from different time periods. A suit of armor stood beside a primitive wooden shield. A book that looked eerily like the Gutenberg Bible was displayed between a Roman bust and a beaded necklace that would have looked at home encircling the neck of Cleopatra. Even the rugs looked like something from a movie set. None of the pieces matched, but each was exquisitely crafted, each color and shape telling its own story. It was a madhouse of collectibles. I craned my neck to take in as much as possible. No sign of the sword, though. Dr. Bozeman sat behind a desk, tapping away at his laptop with a scowl. He was a lot younger than I expected. His hair was brown and curly, with only a few shots of silver here and there. He wore a t-shirt for a band I'd never heard of under a black sport coat. He didn't seem to notice us come in. The butler cleared his throat, clicked his heels together, and announced in a bored drone, "Cliff, your 10 o'clock is here. Should I bring some coffee?" The doctor's gaze flicked up briefly, but he quickly returned his attention to his computer screen, his scowl deepening. "Sure, if you don't mind. Cappuccino for me." Again, his eyes flicked up. "You all?" "Whatever's easy," Lust said. "We don't want to take up too much of your time." The butler left, leaving us standing around while Dr. Bozeman ignored us, typing furiously at his laptop. Eventually, Greed sucked in a loud breath and gestured toward the empty chairs before the doctor's desk. "Mind if we sit, doctor?" "Do what you like and call me Cliff." The barest grin fluttered over his lips. "I don't mean to keep you waiting, but I'll just be a moment. Maggie's coffee is fantastic, though. Worth the wait." I cocked my head toward the door. "Maggie's your butler?" The doctor, Cliff, laughed. "Good grief, no. Brian's my butler. Maggie's my wife." He paused, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. "How do you spell Seraphine?" I looked at Lust, who shrugged at me. I looked to Greed, expecting to see equal befuddlement in his expression. Instead, he grinned, clasped his hands at the small of his back, and rocked onto his heels. "Serrefine," he said. The doctor typed the word and then sat back, satisfied. "Excellent. Thank you. My computer always tells me I've spelled it wrong, even when I haven't. Of course, in this case, I actually had spelled it wrong. I always want to throw a PH in there instead of an F. And that second E throws me off, too. So which is it? Spelling bee champion or surgeon?" "Neither," Greed said. "I'm a psychiatrist, but I have fond memories of my surgical rotation in medical school. Is that right?" Cliff leaned back, fingers laced at the base of his skull. "I don't. Well, we're not here to talk about me. What can I do for you folks?" At that moment, Brian returned with a tray of coffees, which he passed around silently before stepping out of the room once again. Coffees in hand, Lust and Greed took the 2 chairs. Since there was nowhere for me to sit, I hovered awkwardly by the window. At least I had a nice view. "I assume Trisha told you why we're here," Greed began. The doctor nodded. "You're here about the girls from Rising Stars. Fascinating case. What have you found so far?" "Nothing medical," Greed said. "But then, I'm guessing you know that. If there were something medically wrong with those girls, we would have found it." The doctor sat abruptly forward and took a long, decadent sip from his steaming mug. "Have you tasted yours yet? Go ahead, try it. Truly delicious. Maggie does a lot right, but her coffee tops the charts. So, right, nothing wrong with the girls medically, but you're not here to talk medicine. Trisha said you had a favor to ask." Greed turned his head to look at Lust, giving her the floor. She scooted forward, leaning in just enough to give the doctor a conservative eyeful of the low neckline of her t-shirt. "We suspect the girls are being tormented by a water spirit trying to assert its dominance," she said. "We think we can appease the spirit by offering a prestigious gift as a welcome. We think your samurai sword might do just the trick." Dr. Bozeman took another sip of his coffee, loudly slurping before setting it aside and folding his hands atop his desk. "I see. And what makes you think my sword is the right answer?" "Well, not only is it rare and thus valuable," Greed said, "but, from what we hear, it's imbued with magic. Now, I know I'm a newcomer to this town, and there's plenty about which I remain ignorant. But I'm not personally aware of any other magical objects in Odyssey. If we had other options, I'm sure we would pursue them. But alas, we must come to you with hat in hand." Greed smiled indulgently, his eyes all but twinkling with forced charm. "Believe me, none of us wants to ask for a favor, but it seems we don't have much other choice." The doctor sighed heavily before drawing to his feet and walking toward the window where I stood. I stepped to the side, making room for him as he peered out over the flower garden, hands dug into his pockets. "I'd like to help you," he said. "Of course I would. I've lived in Odyssey all my life and I have deep regard and love for my neighbors. But I'm afraid I can't loan you that sword." Lust turned in her seat, holding her hands out, palm up. "We won't hurt it," she said. "We'll return it after a few days in perfect shape. It's merely an offering, a gesture of goodwill. You'll hardly even know it was gone." The doctor nodded, his gaze still focused on something outside. "I understand the request, and still, I must deny you. That sword you see is far too valuable, not just monetarily but sentimentally. I can't just turn it over to strangers. I'm sorry, but I just can't do that." "Dr. Bozeman," Lust interrupted, "I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation." The doctor turned on his heels, hands still in his pockets as he peered at Lust. "I assure you, I do. But there are things about that sword you don't understand. Information I choose not to share. And don't try to pressure me about it," he said, pointing a finger. "I'm afraid I'm quite resolved on this issue. If there is another way I can help, please let me know. But loaning you the sword is out of the question." Lust rose to her feet and sauntered toward the doctor, hips swinging suggestively. As soon as I saw the curve of her lips and the coquettish tilt of her head, I knew what she was about to try. Confirming my suspicions, she stepped close to the doctor and placed a hand on his chest. "You'll be doing so much good for those girls and the community," she breathed softly. "Are you sure we can't borrow the sword, just for a few days?" She leaned in closer, her voice breathy with suggestion. "It really is the right thing to do." The doctor took Lust's wrist and pushed her gently away as he stepped backward. "Look, I'm not sure what people you're used to dealing with," he said, his voice gentle but cold. "But I don't appreciate that behavior. In fact, perhaps it's better if you all see yourselves out." Dr. Bozeman was already back in his chair before any of us moved. Lust looked at me, confusion written plainly on her face. Greed stood and walked toward her, placed his hand on the flat of her back, and guided her toward the door. "Thank you for your time," he said over his shoulder. The doctor only grunted in reply. Chapter 10. Well, that was a colossal waste of time. Lust sat beside me, arms crossed petulantly over her chest as I drove us back to Sinful House. A scowl was scribbled over her features as she stared out the window. "I don't understand why my charms didn't work on him. That's never happened before. We should be driving back to the house with the sword in the trunk right now." "You're not thinking about this correctly, Lust," Greed said from the back seat. "There is nothing wrong with your charms. It looks like the good doctor isn't romantically interested in women." I scoffed. "Yeah, well, someone should probably tell that to his wife." I meant it as a joke, but I heard the leather seats whine as Greed scooted forward. I glanced in the rearview mirror to see him stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Now, that's not a bad idea, Pride," he drawled. "If we can't convince him to loan us the sword in good faith, perhaps we can blackmail it out of him." "You want to threaten to out the guy to his wife so he'll loan us his magical sword?" I made a disgusted sound in my throat. "That's low, Greed, even for you." "I agree," Lust said. "There's got to be another way. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a homewrecker." "And it doesn't matter anyway," I reminded them. "Portia refuses to have anything to do with this. She said it would look bad for her campaign. I thought once we had the sword we could change her mind, but without it, we're back to square one." "Not true," Greed said. "Remember, we can still ask the headmistress to present the gift. She isn't as good a choice as Portia, but she's better than a thumb in the eye." I grunted, tapping my fingers lightly on the steering wheel. "I guess. But the fact remains, we don't have the sword anyway. So no matter which way you look at it, we're up a creek." When we arrived at the house, I trudged up to my room and threw myself on my bed. I figured escaping into a novel for an hour or two might unlock my brain and release some new ideas. Lord knew we needed them. But I had hardly been reading for 15 minutes when there was a knock on my door. I waited, but no one pushed my door open. That was curious because it meant it wasn't one of my ill-mannered, impatient, nosy housemates. I set my book aside and sat up. "Come in." The door opened, and Portia Cameron stepped into my room. She was wearing a pair of faded jeans and a pink blouse with pearl buttons. White blonde hair was pulled into a ballerina-perfect bun, a few curled tendrils framing her face. Her gaze swept over my room, and she grinned sheepishly, tucking a stray lock behind an ear. "Nice place you got here." I almost laughed. I knew that body language. This wasn't Portia. I narrowed my eyes and folded my legs crisscross applesauce. "Peyton? What the heck are you doing here?" The blonde woman padded over to my bed and perched on the edge, beaming. "Wow, This is an auspicious day indeed. Usually it takes people months, if not years, to tell the difference between me and Portia. And you've done it already. What's it been? Just a few weeks?" I chuckled happily at her flattery. Even if she was putting me on, the small praise was a nice shot in the arm, even if it wasn't deserved. "I can't tell you apart at all," I admitted. "It's just that number one, Portia wouldn't be caught dead coming into my bedroom uninvited. And number two, it was the way you were standing there smiling. You weren't acting like somebody who considers me one step above scum of the earth. So I figured you couldn't be your sister." Peyton leaned back into her hands, tilting her head to the side and giving me a wary look. "You really need to give her more credit," she scolded. "She doesn't think badly of you. She just has an image to uphold. You know how it is. Women in politics are always fighting an uphill battle, even in a progressive town like Odyssey. My sister is dealing with stresses that you and I can't even imagine." I dipped my chin toward my chest and gave Peyton my best reproachful glare. "Stresses I can't imagine? I've got 6 girls who keep drowning for no reason. Greed saw the future, you know. If we don't figure out what's going on with them, one or more of them could die." Peyton scooted back, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. She bit down on her lower lip as her eyes glinted. "Well, that's actually why I'm here." "What's why you're here?" "The girls," Peyton said. "I heard you talking to my sister on the phone. Something about having her present a magical sword to a water spirit?" I groaned. "Yeah, that was the idea. But apparently it's just not going to work out." Peyton nodded. "Yeah, Portia's got her head up her hiney on this one. I'll give you that. But here's the thing." She nudged me in the side with an elbow, a coy smile curling over her lips. "You don't actually need Portia. You just need the spirit to believe it's dealing with Portia." Admittedly, I'm not always the quickest thinker in the world, so I guess it's not surprising that her meaning didn't occur to me immediately. It took a beat or two, but when I realized what she was proposing, I waved my hands before my face, shaking my head in vehement refusal. "No way," I said. "We've already done this twin-swapping thing too many times. I don't need to get into more hot water with your sister or the police, so just forget it." "You're so short-sighted," Peyton said, exasperated. "You need someone to appease the spirit, right? And Portia won't do it, but it's not like she said I can't do it." "You could do it," I agreed, "as yourself, not as your sister. But the spirit probably won't give a fig about you. No offense." "None taken. But listen, Portia never has to know a thing. I've already thought it out. Let me help. I need to help. I'm so bored sitting at home. And don't suggest I get a job on some charity board," she admonished, pointing a finger in my face. "I don't know what I want to do with my life, but I know it's not that." I grunted and folded my arms across my chest. "Nobody wants to get a job, Peyton," I said. "It's just that for us normal people, it's an inevitability. We have to pay the bills somehow." Peyton shrugged. "Well, I guess I'm lucky I'm rich. Anyway, back to the point. You said yourself, those girls are in mortal peril. So what else are you going to do?" I sighed and ran my fingers through my hair. My shoulders drooped in dejection. I couldn't imagine I'd ever use the phrase mortal peril, but the sentiment was the same, regardless. "Look, it's sweet of you to offer, but it doesn't matter anyway. We saw Cliff Bozeman today. He flat out refused to lend the sword to us. He said there were things about it we didn't understand. I guess he was trying to imply it was too dangerous to fall into just anyone's hands or something." I didn't get to ask about that, though, because then lust tried to seduce him into getting her way, and he didn't fall for it. Then he kicked us out of the house. The whole thing was kind of a disaster. Peyton chuckled. "Lust's magic didn't work on him? Oh, man, that's going to bruise his wife's ego a bit, isn't it?" "Nobody's going to tell her a thing," I said, giving her a stern look. "Not even you." Cross my heart. Peyton was quiet for a moment, but when she spoke again, she had a strange look on her face I couldn't read. You know what I'm thinking? I picked up my discarded novel and pretended to read. Of course not. I'm not a mind reader. You've got me mixed up with sloth. Well, it's so easy to do, she said. You look so much alike. I frowned into my book. No, we don't. Sloth is much shorter, blonde. I was kidding, Pride. It was a joke. I cleared my throat. I know, I lied. I was just playing along. Of course you were. Well, anyway, since you're not a mind reader, I guess I'll just tell you what I think. I think we should steal it. I dropped the book again and stared at her flatly. Steal the sword, I repeated. She grinned, lip curling beneath her teeth. It was then I recognized the look on her face. It was mischief. Exactly. Peyton. I sighed noisily, like a decompressing air mattress when a fat guy body slams it. That is the stupidest, and I have heard a lot of stupidest thing I've ever heard. Peyton unwound herself from the knot she'd formed with her legs and arms and crawled over to where I sat until her thighs pressed against mine. She lowered her voice, but the excitement cut through her words all the same. My sister won't help you. Cliff Bozeman won't help you. But you still have 6 girls whose lives depend on you. Do you have any other ideas? Do you guys even have a plan B? No, I said, but nothing. Stop wasting time. Let's sneak into Dr. B's house and snag the sword. We'll take it to the high school where I'll pretend to be my sister. We'll present the sword to the spirit and bingo, bango, bongo. The water spirit is appeased, and those girls should wake up, dry and healthy as clams. Clams are wet, I objected. Healthy as rocks, then. I didn't bother to correct the various things wrong with this simile because my mind was whirring. Here's what I was thinking. Legally, we shouldn't even consider this plot. Breaking into a person's home was serious business. But on the other hand, it wasn't like I hadn't done it before. In fact, I was getting to be a pro at breaking into places whether I liked it or not. Ethically, Dr. Bozeman had a right to both his property and an inviolate home. It would break all kinds of social agreements if we sneaked into his house and took his stuff. After all, he was not obligated to surrender his belongings to save someone else's life. Morally, the pros of getting the girls healthy as rocks outweighed the cons of violating the sanctity of a man's home. And didn't the Hippocratic Oath say something about letting strangers borrow your magic sword if it meant saving another person's life? Maybe it didn't say that explicitly, but that was certainly the idea in spirit. Plus, if I'm being honest, I was more than a little annoyed that the doctor hadn't just handed over the sword in the first place, knowing what was at stake. But just because the ends justify the means doesn't mean the means won't get you arrested. And I still had a healthy aversion to prison. Legally and ethically, I should walk away from this ridiculous idea. But morally, I blew a raspberry and groaned. We can't steal his sword, Peyton. The mayoral look-alike shrugged. Why not? It can't be that hard. I mean, we shouldn't, I corrected. I know what you meant, she said, but I stand by what I said. It can't be that hard. Have you ever broken into a house before? Peyton grimaced. No, but here's the thing about Odyssey that you don't understand. People here think they're untouchable. Whether it's because of their money, connections, or they just think they have fate on their side, people here think they're special, especially people who have lived here their whole lives. And Cliff's family has been here for generations. They're an OG Odyssey family. They think they're anointed. It wouldn't surprise me if Cliff doesn't even lock his doors at night. I smirked. Do you lock your doors at night? Peyton's smugness slipped quietly from her face, the corners of her mouth drawing into a frown. I do, she whispered, because I'm scared. I'm scared of what could happen to me when I'm not looking. My stomach tightened and my throat closed as I dropped my eyes in shame. Of course, Peyton locked her doors. She'd been kidnapped in broad daylight and held captive for more than a year. That kind of trauma didn't disappear overnight. Locking her doors was probably the least of her security measures. She probably slept with a gun under her pillow. I know I would. I shook off the thought and sat up straight. Okay, I see your point about the people who live here. It doesn't really change anything, though. The last thing I need is trouble with the police. At this point, I'm probably one shenanigan away from Leavenworth. Peyton chuckled through her nose, rolling her eyes. You're so dramatic. Nobody's going to prison. We won't even get caught. We can be in and out of Clifford's house in under 10 minutes. Maybe even 5. When I didn't say anything, Peyton laid a hand on my arm. Wouldn't you do anything to save those girls? I looked up, my gaze meeting hers. People always say things like that, I said. They say they would do anything when they just mean it's important to them. But it's never true. Do anything? No, I wouldn't do anything. Then, reconsidering, I added, I would do a lot, though. Peyton's fingers tightened around my wrist. Good. Lean into that, Pride. With or without you, I'm going in for that sword. But I'd rather do it with you. I tried to ignore her. I really did. The idea of stealing a magical sword was so far outside my comfort zone, I couldn't even see it from here. But instead, I heard myself say, All right, screw it. What's another crime on my rap sheet? She squealed, throwing her arms around me and planting a noisy kiss on my cheek. I knew I could count on you. You won't regret this. By the time Peyton bounced from my room and shut the door behind her, I already regretted it. But instead of working myself up by concocting elaborate bad luck scenarios that ended with me in handcuffs or worse, I got up and went to find Gluttony. I was pretty sure I could convince him to make me something tasty to increase my sneak. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh well, only one way to find out. Chapter 11. Clifford Bozeman's house looked a lot less like an affront to humanity in the middle of the night when you couldn't really see it. Peyton and I were standing on the street opposite the house, dressed in black and trying to look inconspicuous. This was made easier by the lack of street lamps. According to Peyton, the city removed them because they weren't aesthetically pleasing. Still, it was stupid to stand there like we were. Anybody looking out a window would see 2 people dressed like prowlers and wonder what the heck we were up to. But the good news was, if it came to that, Peyton would just do her best Portia impression and talk her way out of it. I guess there was an upside to planning a crime on an unlit city block in the dead of night with the mayor's twin sister. But of course, I hoped it didn't come to that. Okay, Peyton said. Here's the plan. We'll sneak around the back and go in through the service entrance. All these big houses have one. I've never been in this house before, so I don't know the layout. But I figure if we flub our stealthy break-in, at least we won't be noticed from the street. That's not a bad idea, I agreed. But I actually have been in the house. He's got a bunch of antiques in the room right off the foyer. The sword might be in there. If we go in through the back, we'll have to pick our way to the front anyway, which could draw the attention of someone inside the house. Clifford, his wife, or the butler. And who knows how many other servants might live here. Peyton made a face like she hadn't considered this before, then bobbed her head side to side. Yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, this'll be a cakewalk. I pulled a dubious expression, and Peyton slapped me playfully on the arm. Keep your chin up, Pride. Don't look so glum. Remember, we're doing this for a good reason. Let's go. We took one last look up and down the darkened street before scurrying up to the house as soundlessly as possible. We paused before the door, breath caught in our throats. Then, the moment of truth. Peyton placed a hand on the doorknob and turned. The door swung open. Peyton clamped a hand over her mouth as she squealed. See, I told you. Odyssey's bourgeoisie are so predictable. We slipped silently inside, letting our eyes adjust to the darkness. It's a crazy thing to be inside a house at night when you've only seen it in the brightness of day. Rooms transform. Everything looks sinister. While I knew those two looming shadows against the wall were armor suits, now they looked like monsters from another dimension. The whole place was eerie, like a haunted house at Halloween. How should we do this? Peyton whispered. Split up or stay together? I gaped at her, incredulous. What did I look like? A professional cat burglar? This was her cockamamie idea, and she didn't have a plan? Okay, yes, I had done this before, but only the breaking in part. The snooping around and stealing stuff part was unexplored territory, so I had to wing it. I guess let's stick together. That way, when we find the sword, we won't have to find each other again. We can just skedaddle on out of here. Peyton agreed with a silent dip of her chin. Quiet as church mice, we began our search. We crept past display cases filled with jewelry, antique hair combs, hairbrushes, and hand mirrors. We bypassed mannequins wearing ancient clothing from every corner of the world, from Egypt to the Balkans. We tiptoed past painted ceramic pots, rough-hewn kettles, and what looked like a prehistoric boat paddle. See anything? Peyton whispered. It's hard to say, I muttered. The room was filled with so much stuff, it was hard to really see it. It reminded me of those reality shows with the people who keep fitting more and more junk into their houses. Clifford's house wasn't dirty, but there was so much stuff everywhere that it felt hard to breathe all the same. Just as I was thinking that maybe the sword wasn't in this first room after all, I heard Peyton's soft intake of breath. I stopped in my tracks and turned to follow her gaze. At first, I didn't see it. Just a haphazard assortment of monocles, an early typewriter, and an ancient pitcher. But then, poking out from beneath a velvet-embroidered cloak, was a glint of metal. Tentatively, I reached out, pushing the fabric aside to reveal what we'd come here for, a magical, shining samurai sword. Even in the dark, it was a stunning work of art. A slender, curving blade, 3 feet long, reflected the pale moonlight streaming from a window. The square guard looked like cast gold, though I knew it couldn't be. The grip was wrapped in a flat, dark leather. It was not fancy, but then it didn't need to be. The artistry was in the craftsmanship. Peyton took a step forward, leaning in for a better look. Is that it? She asked. That has to be it, right? But it's just sitting here. He doesn't even have it in a display case. Didn't you say he considered this a magical artifact too powerful for just anyone to take hold of? I shrugged. That's what he implied anyway. On the other hand, Peyton continued, he just got it back from the museum. So maybe he got distracted when he was putting it back in its place. I had half a mind to argue this point because in my opinion, if you owned a powerful magical item, you should be a better steward and not leave it out in the open for just anyone to grab. Of course, until a few days ago, I didn't even know magical items existed, so this was more of a spur-of-the-moment belief than a long-held philosophy. But also, I supposed Clifford wasn't expecting intruders, so maybe he didn't think safeguarding his treasure was that big a deal. But then again, aren't you supposed to expect the unexpected? No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, I said aloud to myself. What? I shook myself out of my reverie. Nothing. Come on, let's get out of here. I grabbed the sword. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe a jolt of lightning through my body, or a surge of energy, or even a gentle buzz or pulse. But as my fingers closed over the hilt, I felt nothing at all. Just smooth, cool leather. I jerked my head towards the door, and Peyton and I retraced our steps, winding our way through the treasure room back out to the foyer. We moved more quickly now, the adrenaline of our imminent escape propelling our feet forward. My heart pounded in my throat. My fingers tightened around the grip. I reached out and laid my free hand on the knob of the front door. And then the lights came on. The sudden illumination blinded me, and I clamped a hand over my eyes as I spun away from the door. I felt Peyton stumble, collapsing into my side. She swallowed loudly and wheezed, "Uh-oh." In retrospect, we should have bolted. All we had to do was throw open the door and run pell-mell into the night. I'd never sprinted across a street or slid into a getaway car with a priceless sword clenched in my fist. But it couldn't have been that hard. We could have done it. But we didn't. We froze like deer in headlights. I heard loud breathing and a thump, thump, thump as someone descended the staircase. Their slippered feet came into view first, followed by their telltale physique shaped like Grimace from the Ronald McDonald Gang. Brian the butler thudded into the foyer wearing a white cotton nightgown and, I kid you not, a matching stocking cap. I half expected him to carry a candlestick to complete the look. "The police are on their way," he drawled in his bored, nasally tone as he alighted in the foyer. "I suppose you could try to escape, but this place has cameras anyway. And now with the lights on, you're already caught on video. You might as well turn yourselves in to the police. It'll be less trouble in the long run. It's up to you, though. Discuss your options among yourselves. In the meantime, I'll go make some tea." I watched dumbfounded as Brian turned a corner and lurched down the hall. I turned to Peyton, eyes wide. The color had drained from her face and she was as white as a sheet. "Well, what should we do?" I asked. She glanced over her shoulder in the direction Brian had gone. "He might have been lying about cops and cameras and stuff," she whispered. "We should go. We can take the sword straight to Rising Stars, make the offering, and be back in bed before the cops question us in the morning." "We'll never get into Rising Stars on our own," I countered. "The place is like Fort Knox. You need a key card to get past the gates and everything. No, I think we should—" The front door flew open, and a team of police poured into the foyer, guns drawn. Peyton screamed as a half-dozen gun barrels pointed our way. "Odyssey PD! Hands up and don't move! You!" The cop waved his gun in my direction. "Drop the weapon!" For 1 second, two parts of my brain went to war with each other. Drop the sword like a good criminal, or gently place the ancient magical artifact on the ground. I might not have much of an appreciation for art, but I did have a healthy respect for history. No, scratch that. I had a healthy respect for not setting off the magic weapon. I had no idea what kind of magic the thing had, and now wasn't the time to discover that it blasted omnidirectional flames when mishandled or something. On the other hand, I also wasn't keen on being shot. I was certain regular bullets would be just as uncomfortable as magic flames. I released my grip. The sword clattered to the ground as I raised my hands in the air. The front door was still open, and a man dressed in civilian clothes stepped through the gaggle of uniformed officers clogging Clifford's front entryway. When I saw who it was, my heart sank into the floor. "And here I thought you'd given up your life of crime," Detective Doyle said. "It's complicated," I answered. The detective smirked. "It always is with you." That wasn't exactly fair, but I knew where he was coming from. The detective and I had a storied history together. He once saved my life in the basement of a madman's house, but thanks to me, he made an important arrest that night. I thought that made us pretty much square, but I wasn't sure the detective agreed. I'd mucked up more than a few of his crime scenes, and he'd threatened me with arrest more than once. And now, here we were, coming full circle. Detective Kelly Doyle was finally getting what he wanted. Me in handcuffs. It was not as sexy as they made it look on TV. "This isn't what it looks like," I said as Detective Doyle grabbed my hands, twisted them behind my back, and clamped cuffs around my wrists. "You don't have to bind those so tightly. I'm not going anywhere. You know where I live." Detective Doyle didn't respond, instead turning his attention to my accomplice. When he saw her, his face fell, and the air went out of him as he cursed. "Cream in my coffee. Peyton? He gestured vaguely around him. What are you doing here? Peyton stiffened, clucking her tongue against her teeth. You wouldn't understand. I'm sure you're right about that. What were you thinking? How long have you been back home? A few weeks? A month? And you're breaking into houses? I always thought you were better than your sister. With a sniff, Peyton asked, What's that supposed to mean? The detective sighed. Nothing. Forget it. We can talk more down at the station. He spun her around and handcuffed her. Then the officers led us in a walk of shame to the patrol cars waiting on the street. Chapter 12. I spent the night in a holding cell. I requested a phone call like they do on those cop shows, but the officers confiscated my phone, and I didn't know anyone's number by heart. Detective Doyle said that happened a lot. A tragic side effect of the modern era was an over-reliance on speed dial. If I ever decide to commit a crime again in the future, and that's a darn big if, I'll be sure to memorize a reliable person's number, or at least pin it to the inside of my underwear. Anyway, with no one to call, I had to lie in my cell all night, fitfully trying to sleep while my mind conjured up all the ways this fiasco could ruin my life. So, you can imagine my confusion and relief when morning came and the cops told me someone had bailed me out. But when I saw who it was, I actually considered staying in jail. Because while I didn't have anyone's number memorized, Peyton did. And that's how I ended up sitting on a couch in Portia Cameron's living room, getting shouted at by a furious mayoral candidate at a little after 10 in the morning. What in the name of everything good and holy were you two thinking? Portia, you know why we were there, I said, my voice whiny with fatigue and exasperation. We asked Cliff nicely to loan us the sword, and he refused. So what were we supposed to do? Portia stared at me wide-eyed, shaking in her disbelief. Oh, I don't know. Devise a plan B. Ask again. Bribe him with something. What you were not supposed to do was break into his house with my sister. Don't yell at pride, Peyton interrupted. This whole thing was my idea. Those girls are sick, and since you wouldn't help and the doctor wouldn't help, I took this into my own hands. Your own hands? Portia folded her arms over her chest as she paced before us, her eyes practically bugging out of her head. You mean my own hands, don't you? You were going to pretend to be me, again, and present that ridiculous sword to the water spirit, weren't you? Peyton's cheeks colored pink. Portia? Don't deny it. You know what I got in my email yesterday? Portia pulled a phone from her pocket, typed something in, and then tossed the phone into Peyton's lap. My campaign manager Lydia sent me the video I shot at Sinful House so I could approve the final cut. Except I never shot any video at Sinful House. That's you in that video. How could you? Peyton tossed her hands in the air, incensed. I was trying to help you. The cast didn't want to shoot the video as written, and you didn't have time to come down to Sinful House to record new footage, so I stepped in for you. What's the big deal? The big deal is that you are not me, and I'm sick and tired of you pretending you are. Ever since you came back from your abduction, you've been acting strange. You don't want to look for a job. You don't want to do charitable work. I never said that, Peyton objected. I said I didn't want to sit on the board of some charity, and that's not the same. And you insist on pretending to be me, Portia continued, ignoring her sister's interruption. You impersonated me to sneak pride into City Hall. You did it again to film a campaign commercial I did not approve. And then you planned yet another impersonation to welcome a water spirit to Odyssey with a stolen sword. Peyton, how can you not see how deeply wrong and troubled this behavior is? Let's forget for a minute that your actions could jeopardize my standing in this town. It's like you've rejected your own life, and you're trying to step into mine." Peyton rolled her eyes and snorted. "This is so far-fetched." "You're even dressing like me now," Portia shouted. Peyton gestured to her outfit. "What, this? This is practical. I'm wearing all black because I was breaking in." "You're wearing my Burberry slacks and my Marc Jacobs blouse." Portia laughed mirthlessly. "Before you were kidnapped, your personal aesthetic consisted entirely of anthropology and free people." "Oh, get off your high horse, Portia," Peyton sneered. "I know you. You're flattered to death that I've been wearing your clothes. You were the one who suggested I see your tailor." Portia stopped pacing and took a deep breath, her eyes fluttering closed as she tried to steady her nerves. "Peyton, do you remember when we were girls and you fell out of that tree and broke your arm?" Peyton rolled her eyes. "Of course." "And do you also remember how I cried right along with you, cradling my own arm, as Mom rushed you to the hospital? Remember how Dad said I was faking it for attention, and the doctor had to explain that sometimes twins feel each other's pain and I was genuinely suffering?" Peyton's eyes flickered. "I remember. To this day, I get a pain in my elbow if it rains." Portia's voice was soft but edged with something sad, something I, who never had a sibling, let alone a twin, could scarcely understand. "And I wasn't the one who broke my elbow. I've always felt your pain, Peyton, and I still feel it now." She pressed a hand to her chest to underscore her point. "I feel how unwell you are, and even though it did not happen to me, I know you're suffering. You lost a year of your life. I cannot imagine what you went through in the custody of those maniacs. I'm no shrink, but if I had to guess, it's probably natural to try to escape the horror of your reality by pretending to be someone you aren't, by imitating someone else, especially if you think their life has been easier or less stressful, or easier and less stressful." Peyton was perched on the edge of the couch, the color rising in her face. Cords stood out on her neck as her nostrils flared. "Portia, when have you ever suffered a moment of discomfort in your entire life? You weren't the one born with a genetic abnormality that caused you to become birds. You weren't kidnapped. You weren't forced to live in a cage and be subjected to heinous experiments for an entire year. So let's not pretend your life is simply less stressful. While I was suffering, you were making millions and building your empire." "If you're unhappy with your life," Portia said, hands clenched at her side as she tried to steady her voice, "then you need to redirect and refocus. You cannot let your trauma define you. You've lost a lot, but you still have much to gain. Life is not a linear progression, Peyton. Figure out who you want to be and go become it, but stop trying to become me." The twins fell into uncomfortable silence while they stared daggers at each other. I was about a half-second away from trying to escape when Portia relented, her shoulders sagging as the wind went out of her. "I'm done harping on you about this," she said, shaking her head sadly. "Let's get back to the immediate problem. You shouldn't have broken into Cliff Bozeman's house. It was wrong." I made a disgusted sound in my throat and leaned back into the sofa cushions. "So we should just let those girls die because it's wrong to take a sword without permission? That sword could save them. Why on earth wouldn't he just loan it to us?" "Because it's a fake," Portia groaned. She cursed under her breath before falling heavily into an armchair opposite Peyton and me, holding her head in her hands. "It's a replica. A copy. The actual sword resides in a palace in Japan somewhere." I glanced over at Peyton, who shrugged. I turned back to Portia, hands spread before me. "How do you know that?" "Because everything about Cliff is fake," she said, still clutching her head. "He's delusional. He lives in his own fantasy world." I blinked, lips twitching. "How can that be? The guy's a nephrologist. Or maybe a phrenologist, I can't remember which. Anyway, he's the chief of medicine at Odyssey General, for crying out loud." Portia snorted and stretched her legs out before her, alternately flexing and pointing her toes as she laced her fingers together over her stomach. No, he's not. That's Cliff Bozeman Sr. The man whose house you broke into, Cliff Bozeman Jr., is a pathological delusionist with enough money to fund his fantasies. You remember his butler? Brian with the British accent? He's not from London. He's from New Jersey. And Cliff's wife? Well, they really are married, but it's a marriage of convenience. She gets a huge shopping allowance, and he gets to appear, well, you can figure out the rest. Portia sighed, a frown drawing the corner of her mouth low. Everything about Cliff is phony. Everything except the money. That's real enough. And he makes generous donations to various philanthropic groups around town, and he invests in practically every business in Odyssey. So no one is exactly incentivized to gossip about him behind his back. We all just play along. And the art collection? Peyton asked. That's all fake too? Sure is. Portia sighed. Oh, I'm sure he has a few real things in there, but no magical swords. So, do you see now why your little cat burglar cosplay was unnecessary and galactically stupid? At my side, Peyton adjusted in her seat, pulling her feet up under her and digging her toes into the crevice between the cushions. Do you think he'll press charges? I'll take care of it. Portia sighed again. But you have to promise me you'll stop pretending to be me. As for you... She lifted her chin as she cut her eyes in my direction. You need to move faster. Whatever is drowning those girls still needs to be stopped. I leaned my elbows onto my knees and dug my hands into my hair. Without a proper offering, I just don't know what to do. What else could appease a water spirit? Portia's mouth dropped open, and for a moment she fell into shocked silence. Then she barked out a dry laugh, incredulity coloring the lines of her face. You're kidding me, right? How ignorant can you possibly be? Pride? There is no water spirit making those girls sick. There is no such thing. I know that's not true, I said, thinking of Envy's water elemental. And even Dewey said... Oh, Dewey said? You mean Dewey Delaney, the mermaid preacher? Or maybe you mean Dewey Delaney, my political rival? Portia jumped to her feet and retrieved the phone lying on her sister's lap. Vibrating with self-righteousness or anger, either was a distinct possibility. Portia tapped something into the phone before lobbing it at me. That's this morning's edition of Stephanie Jones's newsletter, she spat. Read it and weep. My throat closed as I fumbled for the phone. Portia's email was open, and my heart did several cartwheels when I read the headline of the lead story. Things only got worse as I read the whole article. Here's what it said. Lazy, immoral, Sinful House contestants blame fictitious water spirit for local girl's mysterious illness instead of seeking a real cure. Unless you've been living under a rock, you're familiar with the case of 6 local girls who have mysteriously fallen ill. The girls, students at Rising Stars Academy, have been under the careful oversight of Dr. Clifford Bozeman at Odyssey General, but even with the best medical care Odyssey has to offer, the girls' condition defies diagnosis, and the prognosis is grim. If these girls don't break out of their cycle of symptoms, I worry they'll eventually succumb to their mysterious ailment, says their attending physician, Dr. Jessica Friend. That's doctor speak for they'll die. In a fit of desperation, Rising Stars headmistress Rochelle Carter enlisted the help of local swamis, the charming but completely unqualified psychics at Sinful House. To their slim credit, I must begrudgingly admit that the psychics have solved a few cases around town. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. Furthermore, even though the reality show contestants have lucked into a few successes, their body count continues to rise. Since the reality show moved into town, Odyssey has suffered at least 5 deaths. And though I hate to predict tragedy, 6 more may be on the horizon. As my faithful readers know, I don't like to speak badly of people, and I am not known as a harbinger of ill fate. But this time, I'm afraid the show contestants have demonstrated a remarkable and perhaps deadly lack of judgment. According to my sources, the 3 contestants assigned to the Rising Stars case, greed, pride, and lust, have pinned their hopes for saving these girls' lives on appeasing an invisible immigrant water spirit. Sounds crazy, right? Well, it gets worse, because according to local water mythology expert Dewey Delmar Delaney, invisible water spirits do not exist. While the waters of our precious earth are rife with life, I'm afraid invisible water spirits are merely a figment of the imagination, Dewey told me. The idea that invisible water spirits are tormenting those poor young women? I'm sorry, but it's complete nonsense. Delaney was very forthcoming when I asked if the trio came to see him for a diagnosis. They did, he admitted. I was shocked they didn't talk to Portia Cameron about the incident, but I suppose she's not as qualified to protect Odyssey, a beach town surrounded by water, after all, as I am. But I told them they were barking up the wrong tree. I invited them to donate to my church, however, and I urge your readers to do the same. Hopefully, the trio assigned to this devastating case will wise up before it's too late and find an alternate and plausible theory for these sick girls and their families. I threw Portia's phone onto the couch. He lied to us? The interim mayor blinked back at me. Why are you so surprised? Because those girls are in real trouble, I answered. We went to him for help. And he lied? Portia gave a dry chuckle and shook her head. I don't know whether to be amused or confounded by your naivety. Did he know you were endorsing my candidacy? I shrugged. It may have come up, I don't know. What does that matter? Dewey Delaney is absolutely off his rocker, but he's a dyed-in-the-wool opportunist. He knew you were endorsing me for mayor, and when you came to him with your request, he saw an opportunity to make you look the fool. It was a preemptive strike, and it worked. Now you're in Stephanie Jones's newsletter looking like absolute buffoons, so I can't use you in my campaign. I didn't approve that video you made with my sister, but I would have used it. But now? She shrugged. It's worse than worthless. I can't tie myself to bumbling idiots who pinned their hopes on imaginary creatures, can I? I looked over at Peyton for support, but she dropped her gaze into her lap. I guess I couldn't blame her. So, what do we do now? I asked. About the girls, I mean. If I knew that, I would have done it myself. Portia sighed and smoothed a stray hair back into place. In the meantime, I'll make some calls and try to do damage control. I refuse to let the likes of Dewey Delaney sabotage your efforts at saving those girls. I waited for her to say more, but when she didn't, I drew to my feet. Well, thanks for not leaving me in jail. That was big of you. What do I owe you for bail? Portia snorted. I'll send the bill to the network. If you want to pay me back, figure out what's wrong with those girls. I may not be mayor yet, but I'm still in charge. Every catastrophe reflects badly on me. So just don't get into any more trouble, okay? I sighed as I headed for the door. It wasn't like I went around looking for trouble. I just had an uncanny knack for finding it. I called Lust from the car. Hey, I'm glad I caught you. Listen. Where have you been? Lust interrupted. I've been calling you for the past several hours. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. Yeah, it's kind of a long story. I'll tell you everything later. I guess you read Stephanie Jones's newsletter? Lust groaned. Everyone and their mom read Stephanie's newsletter. If we don't fix this, we'll be the laughingstock of Odyssey. Not to mention the votes we'll lose when all this gets aired. I frowned. Who cares about the votes? Lust? If we don't figure this out, those girls could die. Lust was quiet for a long time before answering. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking straight. Greed must be rubbing off on me. Anyway, there's some good news. I've been trying to reach you because another girl woke up. Lily Hart. It took a second for the name to register, and when it did, I perked up. Lily's awake? She was the first girl to get sick, wasn't she? Mm-hmm. And her mother said we're welcome to come talk to her. Either she hasn't read Stephanie's newsletter or she's desperate for answers. Either way, I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth. Greed and I are walking out the door right now. Can you meet us at the hospital? She's in room 1406. I started the engine. On my way. Chapter 13. Lily Hart looked exactly how you'd expect a budding young actress from Southern California to look. Even after being in the hospital for weeks, she was tanned and rosy, with long, supple limbs and a bright smile. A curtain of honey blonde hair fell past her shoulders, framing a heart-shaped face with green eyes. She reminded me of Marcia from that TV show, The Brady Bunch. She was sitting up in her bed, a blanket pulled up to her waist. She'd been watching TV when we entered, but now she folded her legs beneath her and waved us over excitedly. Her parents watched with red-rimmed eyes and no shortage of sniffles from the other side of the room. "Oh my gosh, it's really you!" she squealed, hands pressed to her lips. "This is seriously the best day of my life. Meeting the deadly sins in person? Oh my gosh, come here, let's take a photo." We pressed ourselves awkwardly to her side as she held out her phone as far as it would go. "Say cheese." Nobody said cheese, but we smiled the biggest idiotic grins we could as Lily snapped a dozen photos. "This is so cool," she breathed, admiring her handiwork as she flipped through the various photos. "I think this one's the best, right? This one?" She held the phone up to Lust, who nodded. "Definitely that one," Lust agreed. Lily squealed again. "Give me a sec, let me post this. There! Okay." She slipped the phone away and gaped at us. "Wow, you're really here. So I guess this means the doctors don't know what's wrong with me yet. With us." Lust offered a tight-lipped smile. "Not yet. We'd like to ask you some questions, if that's all right." Lily leaned her head to the side, her eyes narrowing. "Who else have you talked to already?" "Just Leilani," Lust answered. "The others are still unconscious. We also spoke to Suhi's parents." Lily chewed on her lip, considering this for a moment. "What did they say? Did they say anything about me?" A cloud passed over her face. "They don't like me." Lust sat on the edge of Lily's bed and leaned in. "Why do you say that?" "Because they don't," she said simply. "They think I'm a bad influence. They won't let Suhi spend the night at my house during breaks." "They live in Seoul, Korea," Lust said. "How can they possibly know the day-to-day of what Suhi does?" Lily was silent a minute before saying, "So, you're saying it's not Suhi's parents that don't like me, it's Suhi." Lust's brow wrinkled, and she laughed nervously as she twirled a lock of hair around a finger. "That's not what I said, and it's probably not true. She's part of your clique, right?" Lily's eyes flicked from Lust to Greed and me, then back again. She folded her lips under her teeth as she bit back a smile. "Talking to your generation is hilarious," she chuckled. "Part of my clique? Where did you even hear that?" "Suhi had visitors when we saw her," I said. "2 girls, Maya and—" I faltered, searching my memory for the other girl's name. "Maya and Kylie?" Lily asked. I snapped my fingers and nodded. "Kylie, that's right. She's the one who said you were all faking it." As soon as I said the words, I knew I'd made a huge mistake. Both Lust and Greed threw me unmistakable, "What the heck are you doing?" looks. Lily balked and pulled back as her face hardened, her mouth tightening into a puckered mow. "She said we're faking it? What else did she say about me?" "Nothing," I blurted. But as soon as I said that, I realized that too was a mistake, because now Lily looked truly angry. I turned to Lust with a wild-eyed shrug and tried to telegraph my best "what did I say wrong" look. "What pride means," Lust said, "is that she didn't have anything bad to say about you. She mentioned that you're up for a big role. Do you want to tell us about that? It sounds exciting but also stressful." Lily tossed her hair over her shoulder and settled back into her pillows. "It's such a great opportunity," she gushed, her face lighting up like a light bulb. "The auditions are super competitive, but I got a leg up when I got Maya to tutor me in Spanish. It's a dual language part," she added with a self-satisfied grin. "And how long after you found out about the role did you have your incident?" Greed asked. Lily turned her gaze to the psychiatrist, eyebrow cocked. "Why? Do you think they're related?" "Kylie said all the girls who got sick were up for the same role," I said. "So it might be connected." Now Lily actually laughed out loud, bringing her hands to her face and everything, shoulders shaking. "Are you serious? You think I'm up for the same role as a black girl, a Mexican girl, and a Korean girl? Wow. Tell me you know nothing about the movie industry without telling me you know nothing about the movie industry." When her laughs subsided, Lily shook her head and smacked her lips. "No, none of those girls were up for the part. Like, that's so insane. I can't believe you actually thought that." Now that she'd said it, it did seem far-fetched. But it also seemed like a stupid thing to lie about. "Why would Kylie lie about that?" I asked. "Kylie is so jealous of me," Lily answered with a roll of her eyes. "We've known each other since we were kids. She's always tried to be in our group, but she doesn't really fit in. She just tries too hard, you know? That's why she's friends with Suhi. Suhi is nice to everyone. Maya's the same way. Everybody loves Maya, especially the teachers." "Maya? Your Spanish tutor?" Greed asked. "Yeah, her family, owns the town where she comes from or something. But she's super not stuck up about it. I gave her my Street Ends necklace." I blinked. "Your what?" Lily reached up to finger the gold necklace at her throat. She lifted the pendant from her skin and twisted it toward me. It was half a broken heart with the word fragments, BEFRI, stamped on 2 lines. "She has the other half," Lily explained, "the STENDS part. When you put the 2 halves together, the necklace says, best friends." "I had one of those when I was about your age," Lust said with a grin. She held up her hand and wriggled her fingers, showing off her mood ring. "Now I have this. It's kind of an upgrade." Lily screwed up her face, unimpressed. "What is it?" "It's a mood ring. It sends my biometric stats to a receiver bracelet, and the bracelet changes colors based on my mood." "Oh," Lily said, expression shifting from blasé to mildly intrigued. "That's kinda cool. Who has the matching bracelet?" "My friend Pride has it." My face flushed red as I held up my wrist, twisting my hand this way and that, showing off the plastic that was now glowing lime green. Lily's eyes widened, and her smile stretched. "Cool," she breathed. "So what does that bright green color mean?" At the same time that I said, "I have no idea," Lust said, "It means I'm happy and relaxed. Or maybe it means I had too much caffeine. I can't remember." "So." She scooted closer to Lily on the bed, getting cozy and lowering her voice. "Let's talk about the days leading up to your accident. Were you happy and relaxed, or were you stressed out?" "Happy and relaxed mostly," Lily said. "How happy and relaxed? Just normal, or—" Lust lowered her voice further and wriggled her brows suggestively. "Or maybe you had some pharmaceutical help? Perhaps an herbal refreshment?" "Excuse me." Mr. Hart was on his feet, striding purposefully toward Lily's bed and placing a firm hand on Lust's shoulder. "But my daughter doesn't—" His voice trailed off as he rocked back slightly on his heels, the color going out of his face. Beads of sweat popped out above his upper lip as he repeatedly swallowed, his eyes fluttering closed. Then, without warning, He clamped a hand over his mouth, spun on his heel, and dashed out the door. The room fell still and quiet. All I heard was a beeping from somewhere down the hall. "Is he okay?" Lust asked finally. "Don't worry about him," Lily said flatly. "He thinks he's pregnant." From her seat at the window, Mrs. Hart chuckled, drawing our attention. "I'm 4 months along now," she said, caressing her perfectly flat belly. "Most of the morning sickness has subsided, but today was a bad day. Probably all the excitement from Lily waking up." She turned a warm, indulgent smile on her daughter. "The doctors say he's got something called sympathetic pregnancy." "Couvedes syndrome," Greed said, his face lighting up. "A psychosomatic condition caused by empathy. The partner of a pregnant woman has actual physical responses to her stress." "That's what they tell me," Mrs. Hart agreed. "It's sweet on the surface. We're so in sync with each other that he feels what I feel. But in reality, it's annoying. He's supposed to take care of me. Instead, he's running to the bathroom every hour, or else he's complaining about bloating and weight gain." "Poor guy." Lust heaved a sigh and then waved a hand to end the conversation and returned her attention to the sick girl at her side. "So, back to you. Sounds like you have a lot going on. Mom's pregnant, and you're getting a new sibling. Plus, you're up for that big role, and you still have your regular studies on top of all that. It's a lot to handle. Nobody would blame you if you tried something to help keep you focused or mellow." Lust reached out and took the girl's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "So, you can be honest. We just want to help you." Lily licked her lips, her eyes flickering between Lust and her mother, twisting her hands in her lap by the window. Finally, she leaned back and squeezed her eyes shut, a splotchy blush creeping up her neck. "I took something," she confessed, her voice soft and cracking as she opened her eyes. "Some pills. I know I shouldn't have, but you don't know what it's like at that school. I only took it the one time, I swear, and she said it wasn't illegal and—" "Who said?" her mother asked, the color draining from her face. "Who gave you the pills, Lily?" The girl hesitated, her lips pressed together as her eyes turned liquid and her chin trembled. She twisted the BEFRI necklace around the tip of a finger. "Kylie Milano," she said. She swallowed hard, a tear sliding from the corner of her eye. "She said they weren't bad for you, that they were just vitamins, but I don't think they were. They made me feel weird afterward." "What kind of pills?" I asked. "I don't know," said Lily. "I swear I don't know. They were small and white." Her eyes darted around the room and slow understanding bloomed over her face. "Wait, do you think this whole thing is because of something I took? Is that why I got sick?" "Oh my God!" Lily pressed her hands to her mouth, her eyes wide and glassy with tears. "I should have told Miss Carter. If I'd told Miss Carter about it, maybe nobody else would have gotten sick." The girl drew her knees to her chest and buried her face in the hospital blanket, her shoulders quaking as she sobbed. "This is all my fault!" The girl was obviously in the throes of a self-blame spiral, something I knew about for a change. I had to get more information out of her before she hit bottom. "Lily," I said, injecting my voice with an edge of urgency, "did any of the other girls take the pills? Suhi, Leilani, Chloe, anybody?" But either Lily wasn't listening or she was crying too hard to respond. Her father rushed into the room then, and in an instant, both parents were at her side, cradling her in their arms, smoothing her hair and shushing her as they murmured everything was okay. With Lily's head pressed against her breast, Mrs. Hart glanced up, her expression careworn and weary. "You need to speak to Rochelle Carter. If kids are sharing drugs at her school, she needs to know about it." I nodded. "I'll make the call." I won't lie. Going back to Rochelle Carter the second time was mortifying. We'd made no progress, and now we were walking into her office with our tails between our legs. I half expected her to boo us as we shuffled through her doors, heads down like naughty kids being sent to the principal. But instead, she just gestured for us to sit, a weary expression on her face as she leaned her cheek into her palm. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon," she said. "I don't have much time. I have an appointment in half an hour. How can I help you?" Greed twisted in his seat, chewing his lips and clearing his throat repeatedly. He almost looked contrite, which was a weird look on him. "We've just spoken to Lily Hart," he began. "She didn't have much new to add to the narrative, but she volunteered one detail we thought you should know." He took a deep breath before continuing. "Ms. Carter, Lily said that before her attack, she took some pills another student gave her." Rochelle didn't so much as blink. "What pills, exactly?" My teammate shrugged. She wasn't sure, something that made her feel funny. "I see." Rochelle sat up a little taller and drummed her fingers on the desktop. "Did she say why she took the pills? Was she having trouble sleeping? Studying? Stage fright?" "I don't know," Greed admitted. "We didn't have a chance to ask her about that." The headmistress's finger tapping continued as she gazed out a window. "Who gave them to her?" "A student named Kylie Milano." Rochelle was quiet for a long moment. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, and I thought I heard the faint whir of a lawnmower. "I've been doing this job a long time," Rochelle said at last, still gazing out the window. "I know every student's name, where they come from, what they hope to major in at college. It's my personal mission to know each student as well as I know my own grandchildren." She turned to face us, her eyes hard as glass, her jaw set like a trap. "Kylie Milano did not give pills to Lily Hart." At my side, Lust squirmed, her eyes downcast. "With all due respect, ma'am, even grandparents don't know their teenage grandchildren as well as they think they do. Teenagers keep secrets." "They do more than that," Rochelle said with a sniff. "Do you remember what I told you about interviewing these girls? I said not to expect enthusiastic cooperation. I told you these girls would be surly and whatever information they offered would be given grudgingly." I shrugged. Lily seemed happy to help. "And that's why I know she's lying." Rochelle's eyes slid toward the floor as she adjusted in her seat, the old leather chair squeaking in response. After the third or fourth incident, we ran a sweep of the school, looking for drugs. I enlisted help from the police department. They brought in dogs. No stone was left unturned. Dormitories, kitchens, libraries, and studios were all searched. The students, of course, were incensed about the breach of their privacy, but we had more to worry about than dirty magazines or hidden cans of beer. And although we did find some marijuana and other contraband, we didn't find any pills. Nary a one. "How is that possible?" Greed asked. "Surely you've got kids with prescriptions. Adderall or Ritalin must run rampant in a place like this. Beta blockers, too, not to mention birth control. All medicines are dispensed through our school nurse," Rochelle continued, unruffled. "And I do mean all. Ibuprofen, penicillin, vitamins. And yes, even birth control. We have a strict drug policy at Rising Stars. Any student caught with drugs is immediately expelled, and given our unique reputation of producing Hollywood stars, precious few would risk it." "But you said you found marijuana," I interrupted. "So surely that belonged to a teacher who was immediately terminated. I am not flexible about these rules. If there had been pills outside the nurse's office, we would have found them. And before you ask," she said with a weary snort, "we counted her pills. There were no extras, and none missing." Rochelle stood and walked to the window she'd been gazing out of. She lifted a plastic jug from the sill and began watering the plants hanging from her ceiling. "However, that's all just backstory. Tell me, how easily did Lily confess to drug use? Did you have to cajole it from her?" Lust twisted a lock of hair around a finger. her cheeks coloring pink. Not really. She admitted it pretty easily. And were her parents there when she confessed to using drugs at my school? I nodded. They were. Well, her mom was. Her dad was having morning sickness. Cuvade syndrome, Greed corrected. Whatever, I said. Rochelle waited until she was sure we were done bickering before she continued. And was it her parents who insisted you come see me, fearful that I didn't know what was happening in my own school? None of us answered. We didn't need to. Parents and grandparents may not know teenagers as well as they think, but teenagers make a career from knowing their parents well enough to manipulate them. She grinned to herself, eyes tilting skyward like she remembered something funny. She placed the watering can back on the sill. Last question. Did Lily offer Kylie's name immediately? Did she even try to protect her friend's identity? No, I said, my voice low. She didn't. But she was crying. She was clearly upset and... This is a school for actors' pride. Rochelle offered me a sad smile, the way you smile at a short kid who has just announced his life goal is to play varsity basketball like his big brother. And Lily Hart is one of our best. So it was a ruse, Greed said with an angry snort. I could almost see steam rising off the top of his head. She played us, knowing we'd come here and tattle on Kylie. It was revenge. I take it the girls aren't exactly best friends. Quite the contrary, she confirmed, her grin widening. They've had a rivalry ever since they started here. Their animosity is the stuff of legends. Rochelle settled behind her desk with a self-satisfied smile. From their looks, it seemed both lust and greed understood what just happened. I, however, was more confused than ever. But she's sick, I said. If she has another attack, she could still drown for real. Why would she lie to the people who are trying to make her better? People don't always act in their best interest, Rochelle said. Like I said, these girls will bite the hand that feeds them. Why is everyone involved in this case completely demented? I demanded. Dewey Delaney lied to us for clout. Cliff Bozeman lied about the legitimacy of his sword. And now Lily Hart lied for revenge? Does anybody want these girls to get better? I'm starting to feel like the butt of a joke here. Rochelle heaved a sigh. You're right to be frustrated, but try not to take it personally. People lie. They have their reasons. I let my breath out in a disgusted whoosh. It was a devastating blow. We were still no closer to solving the case, but at least now we knew two things it wasn't: magic or drugs. Not that this was especially helpful. Without warning, Greed hopped up from his chair and began pacing around the room, brow creased, hands clasped behind his back. 6 girls have been affected, right? Rochelle nodded. Yes, so far. All actresses? Again, Rochelle nodded. Suhi specializes in stage acting, and Chloe is more of a musical theater girl. But yes, they're all actresses. Actresses performing a part, Greed mused aloud. What if Lily pointed the finger at Kylie because Kylie accused her of faking it? What if that accusation hit too close to the mark? I blinked. Wait, you think they really are faking it? I think we shouldn't overlook the simplest solutions, he said. We've been speaking to the victims, but perhaps we ought to be interviewing the witnesses. If it was a performance, it was for someone, right? Rochelle, were there any students who might have been present for more than one incident? Rochelle hesitated, blinking rapidly as she thought. Then she reached for her keyboard and began typing. A moment later, a soft whir came from the corner of the room, and the printer spit out several pieces of paper. These are the rosters for each class where an incident occurred: film adaptations, Asian horror, modern documentaries. Rochelle retrieved the papers and handed them to Greed. Take a look. Greed hunkered into his chair, rifling through the class rosters and mumbling something incoherent. Pages crinkled in his hands as he studied the rosters, chewing on his lips. His brow creased, and his breathing became shallow. Well? Lust asked. She was on her feet now, hovering over Greed's shoulder, leaning in low. Was anybody in more than one class? It's our lucky day. Greed slapped the stack of papers with the back of his hand. Several students were in 2 classes, but 1 student was present for all 6. I blinked, taken aback. All 6? Really? He pointed to a name. Maya Navarro. Lust read the name aloud and then stood straight, a slow smile spreading over her face. Maya Navarro, she repeated, this time with more emphasis. Rochelle, is Maya about this tall, long, dark hair, dark skin, and a cast on her arm? Lovely girl, Rochelle said, confirming Lust's description with a nod. And a beautiful actress. Such presence, both on film and stage. She simply projects emotion. You can't help but feel what she wants you to feel. She's an enormous talent. I expect to see her accepting an Oscar one of these days. I was about to say something like, "That's great. Can you call her in so we can talk to her?" When Lust said, "So then, why do you look so sad?" Rochelle sighed heavily, her eyes drooping, cheeks sagging. Her mouth twisted as she shook her head and gave herself a gentle hug. She's no longer with us. I gaped. She died? Rochelle pinched her lips. No, her parents called and withdrew her. She's back in Mariposa where they don't have so much as a community theater, let alone a world-class institution like ours. I noted the bitterness in Rochelle's voice, but it was offset by the sag of her shoulders and the weariness in her eyes. She didn't look like a teacher angry at losing a brilliant talent. She looked like a grandmother despondent at losing a grandchild. Rochelle, I began, we need to talk to her. Where's Mariposa? It's about 3 hours north of here, she said. I clucked my tongue. I'm sure you're not supposed to hand out your students' addresses, but... Then I guess that's one good thing about Maya no longer being my student. Rochelle smiled lightly. I'll send the address this evening. Chapter 14. When I arrived back at Sinful House, I practically ran into Sloth on her way out. She was looking down into her phone, a look of consternation drawing her mouth into a frown. If I hadn't jumped out of her path, we would have collided for sure. She stepped past me, mumbling something under her breath, chewing earnestly on the end of a blonde pigtail. I saw a smear of something brown and sticky at the corner of her mouth. Probably Nutella. I cleared my throat to get her attention. You've got something just here, I said, pointing to the corner of my own mouth. Sloth looked up, her expression vacant. She looked completely out of it. But after a second, whatever fog had settled over her dissipated, and she offered me an easy smile. Oh, hey, you're just the person I was hoping to see. Are you busy? I'm on my way to meet Aaron at Balthazar's if you want to come. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, which didn't so much remove the smear as smudge it further from her lips. I glanced down at Sloth's phone, sneaking a peek at the time. I'm pretty exhausted, Sloth. I guess you heard about me spending the night in a jail cell. I was kind of hoping for a nap. Sloth blew a raspberry as she stuck her phone in her hip pocket. Sure, I get it. No problem. I'll tell Aaron you had to get your beauty sleep. He's being possessed by someone with dubious motives, and we promise to help him, but I'm sure he'll understand. I let my face go slack as I blinked heavily, head tilted to the side. Sloth propped her hand on her hip and mimicked my body language. I knew what she was doing. This was manipulation 101. And as much as I wanted nothing more than to strip down to my undies and climb into bed after an exhausting, humiliating day, her act was working. I ran a hand through my hair and exhaled loudly. Fine, but you owe me. And I always pay my debts, Sloth said, linking her arm in mine and tugging me out the door. 20 minutes later, Sloth, Aaron, and I were sitting on thick cushions on the floor before a thin, muscular black man wearing white linen pants, a purple bandana keeping his dreadlocks from his face, and no shirt. Soft jazz music played through unseen speakers. The room was humid and warm, and the air smelled of frankincense and sandalwood. I'd been here once before with Wrath. I hadn't wanted to be here then, and I didn't want to be here now. But as a shaman, Balthazar Andros was uniquely positioned to help Aaron with this possession problem. The overhead lights were out. The room was lit only by the glow of a dozen flickering candles. A brazier burned before us, thin tendrils of perfumed smoke twining toward the ceiling. Balthazar sat facing us, using his outstretched hands to waft the smoke in our direction. I tried not to cough as the shaman chanted under his breath. "Don't be afraid of the smoke," he said. "Let the incense clear the pathways of your being. When you're ready, let's talk about why you're here." Aaron let his eyes flutter closed as he inhaled deeply. He looked serene, or at least as serene as one could hope to look when they've been routinely possessed against their will. After several breaths, he opened his eyes, his gaze finding Balthazar's in the darkness. When he spoke, his voice was leaden. "I need you to stop me from becoming possessed," he said. Balthazar sat upright, examining Aaron through the soft screen of the incense smoke. "You've experienced possession?" He glanced at Sloth and me. "True possession?" "I've seen it with my own eyes," I confirmed. "Someone else has been using Aaron's body at night when he's supposed to be sleeping. Maybe you saw the footage on the news of Aaron hauling that actress's body out of her Airbnb?" I gave a limp shrug. That was Aaron's body, but someone else was at the helm. Balthazar looked mildly impressed as he glanced back at Aaron. "And this isn't something you've invited? You haven't been messing around with Ouija boards or mediums or anything like that?" "Not at all," Aaron said. "I'm not really into that kind of stuff, or at least I wasn't. Not before this guy showed up, and my whole life went to crap." Balthazar hummed softly and adjusted his seat, recrossing his legs. "Well, that is something. I'm glad you came to me." Sloth sat forward, elbows on her knees as she tapped the tips of her fingers together. "So you can help, then? You can stop the possessions?" Balthazar paused for a long breath. Then he clucked his tongue against his teeth. "Well, no, I can't do that," he said. Aaron stared, the color seeping from his face. "You can't? But why not?" "I can't control possessions," Balthazar said. "What I mean is, I can't curtail someone else's free will, but I can teach you how to protect your sacred temple from invasion. It's not foolproof, and it takes practice, but it's a start." I glanced at my companions, who stared back at the shaman with their mouths slightly agape. They looked how I felt, stunned. I guess we'd all assumed that Balthazar was our ticket to an invader-free Aaron. That Balthazar might not hold the answers didn't even cross our minds. "We need something that will work now," I said. "We don't have time for Aaron to practice defense against the dark arts or whatever." I held out my hands, supplicant. "Isn't there a talisman or a dream catcher or something you can give him? A wreath of garlic to hang by his bed? A horseshoe to go over the door? Something?" Balthazar smiled, but there was little warmth in it. "If you want false assurances, I can give you those. But I'm assuming you're here because you're actually in distress." He paused, waiting for an interruption that didn't come. When we remained silent, he sighed and turned to Aaron. "Why don't you tell me exactly what's been going on?" For the next several minutes, Aaron told Balthazar everything, from the incident with the painting to waking up on Tabitha's lawn with a dead body in his hands. But only after he told the recent story of Sloth hearing a voice that threatened Aaron's life that the shaman interrupted, his eyes glinting bright with curiosity. "Wait," he said, holding up a finger. "You heard it?" Sloth nodded. Clear as day. We thought he wanted to kill Aaron at first, but then we realized he wants to take over for Aaron. Become Aaron. A look of revulsion rippled across her face and she shuddered. So, now do you understand the urgency of our request? Balthazar laced his fingers, the flickering glow of the candlelight illuminating his eyes and cheeks as his gaze fell once again on Aaron. You want me to teach you how to control this thing? He asked. I can do that. But first, you must understand that you don't have a problem. You have a gift. Aaron guffawed, a dark sound that filled the room. At the same time, a candle tipped over, its flame sputtering out as it rolled along the floor, dripping wax along its path. Aaron watched it go without a blink, and I knew it was his doing. Things falling over when they shouldn't was an unfortunate side effect of being an accidental telekinetic. When the candle came to a rest, Aaron laughed again, quieter this time. You've got to be kidding me, right? This isn't a gift. This is a nightmare. I don't want any of this. Balthazar smiled and nodded indulgently as he scooted forward, inching into Aaron's personal space. I understand. I do. But Aaron, you're an orphan, right? Aaron blinked, stammering as he compensated for Balthazar's closeness by wriggling backward. I'm adopted, he corrected, more than a hint of acid making his words sharp. It's not the same thing. Do you know your family? Your blood family, I mean? Aaron's expression clouded, and I saw cords like ropes rise along his neck as he gnashed his molars. I don't have any contact with them. No. If I have any family outside of my mother, they're not interested in me, nor I in them. People often say that, Balthazar said airily, waving his hand to dismiss the idea. But it's rarely true. Humans have a natural tendency to seek their origins and their people. Why do you think DNA services are so popular? People spit into tubes and pay for some guy in a lab to analyze their DNA and tell them where they come from. We are hardwired to gravitate toward our family. And though you claim you've never looked, it seems someone is looking for you. His smile widened, his teeth glowing white in the room's gray. Well, not just looked. They found you. Aaron glowered. What are you talking about? I'm talking about astral projection. The wattage of Balthazar's smug smile turned way up, and now he was beaming so brightly he was nearly incandescent. Are you familiar with the term? The three of us shook our heads in mute confusion. It's a kind of out-of-body experience done intentionally. You literally project your astral form. Think of it like your soul, out of your body. Your physical body is still alive, but immobile as your astral body freely walks around, experiencing the world without the burden of a physical form. Aaron snorted. That's pure science fiction. People can't actually do that. The shaman snickered. You say that like you haven't been unconsciously moving a statue around Odyssey with your mind. That shut Aaron up, and he looked down into his lap, thumbs twiddling. Balthazar cleared his throat to continue. I've taught dozens of people how to do an astral projection over the years, mostly actors. Anyone can do it, but actors are the best because they're used to projecting their emotions, and the concept is similar. Still, most people never learn to project more than a few yards from their bodies. However, whoever's been visiting you has likely traveled a long way. Of course, it could be your next-door neighbor. Balthazar amended, almost under his breath. But I'm guessing not, unless your neighbor bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Does anybody in your apartment building look like they could be an ancestor? From the look on his face, I thought Aaron was about to climb to his feet and walk out, and if he had, I wouldn't have blamed him. Dealing with people like Balthazar was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, he probably knew something about spirits and possession that we didn't, and I say probably because so far he sure hadn't proven it. But on the other hand, he wasn't going to parcel out the information magnanimously. People like him made you suffer for their knowledge. I sighed and answered for Aaron. Balthazar, Do you have a point in here somewhere? The shaman chuckled. It's like this. Theoretically, an astral projection can wander anywhere. Some people learn astral projection so they can travel without the headache and expense of buying a plane ticket and packing. Some people want to sneak into places undetected. And then there's the people who do it because they need to escape their body. Aaron frowned. Escape their body? Why would anyone need to do that? A number of reasons, Balthazar said. Perhaps their body is in physical pain, and they want the bliss of painlessness. Consider people who live with chronic pain. Astral projection would allow them to enjoy life pain-free. An image swam unbidden to my mind. When I'd touched Aaron that night in his apartment, I'd had a vision of someone lying in a hospital bed, their mangled hands sitting limply on their stomach. I didn't experience physical sensations when I had these visions, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to imagine that the scene I'd witnessed had been a painful one. Given what Balthazar was saying, it made sense that whoever was in Aaron's body was consciously choosing not to be in their own. I shuddered. The body can be a temple, but it can also be a prison, Balthazar said. You see, trauma lives in the body. Significant trauma can be encoded into our DNA and passed down. So some people just need to escape the memories that live in their own blood. But like I said, most people aren't skilled enough to travel down the street, let alone to a foreign country. And since they can't visit the Great Wall or the Egyptian pyramids, they accept a consolation prize. And what's that? Sloth prompted. Balthazar shrugged. They spy on people. Most of the time, they seek out individuals they know or want to know. They look for their heroes, people they admire, people they envy. More rarely, they seek out enemies or people they love to hate. But given how often you say this person takes over your body, I think it's someone with an intimate connection to you. Not just a sycophant, but a family member. Perhaps a family member who wants something from you? Can you think of anyone like that? Aaron looked down into his lap, where his fist was clenched and pressed hard against his thigh. The only blood family I know of is my mother, he said. His voice sounded strained and gruff. But I don't think she would do something like this. Well, and the voice I heard wasn't female, Sloth added. It was definitely a man, and he spoke a foreign language. Balthazar nodded slowly, his brow peaked. Do you know what language? Sloth and I shook our heads, but Aaron closed his eyes and drew a heavy breath through his nose. I can't say for sure, but I have a feeling it's Portuguese. He opened his eyes then, but they did not focus when he said, I suppose it could be a relative on my mother's side. She's Portuguese. We all sat in silence as we absorbed this new information. I couldn't tell from Aaron's expression what he was thinking or feeling. He was a blank canvas. I tried to imagine how I might feel in his position. If I found out a family member was projecting their soul out of their body to visit me, I might be flattered. Maybe. But if they were trying to take over my life, that's one branch of the family tree I'd probably try to saw off. Okay, so the person violating Aaron uses astral projection to leave their body behind while they sneak into his apartment. I mused aloud. But I still don't understand how they're getting inside Aaron's body. How is that possible? Balthazar nodded, licking his lips excitedly. Well, see, that's another reason it has to be a family member. Things that are alike attract each other. Pride, if you, for example, tried to project your astral self into Sloth's body, you probably couldn't do it. Her body would likely reject your spirit. But if you tried to project into someone whose DNA you matched, even distantly, you'd have better luck. Sloth's breath caught as she pressed a hand to her chest. Really? The shaman nodded. Oh, yes. Our souls are picky. In fact, reincarnation works the same way. Never believe anyone who tells you they are the reincarnation of Napoleon Bonaparte or Cleopatra or whatever. Reincarnation is real, of course, but it happens along family lines. Souls only reincarnate as their own direct descendants. Humans are vain that way. Okay, but even so, I said, you said I'd have better luck getting inside the body of a relative. But I'm guessing it wouldn't be easy, right? I mean, it can't be simple to just slip inside someone else's skin. Not easy, no. Actually, very difficult. Balthazar folded his arms across his chest as he squinted through the smoke at Aaron, evaluating him. Are you a good sleeper? Aaron shook his head. No, never have been. I have sleep anxiety, paranoia, and other conditions that make sleep nearly impossible. Medication helps some, but not much. I learned a self-calming technique from a psychiatrist when I was a kid. It helps more than meds, but it's still not foolproof. Balthazar craned his neck forward. You grew up in Odyssey, right? I did, Aaron said. What's that got to do? Aaron, was your psychiatrist Dr. Andros? Aaron faltered, blinking stupidly. Then his face twisted with understanding, and he blurted out, Oh my God, Dr. Andros is your father, isn't he? Balthazar chuckled as he readjusted his lotus position and rubbed his hands together before his bare chest. Pops was the only child psychiatrist in town when we were coming up, he said, gesturing between himself and Aaron. I guess they were about the same age. Let me guess. That self-calming technique he taught you, did it involve making yourself small so the universe could wrap you up like a blanket? Aaron stared at the shaman, the corners of his lips twitching into something that almost resembled a smile. Yeah, I still use it. You know it? He's my pops, Balthazar repeated. Of course I know it. He taught it to me, too. But here's the thing. When you make yourself small, you're making room inside your body for energy. He taught us to welcome in calming energy, but really, any energy can take up that extra space. And you know what a human soul is? Aaron's eyes widened. Energy, he breathed. Balthazar grinned and tapped his nose with his forefinger. You got it. If you want to keep people out of your body, start with chucking that routine. Don't make yourself small. Make yourself fierce. It'll be harder to sleep at first, but I can teach you some techniques to mitigate that. And while I'm at it, we can walk through ways to keep this intruder out of your skin. But I have to say, there is something you could try first that's almost guaranteed to be more successful than anything I can teach you. He paused. Might not be comfortable, though. Aaron lifted his hands. What? I'm ready to try anything. Balthazar leaned back, resting his weight into his palms on the floor. Find out who it is and ask them to stop. No one said anything for a minute. Sloth and I exchanged glances, and I saw her face was arranged in the same dubious scowl I was sure colored mine. Looking at Aaron, he seemed as lost for words as we were. Finally, I said, Balthazar, if it were that easy, we would have done that by now. The shaman shrugged. Would you? Did you even know it was a relative before you came to see me? You have more information now than you did before. Use it. He looked over at Aaron, eyes narrow in the darkness. How many living relatives do you think you have? Living male relatives? Aaron plopped his chin into his hand as he thought. I have no idea. I've given exactly 0 thought to any of my blood relatives. Not until the whole fiasco with the statue anyway. The shaman nodded. Well, consider this your invitation from the universe to find your family. Whoever is doing this to you wants to be close to you. Yes, they may have nefarious intentions now, but I doubt these visits started that way. I'd bet this began with simple curiosity. Lean into it. Find your relatives. That's how you'll find the culprit, and that's the best way to end all this for good. After leaving the shaman's office, I called Aaron's birth mother, Paula Barbosa. As usual, Claudia, her caregiver, answered. Claudia, I said, trying on my best smile and hoping it carried over into my voice. It's Pride. Listen, can I speak to Paula? It's kind of important. There was a long pause on the other end. So long, in fact, I had to look down into the phone to make sure we hadn't gotten disconnected. Claudia? Yes, I'm still here, came the gentle reply. She paused again before speaking softly. It's good to hear from you. Listen, I wish I had better news. But Paula's not well. Her health has steadily declined since your visit, and I'm afraid she simply cannot speak to you. I'm so sorry. My heart dropped into my stomach. She's not well? She's not dying or anything, is she? I don't know, Claudia managed. Her voice sounded thick and slurred. I hoped she wasn't about to cry. If consoling someone in person was awful, consoling them over the phone was pure torture. She won't see anyone. I don't know how long she has left. She paused. Are you calling about Aaron? Does he want to meet her? No, I said, too quickly. He doesn't want to meet her. I could almost hear the disappointed collapse of Claudia's shoulders on the other end. Not for the first time, I wished I'd been more tactful. But tact wasn't really a weapon in my arsenal. But I am calling about him. Claudia, what do you know about Paula's family? Does she have any living male relatives? If she does, she's never spoken of them, she said. She only spoke of the aunt that raised her. But that woman never came to America as far as I know. And she's been dead for ages. I sighed. That wasn't promising. I see. Well, what about Aaron's father? What do you know about him? A long silence followed my question, and I again looked down at my phone. Claudia, did you hear me? I heard you, she answered. But like I've told you before, I cannot talk about him. She sucked in a breath, and for a moment, I thought she might hang up the phone. But then quietly, she said, Do you know why Paula was expelled from art school? I frowned. What? No, why would I? Interesting reading, she said. Then the line went dead. I dropped the phone to my side and turned to face Sloth and Aaron, who were anxiously watching me. Claudia doesn't know anything, and Paula won't speak to me, I said. I think she's ill, like terminal. If this news had an emotional effect on Aaron, it didn't register on his face. He merely pointed to the phone that hung at my side. So you didn't learn anything helpful? I made a face and leaned my head to the side. Well, I'm not sure. Before she hung up, Claudia said something strange. She suggested I find out why Paula was expelled from art school. Art school? Sloth wrinkled her nose. Why? What's that got to do with anything? Maybe a lot, Aaron said. After all, whoever's been taking over my body can paint. Huh. Sloth tapped her chin thoughtfully and pulled out her phone. I hadn't thought of that. Let's see what Google comes up with. The three of us stood in the parking lot, trawling the internet for information about Paula's expulsion. But after 5 minutes, we came up with nothing. It was a long time ago, Sloth said, disappointed. And probably not exactly national news. I'll email the Odyssey Library to see if they can help us. Where was she expelled from again? The Rembrandt School of Design, I said, wondering what the heck she'd been Googling if she didn't know the school's name. Sloth nodded. Right. Let's hope they can work their magic and find something we missed. Turning to Aaron, she said, Don't look so glum. Pride and I haven't let anyone down yet, and you're not going to be the first. I rocked back onto my heels as I considered this. Technically, we let Eleanor Romanowski get murdered, I said. Sloth shot me a dark look, so I added, But she's really happy being a ghost, so I think it worked out for everyone. Aaron said nothing to this, only turning on his heels and heading toward his car. Sloth stomped a foot and elbowed me in the side, incredulous. What did you say that for, huh? But I wasn't listening. I was watching Aaron walk, hands dug in his pockets as he stalked over to his car, head bent low, shoulders sagging. A shiver ran down my spine. How bad would someone's life have to be that they'd rather live Aaron's life than their own? I asked. I mean, look at him. He's not exactly a poster child for the good life, is he? Sloth followed my gaze, and we watched as Aaron climbed into his car, shut the door, and leaned his head against the steering wheel without starting the engine. Sloth sighed and reached for a pigtail to chew. "He's certainly got his demons," she agreed. "We have to help him, Pride. His life may not be much, but it's his." I nodded with a sigh and stopped myself from saying what I was thinking, which was, at least for now. Chapter 15. 2 days later, the text from Rochelle with Maya's address finally came through. I dropped the address into Google Maps and saw the drive was a little over 3 hours, just as Rochelle said. Within an hour, Greed, Lust, and I had packed up the car, selected a cameraman to accompany us, and were on our way to Mariposa, California. I've never liked road trips. If you have somewhere to go, it's best to get there as quickly as possible. So anytime people said cockamamie stuff like, "When I retire, I plan to buy an RV and tour the country," I know that's someone I have nothing in common with. I mean, you can't just be friends with people who want to spend their old age driving a bus around the country looking at big holes in the ground and sleeping on cots by choice. Life's just too short. But the main reason I hate road trips is the people. And before you argue that people are not a necessary part of road tripping, I'm aware that you can take road trips alone, but I never have. Every road trip I've ever been subjected to was with other people. And this road trip was no different. Greed and Lust argued for 2 hours over the radio. Greed wanted to listen to golden oldies, and Lust was dead set on rocking out to 90s grunge. As the driver, I thought I should be allowed to choose, but my teammates violently vetoed my choice of absolute silence. To make matters worse, Lust complained whenever I refused to take her shortcut suggestions. Why she even had shortcut suggestions, I didn't know. It wasn't like she was from around here or anything. And yet every 30 minutes or so, we'd have an argument that went something like this. Lust, get off here and drive northeast on this road for about 15 minutes. Me, why would I do that? The GPS says to stay on the highway for another 30 miles. Lust, if you get off here, you can cut through the desert and meet up with the highway again in a few miles instead of going around the desert. Me, I'm sure there's a good reason the GPS is taking us this way. Lust, when was the last time you updated the GPS? Me, I don't know, Lust. Lust, I bet if you'd updated the GPS, it would tell you to go the way I'm telling you to go. Me, I'm just gonna stay on the highway. Lust, fine, but I'm just saying we could shave 15 minutes off this trip. And I thought you wanted to get there as soon as possible. I mean, honestly, just kill me now. Anyway, by the time we saw the sign for Mariposa, California, I was praying for an oncoming 18-wheeler to drift into my lane and end my misery by smashing our car to smithereens. But as fate would have it, the roads were empty. Eventually, we pulled onto the Navarro property without incident, even if all our nerves were a little worse for the wear. I say we pulled onto their property, but that doesn't really do the Navarro place justice. As we turned off the highway onto a dust road, we passed under a huge wrought iron arch that read, Rancho Navarro. On either side, as far as the eye could see, were orange groves. Greed rolled down the window, and the fresh scent of sweet, ripe oranges filled the car. The air was clean, bright, and strangely silent. No buzzing of insects filled our ears. I guess the lack of insects was how they grew such fat, glowing fruit. We followed the road to the house for what felt like an additional 5 minutes. Orange groves eventually gave way to a broad green lawn dotted with avocado trees and smaller bushes I couldn't name. The house itself, if you could call it that, reminded me of the Spanish missions I'd visited on field trips as a child. Low, white, and topped with ruby adobe, it wound like a snake through the hillside. There's Odyssey wealth, and then there's whatever this is, Lust said, looking around with eyes as big and round as the oranges we'd just driven past. How do you have the money to own something like this, living so far away from a city center? How do you earn a living? This is how people earn their living, I said. Americans think farmers are poor, but on the whole, it's just not true. Lily said Maya's family owns this town, I said as we pushed the doorbell. Maybe she didn't mean that literally, but my money says she did. The door swung open. After dealing with the rich and pampered in Odyssey, I expected a servant on the other side of the threshold. But it was just Maya, dressed simply in a long-sleeved white blouse, a pair of army green pedal pushers, and a scowl. Teenagers. Hi again, Maya, I said, infusing my voice with a friendliness I didn't really feel. I was still irritable after the road trip. It's good to see you. I pointed to her arm. Hey, you got your cast off. The girl stepped away from the door and hid her arm behind her back. A few days ago, she said. Come in, I guess. We followed Maya through the halls into a large room at the center of the house. The room was bathed in the light pouring through the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked a manicured lawn dotted with flowering bushes and avocado trees. The room smelled of lavender and lemon, like it had recently been cleaned. Maya led us to the oversized leather couch, where her mom and dad rose to their feet and shook our hands. Mom, Dad, these are the actors from that TV show I was telling you about. Maya gestured between our two groups. And these are my parents, Nicolette and Eddie Navarro. The Navarros motioned for us to sit on the couch around a coffee table where they'd set out snacks and fresh squeezed orange juice. I spent the morning to make fresh muffins, Mrs. Navarro said with a gracious smile. You'd honor me to try one. You have a gorgeous home, Lust said, selecting a muffin and placing it on a plate, which she set aside with a soft clink against the glass coffee table. Oh, thank you. Mrs. Navarro pressed a hand to her chest, beaming a genuine smile she shined in her husband's direction. I can't take credit for it, though, aside from the new cabinets in the kitchen. She chuckled and nodded toward her husband. It's Eddie's family home. It's been in the family for generations. I looked over at Maya's father. You're a lucky man, Mr. Navarro. Please call me Eddie, he said. And yes, I agree. This house has been here since before Mariposa was incorporated. My family settled this land way back in the 1800s. Wish I could tell you the exact year, but to be honest, I've never been much on history. Don't let him fool you, Nicolette cut in. He might not be able to tell you the names of his ancestors, but he can tell you the name of the pharmacy that used to be on the corner of Orange and Main back in 1905, along with the religious affiliation of every sheriff this town's had since the beginning of time. Lust grinned and gave Nicolette a coquettish look. Well, aren't you the proud wife? Are you from Mariposa as well? Not me, she said with a slight shake of her head. I'm originally from Pasadena, but I've been here for... How long's it been now, Eddie? 18 years? Eddie winked at his wife. Something like that. The best 18 years of my life. I saw Maya roll her eyes, and I have to admit, I shared that sentiment. Romantic love was all fine and good, but cheesy public expressions of it were high on my list with cover letters and men wearing flip-flops as things that didn't need to exist in a civilized society. When we first got serious about each other, I tried to convince Eddie to come to Pasadena with me, Nicolette said, her gaze still on her husband. Mariposa's a lovely little town, but it's not exactly a bustling metropolis. But once I got settled in, I understood why he couldn't leave. This house, for example. You just can't buy that kind of history. Of course you can, I said. People buy houses all the time. Lust gave me a look. That's not what she means, Pride. It was obvious from her tone that I should be able to deduce Nicolette's meaning on my own. But I couldn't. Well, I wasn't going to ask for clarification in front of the whole world, so I just sat there silently. While her parents gushed about each other and the pricelessness of historic orange groves, Maya hovered nervously, chewing her lip and smoothing her hair behind an ear. Finally, her mother beckoned her over, scooting to the sofa's edge and patting the cushion between her and her husband. "Come sit down, sweetie. You're making me nervous." Then, turning her award-winning smile to us, she said, "So we hear you're looking into the incident at Maya's school." "We are," Greed said. "With your permission, we'd like to ask Maya some questions about what she saw." "I don't see how that can be helpful." Eddie placed a protective hand on his daughter's knee. "How will that help you heal those girls?" "It might not," Lust said, "but it might help us understand how we got here." Mrs. Navarro cleared her throat and leaned across her daughter to catch her husband's eye. "Please, Eddie, we agreed to this. Let's let them do their jobs." Mr. Navarro frowned but buried any further objections as he settled back into the sofa cushions, arms crossed archly over his chest. "All right, what do you want to know?" "Well, let's start with Lily," Greed said, turning his attention to Maya. "I understand the two of you are good friends, is that right?" Maya balked, her lips parting into an O before she barked a dry laugh. "Me and Lily? Good friends? Where did you hear that?" Greed sat up, hands squeezing his knees. "You've been tutoring her in Spanish, haven't you?" He gestured around the opulent living room. "I assume you weren't doing that because you needed the money." Maya made a disgusted sound in her throat as she rolled her eyes. "I was tutoring Lily, yeah, but we weren't friends." She looked down into her lap and wrung her hands nervously. "I wanted to be her friend, but she made it clear that would never happen." I frowned and patted the base of my throat. "Didn't she give you the other half of her necklace? What did she call it? The street ends half?" Maya looked at me like I'd just admitted to voting for the Easter Bunny in the last presidential election. "No, she never gave me anything like that. That would be a nice thing to do. And Lily isn't nice." Mrs. Navarro reached a hand behind her daughter's back and stroked her long, dark hair, a sad smile on her lips. "Maya's had the unfortunate experience of being the interesting new girl at a school full of vipers and sharks," she explained. "Maya's only been at Rising Stars a single term, but already she's become popular, both with the teachers and the students. She's a wonderful actress, extremely empathic. Some girls can't gracefully accept their light being eclipsed." "So, what does that mean?" I asked. "It sounds like Lily was jealous of Maya," Lust supplied with a wink. Turning back to Maya, she said, "All right, so you're not friends. But you lived together in the dorms, right? What's she like?" Maya sighed and gave a limp shrug, her mouth pulling into a frown. "She's a prima donna. And she's cruel. She's probably the most popular girl at Rising Stars, but it's like she's still insecure or something. You know how they say it's better to be feared than loved? That's how Lily is. Feared. Even by her own friends. She'll do or say anything for a laugh, no matter who it hurts, especially if it means hurting me." She sighed heavily, eyes listing to one side. "A week or two after I started at Rising Stars, some boys were throwing a party. An unauthorized party," she amended, glancing sideways at her parents. "A bunch of us broke into Larkspur Hall after hours. That's where the pool is. We were supposed to go, swimming." She caught Lust's eyes meaningfully, and for a moment I didn't know what I was witnessing. But then I remembered something Kylie said at the hospital. "You've been kissing their butts ever since you chickened out of skinny dipping," she'd said. I smiled with understanding. Maya didn't want to talk about skinny dipping in front of her parents. Well, who could blame her? If there are two ideas that should never go together, it's naked and parents. I shuddered just thinking about it. But you didn't go, Lust prompted gently. Maya shook her head. I went down to Larkspur with the other kids, but when the time came to get in the water, I couldn't. I've always been terrified of water. Whenever I even think about swimming, I feel like I'm being dragged underwater and can't breathe. I felt a panic attack coming, so I left in a hurry. Some of the other kids laughed and called me names as I was leaving, but Lily's voice was the loudest. It always is. Lust nodded, her eyes liquid and sympathetic. I knew girls like that in school, too. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Well, let's get off Lily for a minute. Who was the next girl to get ill? Chloe Fontaine, I think. And what can you tell us about Chloe? She's nice, Maya said, with a soft lift of a shoulder. I don't know her that well, but I like her. She's not super smart or anything, but she's a fantastic screenwriter. That's how I know her. She's in my screenwriting for science fiction seminar. She won a national award for a screenplay she wrote last year, but I forget what it was called. She paused then and tilted her head to the side. Are you going to ask me about everybody who got sick? Because honestly, my answers will be mostly the same. They're nice. I don't know them well. I like them. Everyone but Lily. And every time I saw a girl drown, it scared me half to death. Greed cracked his knuckles and scooted forward to the edge of the couch. Maya, can you tell us about the first drowning? Maya glanced at her mother, who patted her daughter on the back and nodded encouragement. The teenager took a deep breath, her chin dipping toward her chest. We were in class, studying the scene in Hamlet where Queen Gertrude announces Ophelia's death. She says something about how Ophelia slipped into the brook and drowned. And that's when Lily started in. I leaned forward. Started in how? The girl licked her lips and closed her eyes, shuddering with the memory. She said something like, Maya thinks she'll drown like Ophelia. That's why she won't go swimming at Larkspur. And then she started taunting me. She started pretending she couldn't breathe, clawing at her neck and gasping for air. I watched Maya with rapt attention. She looked upset as she recounted the story, which I found interesting, because this was not the story we'd heard from Rochelle. Yet Maya's story seemed genuine. Then again, she was an accomplished actress, so I had no idea if this was the truth, a tale, or something in between. That's the problem with both teenagers and actors. They're all unreliable narrators. Then what happened? Lust asked. Some kids told her to stop, and some kids laughed. You know? But she didn't stop. She kept saying I didn't know how to swim, and that if I wasn't careful, I'd end up like Ophelia. And I got this, sick feeling in my stomach, like I was going to throw up. And that's when everything changed. The girl took a breath as her eyes turned to glass, and I realized she was trying not to cry. Lily was still scratching at her throat, but suddenly, her eyes got really big, bulging. Her hair and clothes were soaked with water. It came from nowhere. Just nowhere. She started convulsing, and her skin turned blue. She had foam at the corner of her mouth. People started screaming, and everything got really chaotic. The room fell silent as Maya's voice drained away, and a tear slid down her cheek. She brushed it away with a sniffle and let her breath out with a heavy sigh. I'm not sure what happened after that. This guy, James, started doing CPR on her, but there was so much going on. People were screaming, and Lily was drenched, and kids were recording the whole thing on their phones. It was just, it's okay. Eddie Navarro clasped his daughter by the knee, his fingers tapping rhythmically. You can take a break if you need to, honey. No, Dad, I can't. If something I can tell them will help, I want to help. She sighed angrily and climbed to her feet, padding over to the large windows on the other side of the room. She pressed her forehead against the glass pane. The next time it happened was in my screenwriting class. We were talking about that movie The Abyss, where the woman scientist intentionally drowns herself. Have you seen it? No, I said. I'm not really a big movie person. It's a harrowing scene, she continued, her voice reedy, especially if you're already afraid of water. I guess I must have looked weird or made a sound or something because Chloe touched me on the arm and asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, but a minute later, Chloe was on the floor. Maya shuddered and hugged herself, pressing her body against the glass. It just kept happening. Lily, Chloe, Leilani, and I was there for all of it. I saw all of them. That's why I had to leave the school, she said. Mom and Dad didn't withdraw me. I did it. Nicolette gasped, a tiny, sharp intake of breath. Honey, you told us the school shut down. You said... I lied. Maya lifted her head from the glass and let it drop to the window again. I cringed at the dull thud of the glass shaking in its pain. I lied because I couldn't stay there anymore while doctors and therapists and whoever else failed over and over to protect my classmates. She closed her eyes, her voice soft and sad. 6 girls, Mom. I was in each of their classes. It's no coincidence. Thud. The connection between them is me. Thud. There's something wrong with me. Thud. Thud. Maya? Lust's voice was soft but edged with an unfamiliar tone. Hey, are you all right? The girl let her head fall against the glass again and again in a rote, even rhythm. I rose slowly to my feet and moved closer to the window, hesitant to touch the girl, but also not wanting to watch her hit her head against the glass one more time. Maya, stop. This isn't your fault, I said, closing the distance between us. You didn't do this. The girl spun around, cheeks wet as she yanked up the sleeve of her blouse. Then explain this, she said, crying openly now. Explain this. She thrust her arm in my face with such force I had to grab it to keep from being smashed in the nose. My fingers closed around her arm, and I felt her shaking. Her skin was cold, clammy, and as my hand gripped her forearm, I went reeling. One after the other, images crashed into my skull, so many and so fast I almost couldn't see them. But at the end of the litany of memories, I saw a dark-haired girl in a prairie dress running through the sand toward the ocean, her braids flying behind her as she ran laughing into the waves. I blinked and fumbled, Maya's arm still clenched in my fist. Maya, I breathed, fingertips digging into her flesh. Who is the girl? Who is the dark-haired girl in the prairie dress? But as soon as I asked the question, I felt Greed at my side, his fingers slipping between my hand and the girl's arm as he pried us apart and nudged me away. His voice was soft when he said, Pride, look at her arm. I'd been so shaken by the images that I'd forgotten to look at what she'd been trying to show me to begin with. On the inside of her arm, at the narrow place just above her wrist, was a port wine birthmark in the unmistakable shape of a butterfly. I was born with it, she breathed. My mouth gaped as I stared down at the birthmark. It was precisely like the marks I'd seen on Lily's and Leilani's arms. How could I have missed it? How could all of us have missed it? But then I remembered. The last time I'd seen Maya, she was in a cast. And today, she wore a long-sleeved blouse. The same kind of long-sleeved blouse that was part of the uniform at Rising Stars. My mind was spinning, searching for the right words. I didn't know what to ask first. The questions were running in 7 directions at once. Maya, what's going on here? Who is the girl in the prairie dress? Why do I keep seeing her? Why do the other girls have your birthmark? What girl in a prairie dress? Nicolette was on her feet now, hands thrown up in the air, confusion written all over her face. What are you talking about? The girl on the beach, I said, my voice insistent and pitched high with frustration. She was running into the water. I've seen her twice now, each time I've touched Maya. I turned to the girl, her face blanched and tear-stained. Maya, who's the girl on the beach? Maya trembled. shaking her head as if to say she didn't know when her gaze drifted over my shoulder. Her eyes flew wide, and she cried out, "No, no, not again!" Everyone turned to follow Maya's gaze. When I saw what had stopped her in her tracks, my stomach roiled and my blood turned to ice. Lying in a puddle on the floor, Lust was soaked to her skin, her lips purple as she convulsed, foam leaking from the corners of her mouth. "Call an ambulance!" I shouted, tearing away from Maya and sliding into position beside my friend. "Please! Now!" Greed shoved me aside and placed his palms in the center of Lust's chest and began compressions. Her body jerked at the violence of his upper body pressing into her, willing her heart to beat. "Come on, Lust," he whispered, rhythmically pumping her chest. But she lay there unresponsive, foam oozing from the corner of her mouth. Somewhere, the scream of an ambulance siren filled my ears. I was only dully aware of Maya crying and her parents keening as the world shut down around me. I looked at the bracelet around my wrist. The world slanted just before everything went as black as the screen that was supposed to show me Lust's emotions, but now displayed nothing. Nothing at all. Chapter 16. Hours later, I sat at Lust's bedside, elbows on my knees, and my head bent low as I listened to the beeping of whatever machines she was hooked up to. She was unconscious, but alive. Greed had managed to get her breathing and drain the water from her lungs, but she still hadn't woken up, so we didn't really know what condition she was in. Greed was at my side, speaking to a doctor. Their words washed over me like waves, the meaning of their conversation lost to my layman's ears. For the first time, I was grateful for Greed's presence. I was glad he could navigate this medical hell so I could sit here and wallow in fear undisturbed. I squeezed my eyes shut and listened to the ambient noise, trying to blot out my own thoughts spinning around like a record player. We'd let Lust drown. We'd been right there in the room with her, yet we hadn't seen it coming. We couldn't stop it. 1 minute she was fine, and the next, her lungs were filled with water and she couldn't breathe and she collapsed to the floor where she flopped like a fish. And I'd been too busy grilling a teenager about a 200-year-old vision to notice. Duration of the asphyxia, possibility of cerebral hypoxia, evident cyanosis. I forced myself away from their conversation. I didn't know what those words meant, and I didn't want to know. Doctor words wouldn't help me. They wouldn't bring Lust back. Greed and I were the only two people who could do that, and here we were, trapped in a hospital, still doing nothing to save our friend. I heard the door open and close and felt someone slump down into the chair beside me. I opened my eyes to see that the doctor had gone, and I was alone with Greed at Lust's bedside. He looked as ragged as I felt. All his swagger and bravado had evaporated, and the man left behind looked as forlorn as the ghosts I'd seen roaming the halls just outside this room. We sat in silence for a little while, neither knowing what to say. Finally, I turned to my teammate and asked, "Will she be okay?" Greed's gaze never turned away from Lust, and he didn't blink. "Probably," he said. "The other girls are okay. She probably will be too." "She looks terrible," I said. Her skin was gray and waxy. The butterfly birthmark on her arm looked especially vibrant against the ashen skin. "Drowning is never a good look on anyone," Greed replied. I nodded, my voice catching in my throat. The episode was so much more violent than I imagined. Greed dipped his chin in a tacit nod. "Yes." Seeing it in person was nothing like hearing about it. And Maya saw it 6 times. 6 times. Maya, he said carefully, caused this. Certainly you've deduced that for yourself by now. I clamped my mouth shut. On some level, I knew this to be true the moment I'd seen the butterfly birthmark on her arm. But hearing Greed say the words out loud still made my limbs go numb. Intentionally? I don't think so, he said. I think she's as confounded as we are. So what's happening? How is she doing it? Greed sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Kuvad syndrome, he said. Kuvad syndrome? The phrase was familiar, but in my distress, I couldn't quite pinpoint where I'd heard the term before. I sat motionless, racking my brain. Suddenly, I barked out a laugh, incredulous. She's having a sympathetic pregnancy? Greed chuckled and shook his head. No. But she is causing those girls, and now lust, to experience real symptoms of a condition they don't have. I must have looked confused because Greed took a breath and tried a new tack. Everyone we spoke to said Maya was a wonderful actress, right? They all said Maya was exceptional at making people feel things. Well, I suspect that's truer than anyone knew. Do you know what emotional contagion is? I fidgeted and looked down into my lap. I knew Greed wasn't intentionally trying to show me up with his encyclopedic knowledge, but I still hated admitting that he knew way more about this stuff than I did. No, I grunted. Feelings are contagious, he said simply. If you spent the day with a sad friend, you may end up feeling sad yourself and not even know why. First, you unconsciously mimic your friend's behavior. Maybe you'll start frowning. Then, because you're frowning, your brain takes that feedback and makes you feel sad. This is a natural part of life, but some people like Maya are exceptional at spreading their feelings. Emotional super spreaders, you might say, he added with a smile. Oh, I quite like that. I'll have to add that to my book. Anyway, she unconsciously shared her intense fear of water with her classmates. Her aquaphobia feels like drowning. She said so herself, so she unconsciously made her classmates feel like they were drowning. But why? I asked, understanding still escaping me. What triggered it? The kids at the pool that night weren't affected, and she was having an actual panic attack then? Probably because they weren't connected with her that night. A bunch of teenagers about to go skinny dipping together. Their hormones, attention, and energies were focused elsewhere. Nobody had a strong, empathetic connection to her at that moment. But during class, that changed. Greed dug out his phone, pulled up an email, and handed it to me. These are syllabi from the classes where the drowning occurred. Rochelle sent it over about an hour ago at my request. Do you notice anything about the subject matter all these classes have in common? I looked down at the phone, squinting into the light as I scrolled through the message. In her Elizabethan master's class, they were reading Hamlet. Her screenwriting for science fiction class was studying The Abyss. Her Asian horror class was studying The Ring. In modern documentaries, they were watching The Vanishing at the Cecil Hotel. Her film adaptation seminar was studying The Prestige. And in English literature, they were reading Moby Dick. I looked up from the phone and frowned in confusion. I must be missing something. Maybe Sloth would know the connection because she's a huge movie buff, but I'm lost. Drownings, Greed said simply. All those movies, books, and plays feature spectacular drownings. My hypothesis is the discussions in class triggered Maya's phobia. Remember when Maya said Chloe asked her if she was okay? Chloe made a connection with Maya, an empathic connection. Maya said Chloe and the others were nice girls, so naturally, they worried for their classmate each time Maya was in distress. And that emotional connection was enough for them to experience phantom drowning, just like Lily's dad experiences a phantom pregnancy. I leaned back in the chair, arms folded over my chest. I stretched my legs and crossed my feet at the ankles. That makes sense, I agreed. But what about all the stuff that physically happened? They were drenched in water. That's gotta be more than empathy at play. And how do you explain the butterfly mark on their arms? Mr. Hart isn't pregnant, Greed said. But he has morning sickness, bloating. He's even getting a little puffy around the chest. It's called a psychosomatic response. The mind makes the body think it's ill or in crisis. Here, the victims' minds tricked their bodies into believing not just that they were drowning, but that they were Maya drowning. In response, their bodies produced an excess of water and even a birthmark. That's why all the girls were so badly dehydrated. It's elementary, really. He paused, clearing his throat. If you recall, I said from the beginning the water could have been sweat. But you and Lust were so eager for it to be water spirits. It's a testament to how little I cared about anything other than Lust's health that I let that slide instead of giving Greed a piece of my mind. He'd eventually come around to the water spirit explanation himself, and while it was true he'd mentioned super sweating as a medical possibility, he hadn't exactly stuck to his guns. But it didn't do any good to bicker with him, and anyway, I didn't have the energy for it. I guess I understand how it all started, I drawled. But I don't really understand why it's still happening. All the affected girls still have the birthmark, and they keep drowning. Why do they still have that connection? Greed was silent a while, stroking his chin, eyes lifted toward the ceiling. Finally, he said, Some people say that when you make love to someone, you form a physical bond with them. They say the connection will last forever unless you intentionally sever it. I've never put much stock in that, he admitted, but I must declare there are things even I am ignorant of. I let that simmer for a bit before saying, What's that got to do with this case? Greed gave a thin shrug. If intense physical intimacy can form a bond between people, perhaps intense emotional intimacy can do the same thing. Those girls have a bond. I just don't know how to sever it. Silence settled between us, and we both turned to watch Lust's lifeless body tucked peacefully under a thin blue blanket. She looked for all the world like she was merely asleep. As I watched her, I replayed Greed's words in my mind. A psychosomatic condition like Kuvad syndrome made sense, but something was still niggling at the back of my mind. This felt bigger than an emotionally powerful girl with a phobia. This felt like a cry for help. And until we figured out what shape that help needed to take, nobody was safe from Maya. We sat in Lust's room for a long time, and eventually, the day's events caught up to me, and I succumbed to my exhaustion. I closed my eyes and drifted off, dreaming of a girl with long brown braids wearing a lavender and cream prairie dress with a lace collar running into the ocean. When I woke up, Greed was gone. An elderly nurse was taking Lust's vitals. She was as wrinkled as a prune, with white hair pulled into a little ponytail. The name tag on her pink scrubs said, Agnes. She was humming something tuneless, the only other sound aside from the whir and chirp of Lust's monitors. I must have groaned as I stirred awake, because the nurse started and turned to me, brows rising like bird wings. Surprise gave way to concern as she whisked over to my chair, her rubber-soled shoes silent on the linoleum. Sleeping in that chair can't be good for you, sweetie, she said. Her voice had a mild rasp, but was not unpleasant. Would you like me to get a cot? This room's plenty big enough. I rearranged my limbs and struggled to sit up. She was right. I had a crick in my neck from how I'd slept, and my body felt like I'd been hit by an 18-wheeler. From the faded light streaming through the windows, I guessed it was early evening. I must have slept for a few hours. I cleared my throat and rubbed my eyes as I drew to my feet, stretching. That's okay. I can get a room in town if I need one. I glanced over at Lust. She looked exactly the same. How's she doing? The nurse sighed and walked over to Lust's bed, her hands folded before her. She's stable. How long has she been like this? Several hours, I said. Since early this afternoon. Agnes nodded, lips pinched as she looked down on my friend. May I ask what happened? She drowned. I answered before I could stop myself. Maybe it was lack of sleep, maybe it was shock, or maybe it was good, old-fashioned talking before I think, but I found myself spilling the truth without hesitation. It was too much effort to make something up. She was nowhere near water, but she drowned nonetheless. Something like a shadow crossed Agnes's face as she looked up, her hand fluttering to her throat. Her eyes grew wide as her jowls sagged, mouth twitching. You don't say, she breathed. My. After all this time, it started again. I thought we'd seen the last of that. I faltered, trying to swallow in a dry throat. I'm afraid I misheard you, I said. It sounded like you said, it started again. I did. Agnes turned back to Lust and let her fingers trail through her dark hair. It had begun to dry and fan out around her shoulders. Back in the day, we saw cases like this several times a year. But it's been so long now. I thought this plague had surely passed. She lifted her hand and crossed herself before kissing her fingers and once again touching Lust softly. I don't like to dwell on dark things, but sometimes I wonder if this town isn't cursed. I licked my lips, feeling my pulse throb in my temples. Cursed how? What do you mean? I've been a nurse for over 50 years, she said, and I've seen everything, believe me. But I'll never forget the time I saw the drowning girl. The words drowning girl washed over me like a baptism, and I grew dizzy with anticipation. When was this, Agnes? When did this happen? Oh, it must have been over 60 years ago, she said. I was a young teenager then. Now, my memory isn't what it used to be, but some things you can't forget. And if you've ever seen a girl drown on dry land, you'll know that's not a memory that fades over time. It haunts you in your sleep. She paused. I guess you'll know that truth for yourself soon enough. The old woman was still facing Lust, but she wasn't really looking at her. Her eyes had gone soft and unfocused as she recalled this distant memory. It was Sunday afternoon, and my girlfriends and I were coming home from church. Nothing special had happened that day. Nothing out of the ordinary. But as we were walking, one of our friends, a sweet girl named Brenda Vance, went limp and fell to the pavement. She was dripping wet and gasping for air. She was jittering and shaking so bad we thought she was having a seizure. It wasn't until much later we found out the doctors said it was a mysterious drowning. I'd never been so scared in my life. I had to lean against the edge of Lust's bed to keep from falling over. All this time we'd assumed the episodes were restricted to rising stars. It never occurred to any of us that it may have happened before. When I regained my sensibilities, I heard myself croak out, "Were there others? Other girls who drowned?" "There were," Agnes nodded. "But I don't recall much about them. I didn't see those, you see." "Are there other people in town who might know more?" When Agnes didn't immediately answer, I pressed on, infusing my voice with as much urgency as I could muster. "There are 6 young women in the town where I live who have also drowned," I explained. "And I'm afraid that if I don't get to the bottom of this—" "I'm afraid I just don't know," she said. "But I was with Winnie Coolidge that day. Soledad Navarro, too, but she died about 20 years ago. The only way to talk to her now is if you have a Ouija board." My heart thudded to a halt. "Did you just say Navarro?" "That's right," Agnes confirmed. "She was the well, I'm not sure how many greats, granddaughter of Arturo Navarro, who founded this town." My body went still as stone. "It runs in the family," I breathed. The wheels in my head were turning at warp speed, and once again, I leaned against Lust's bed for support. "Agnes, is there a town library or hall of records or something where I can learn more about the Navarros?" "We don't have anything like that," she said. "But we have a visitors center. They might be able to help you." A jolt of adrenaline flooded my body as I practically flung myself toward the exit. "Thank you," I said, already dialing Greed's number, agog about this new lead. "You have no idea how much this means to me. To us." And then I was out the door. The Mariposa Visitors Center sat right on the edge of the county line between the interstate and an enormous Mexican pottery outlet. It was pretty robust for a city not much bigger than a postage stamp. It featured a miniature museum, a gift shop, a courtyard with a small garden, and an art gallery. Not that I was interested in any of those amenities. I was on a mission. So, what exactly are we doing here? Greed was seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, one leg casually draped over the other as he thumbed through a pamphlet detailing the many species of flora and fauna Mariposa had to offer. I waved a hand and he scooted over, making enough room for me to sit beside him. Several groups of people milled about the courtyard not far from where we sat, and nobody else needed to hear what I had to say. "It's the Navarro family," I said, my voice just above a whisper. "Somehow, this whole thing is tied up in some kind of family curse." Greed lifted an eyebrow. "Care to elaborate?" I quickly explained what I'd learned from Lust's nurse, adding my own commentary here and there. "Agnes said she thinks the town is cursed, but I'm not so sure it's the town. It sounds to me like it's the Navarro family specifically. So we need to find out what we can about the family, and hopefully that will lead us in the right direction." Greed nodded, his eyes fixed on some distant object only he could see. "Sounds reasonable. Well, unless we think the source of their problems is botanical in nature, I assume we should go inside to begin our research." We wended our way through the clusters of visitors until we were back inside the center's main building. A large sign at the entrance directed us to the western wing of the museum, where a scale panorama and a dozen displays laid out the town's history. To be honest, I'm not really a museum kind of person. At least, not the look but don't touch kind. History has always felt distant and dull to me. Even though I knew this was important, I found my eyes glazing over as I tried to absorb the details of Mariposa's founding. Lucky for me, Greed's attention did not wander. About halfway through our incredibly boring adventure, he nudged me in the side. "Pride, have a look at this." We were standing in front of a collection of old daguerreotypes dating from the mid-1800s. Accompanying these photographs was a family tree with timelines, some information of note about the people in the photographs, and a map of the city. I was half-heartedly reading all this when something caught my eye. I stepped nearer the glass, my lips falling open as I read, my heart rate picking up speed. The town of Mariposa, the seat of La Guerra County, sits halfway between Los Angeles and San Diego along the Pacific coast. Known for its glittering acres of orange groves, Mariposa is one of Southern California's best-kept secrets. Founded in 1860 by downtrodden businessman Arturo Navarro, it was initially intended only as the homestead for his new bride, Carlotta. However, Carlotta's letters to her family in Northern California spoke so highly of the land that farmers and orange growers flocked to the city, hoping to establish themselves and earn their fortune. Pinpointing the true origins of Mariposa remains challenging, as many contradicting stories have circulated about the town's inception. One popular tale maintains that Mariposa was founded when Carlotta Navarro went into labor while traveling from Los Angeles on their way to San Diego. This story claims she gave birth to her twin daughters in a glade filled with orange trees, and the town was named for the monarch butterflies that flit from tree to tree. Others claim Arturo won the land in a poker game, and Navarro consequently named the town for his ability to flourish from the ugly caterpillar to a butterfly. But most modern scholars agree Mariposa was named for his twin daughters, Gertrudis and Antonia, who were born with matching butterfly birthmarks on their arms. The word mariposa is Spanish for butterfly. Mariposa continued to grow over the next 16 years, gaining churches, a school, and a newspaper. Word of the town's rich soil and good luck spread far and wide, bringing new families to Mariposa each year. But the town's good luck seemed to dry up in 1876 when 16-year-old Gertrudis Navarro catastrophically drowned in the Pacific Ocean while trying to save her sister Antonia from the same fate. Antonia made it back to the shore alive, but Gertrudis was pulled under the currents. According to those closest to the family, this photo was taken shortly before that fateful venture into the waves. To the right of this panel was a sepia-toned photograph of two young women, arms linked over their shoulders, faces pressed together as they shined their identical smiles at the camera. Each girl wore their hair in long braids over their shoulders, and each was clad in matching lace-collared prairie dresses. My heart roared to a stop. Though I'd only seen that face twice before, I already knew it so well. I'd seen this girl spinning under a placid blue sky. I'd seen her in church wearing a crisp dress and pinafore, her leg pressed against mine. I'd seen her face illuminated by a crack of lightning as we cowered underneath a blanket, laughing and clutching each other as our hearts screeched in our ears. And I'd seen her laughing as she ran along the beach, the bottom of her lavender and cream prairie dress soaked with ocean water. This was the girl I'd seen when I'd touched Maya. Or rather, it was one of these two girls. But which girl? Realization rolled over me in a wave, and I pressed my hand to my mouth as I reread the whole panel to make sure I'd understood correctly. Then I turned to greed, the delicate beginnings of hope unfurling in my chest. "I know what's happening," I said. "I've solved the case." Greed blinked. "You solved the case? From this?" "In a manner of speaking," I said. "Come on, I'll explain everything in the car. We need to go back to the Navarro place right away." I paused. "As a psychiatrist, can you perform hypnosis by any chance?" Greed shot me a slick smile. "Why pride, my dear? I thought you'd never ask." Chapter 17. "You want to hypnotize my daughter? What on earth for?" Greed and I were sitting with Eddie and Nicolette Navarro in their living room. Maya had begged to be part of the conversation, but her parents had refused, sequestering her in her bedroom while the grown-ups talked. I'd felt her fury across the room as she thudded up the stairs, screaming the whole time. I understood her position. I wouldn't want other people to talk about me and my future without my input either, not even if they had my best interest at heart. The thing is, what you think is best for yourself and what others think is best for you don't always line up. Eddie Navarro was glaring daggers at me from his perch on the couch. I couldn't exactly blame him. A week ago, his life had been perfect. Now, he'd witnessed a woman drown in his living room while his own daughter claimed responsibility for it. And to add insult to injury, a perfect stranger wanted to tamper with his daughter's mind, hoping to save 6 strangers. It was a lot to process. "I used to be an investigator with the San Diego police," I said, conveniently leaving out the paranormal part of my title. "A woman came into our precinct once, saying her son might have information about a murder that had happened years before he was even born. See, the boy had been telling his mother details that no one knew about. The mother was scared, understandably so. The case the boy supposedly had information on was long cold, but the department still wanted to close it, of course. Trouble was, we couldn't exactly trust the ravings of a 6-year-old boy." "Kids make things up," Eddie agreed with a nod. "They imagine things." "Yes," I nodded, but he was insistent. Eventually, we had him psychologically tested through a special kind of hypnosis, specifically a process called past life regression We discovered the boy was a reincarnation of the murder victim himself. That's how he knew so much about the crime. With that boy's help, we solved the crime and put the killer in jail for life. After that, I threw my hands up. The boy went back to normal. Justice was served, and everything was laid peacefully to rest. Maya's parents said nothing, and it took me a minute to realize they were still waiting for the punchline. Well, not everybody can be rocket scientists. I took a deep breath and said, I think Maya is a reincarnation of Antonia Navarro. Nicolette blinked at me. Who? I believe it would be her great-great-great-great-grandmother, I said, counting the greats off on my fingers to make sure I got it right. One of the twin daughters of Arturo Navarro who founded this town. Your ancestor, I said to Eddie. And why do you think that? Eddie asked. Well, I said, if you'd bothered to learn the history of your own town, you'd know. What pride means, Greed said, cutting me off with a sour look, is we went to the visitors center today. We learned that Arturo Navarro named the city of Mariposa for the butterfly birthmark each of his twin daughters had. And it's the same birthmark Maya has. Exactly the same. Nicolette turned to her husband, her eyes wide and liquid. Is that true, Eddie? Beats me! He tossed his hands in the air while shaking his head, confounded. You think I know diddly squat about something that happened 4, 5, 6 generations ago? It's not just the birthmark that gives it away, I said. One of the twins, Gertrudis, drowned in the Pacific Ocean while trying to save her sister from drowning. It actually happens a lot, I said with a frown. I'm from San Diego, so I grew up hearing stories. People see a loved one drowning and they rush in, trying to help, but they often become victims themselves. Nicolette and Eddie exchanged a look I couldn't read. You said you think Maya is the reincarnation of Antonia, Nicolette said, but you just said Gertrudis is the one who died. That's right. Gertrudis died before having children of her own. People can only reincarnate into their own direct lineages, I said, repeating what I'd learned from Balthazar. So Maya must be Antonia, not Gertrudis. But I don't understand, Nicolette continued. Antonia didn't drown. So what does this have to do with her? She did drown, Greed said. She just didn't die because Gertrudis sacrificed her life to save her. She lived, but at the expense of her twin sister's life. Her twin. Can you imagine how that must have affected her? Can you imagine how much that changed her? Greed wasn't talking to me, but I nodded along all the same. Because I could imagine. I remembered how Portia looked at her twin the morning we'd been released from jail. I even remembered the words she'd said with tears in her eyes. I have always felt your pain, Peyton, and I still feel it now. I feel how unwell you are. And even though it did not happen to me, I know you're suffering. The Navarros went still, their faces blanched as they sat quivering, unconsciously leaning into each other for support. The pain of losing her sister on top of the guilt must have destroyed her. Nicolette whimpered. That poor woman. That poor wrecked girl. Yes, I agreed, my voice low. It's tragic what happened to her. But now her tragedy is your tragedy. She just can't seem to leave her descendants alone. See, Maya isn't the first person to reincarnate as Antonia. I spoke with a hospital nurse who grew up here. She said these drownings happened when she was a teenager as well. In fact, she saw it happen right in front of her when she was coming home from church with her friends Winnie Somebody and Soledad Navarro. Eddie gaped. Soledad was my grandmother, he said. She died a few years before Maya was born. I figured that much, I said. I can't say whether Soledad was the first reincarnation of Antonia, but I believe after your grandmother died, Antonia reincarnated again as Maya. Forgive me if I'm a doubting Thomas, but reincarnation is a pretty tough pill to swallow. Eddie sat with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes narrow. I'm a man of science, you see, and all this mumbo-jumbo doesn't even add up. Which part doesn't add up? Greed asked. Well, the drowning part, if you really want to know. Eddie gestured toward the place on the floor where Lust had lain in a puddle of her own sweat, choking on water in her lungs. How does reincarnation explain drowning in the present? Greed was quiet for a moment as he considered how to answer. Finally, he touched a finger softly to his lips and said, "Tell me, Mr. Navarro, do you have any deep-seated fears that you can't explain? Something irrational but powerful? Something you were born with?" Eddie Navarro nodded cautiously. "Sure, I have a terrible fear of flying. It's so bad I've never taken a vacation anywhere I can't drive to." "And have you ever wondered, even jokingly, if perhaps your fear of flying comes from a past life where you crashed your airplane?" Eddie chuckled again, but this time there was a flutter of nervousness underlying it. Sure, everybody says stuff like that." He paused, eyes widening. "Wait, you're not trying to tell me that's true, are you? You're saying my fear of flying is because I'm the reincarnation of a bad pilot?" Greed smiled, shaking his head. "Not exactly. But even if you aren't the direct reincarnation of a bad pilot, you could be his descendant. See, people think we only inherit things like eye color and intelligence from our parents, but it's not true. Trauma, too, is carried in the body. Our cells remember." A shiver ran through me. I'd heard these words before, and not from Greed. Balthazar had spoken them. It was eerie how they used the same language to describe the phenomenon. Until now, I wouldn't have put Balthazar the shaman in the same category as Greed the psychiatrist. One was a doctor, and the other was Balthazar. But maybe science and magic were closer than I wanted to admit. "I'm still not following," Nicolette said, defiant. "How do we get from a girl who drowned 150 years ago to whatever is happening to my daughter now?" "Everyone we've spoken to has told us what a talented actor Maya is," I explained. "Everyone says when Maya performs, you feel what she feels. Maya is... what did you call it, Greed?" "An emotional superspreader," he said. "I coined that phrase. I'll be putting it in my book." "Right," I said, trying hard not to roll my eyes. "Anyway, when Maya gets triggered, say, by a discussion of drowning, she unconsciously projects that fear onto others in a way that makes their bodies think they are really drowning. But the cause of that fear was Antonia's direct experience. Which brings us back to the initial request." I folded my hands together and offered what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "If we hypnotize Maya and take her through a past life regression, we can speak directly to Antonia, tap into the original source of the fear, and eliminate it." When neither of the parents responded to this, Greed sighed and tried again. "Mr. and Mrs. Navarro, I've helped people through many phobias. Stage fright, fear of heights, even fear of animals. I've cured them all. And I know I can do the same for your daughter if you'll let us. Now that we know the root of her fear, we are well equipped to destroy it." The Navarros turned to each other, each with fear in their eyes. Nicolette took her husband's hands in her own and squeezed them gently. "We should do this," she said. "We should let them try to help her." Eddie sighed and turned to Greed, his face creased with worry. "This won't hurt her? It won't change her?" Greed shook his head. "Not in the way you mean, but she may wake up with a desire to learn to swim. If this is successful, she won't be afraid of water anymore." Eddie gave a curt nod. "Fine, if Maya wants to do it, let's do it." Greed heaved a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. Then why don't you talk to Maya and bring her down while Pride and I get ready?" The parents slipped quietly out of the room, and as soon as they were gone, Greed said to me, "This better work." I blinked. "You've done this before, right?" But Greed didn't answer. He just clapped his hands together and said, "Let's get this show on the road." By the time the Navarros returned downstairs with Maya, Greed had rearranged the living room. He had restacked the pillows on the couch and spread a blanket over top to create a makeshift bed. He shoved the coffee tables and other furniture against the walls, closed the curtains, and turned off all the lights. Maya entered the living room with her parents at her heels. Her anger had melted away, but her teenage fierceness remained. She eyed Greed and me with apprehension, hands curled into fists at her side. She wore her disdain like armor, but I knew beneath the veneer of bravado she was afraid. Her face had lost its color, except for the raw, red rim around her eyes. Well, I guess it's not every day you find out you're the modern incarnation of a woman who'd witnessed her twin drowning and had been accidentally drowning her friends for generations. I'd probably cry too in her situation. She dragged her feet as she entered the room, stopping at the edge of the couch and gesturing. "I guess you want me to lie down there?" she asked. Greed shrugged. "Just sit for a moment first, if you don't mind." He pulled a chair close to the edge of the couch as Maya sank into the cushions. He positioned himself to face Maya with his back to her parents. "Before we begin, I need your permission to hypnotize you." Maya blinked, pressing a hand to her chest. "Me? Why are you asking me? Didn't my parents already say it was okay?" "Yes," Greed said. "But now I'm asking you. I can only help you if you want help. I can only lead you into the past if you are willing to go there. I can't drag you. I can't force you. And all the hypnosis in the world won't heal you if you don't want to be healed. So." He sat back and squared his shoulders. "Maya Navarro, do I have your permission to change your fear response to drowning? Do you want me to heal this fundamental wound?" Maya was silent for a long time, staring down at her lap. Finally, she looked up, a single tear trailing down her cheek. "Can I ask something first?" Greed nodded. "Of course." "If we do this," she began, "will I still be afraid of swimming? Or will this make me normal?" A small smile crept over Greed's mouth. "That's up to you," he said. "Would you like to be brave enough to swim?" Maya shuddered with laughter, wiping her brow with the back of her hand. "So bad. I've missed out on so much because of this stupid fear. I don't mean to disrespect my ancestors or whatever, but this is one family trait I wouldn't mind getting rid of." We all chuckled at that, and I felt some of the tension leak from the room. Even Greed looked more relaxed. "All right, then let's do it. What do you say?" Maya's smile widened as she lay on the couch, hands folded atop her stomach. "Let's." When the rest of us were settled, Greed leaned back and crossed his legs at the knee, his hands resting lightly on his thighs. He really looked like the quintessential psychiatrist. All he needed was a pocket watch to swing like a pendulum, and he would have looked like a villainous hypnotist from a Saturday morning cartoon. Our task today is to travel backward in time to your different lives. You are Maya Navarro, but you have also been other people throughout time. Each life you live is a new layer added to your core self. Today we will travel through time, peeling back those layers until we come to the life where you lived as Antonia Navarro. Maya turned her head. "You really think she's in my head somewhere? My great-great-great-great-grandmother?" Greed nodded. "She's in there. All your memories are in there somewhere, even your birth. Our job today is to find relevant memories, unlock them, and calm them. When you wake up, you'll still be yourself, but you'll no longer accidentally drown anyone. Do you understand?" Maya bit down on her lower lip as she nodded. "I think so." Greed smiled. "Good. Now close your eyes." As a paranormal investigator, I'd seen some crazy things, but I had never actually seen someone get hypnotized. Sure, there was the time in college during freshman orientation when a stage performer supposedly hypnotized a dozen students, making them do crazy dances and cluck like a chicken. But that was for show. I'd never seen an actual patient succumb to the quiet enchantment of the mind. Despite myself, I leaned forward with anticipation, my heart thrumming in my ears. "Maya, concentrate on my voice. You have nothing to worry about. You cannot do this incorrectly. We're going on a journey together, and it begins right here, right now. Imagine you are in a room filled with white light. If you've never seen anyone get hypnotized in real life, this is a spoiler alert. It's actually super boring. While Maya lay on the couch, Greed droned on and on about rooms filled with different colored lights, getting onto elevators and traveling deeper into the subconscious, and finally, a dark tunnel with a light at the end. It was so dull, I almost fell asleep myself. But then, out of nowhere, Greed snapped his fingers and everything changed. Maya's head lolled to one side and her eyes drooped closed. Her whole body went as limp as a rag doll's as her breathing slowed and her muscles relaxed. Her mouth hung slightly open, and a thin trickle of saliva seeped from the corner of her mouth. If I hadn't known any better, I would have said she'd fallen asleep. But I knew better. Maya's mother drew a sharp breath. "What's happening?" she asked. "It's all right," Greed soothed. "She's traveling. Everything is going just fine." Returning to the girl on the couch, Greed said, "Maya, open your eyes if you can hear me." The girl's eyes fluttered open, but she didn't turn to face Greed or acknowledge him. Her eyes were open but unseeing. She was conscious but not awake. This had to be where zombie stories came from. It was actually really creepy. You are standing in a tunnel. It's dark, but light filters in from both ends. You are not afraid. Someone is coming toward you. Greed intoned. He is not a stranger. He is someone you love, someone you trust. He hands you a mirror. Look in the mirror and describe what you see. Maya blinked languidly as she said, "I see myself. My hair is in a messy bun. I'm wearing a navy blue tank top and gold earrings." I swallowed. Maya was describing the outfit she currently wore. I glanced at Greed to gauge his expression, but he looked pleased, so this must be what he expected. Greed's voice was deep and calm. "Maya, I want you to take 10 big steps toward the light. The passage will become narrower as you walk, but it is still wide, and you are not afraid. As you walk, the light at the end of the tunnel comes nearer. As you walk, you will count the steps with me. Let's count backward together from 10. 10, 9, 8. They counted together, their voices a steady rhythm in the room's dim light. When they completed the countdown, Maya grew still as stone, eyes unfocused and unblinking. "Look in the mirror again and tell me what you see." "I see myself," she said. "I have short, dark hair curled at the temples. I'm wearing a white blouse with pearl buttons and a red cardigan. I have on a gold crucifix, and I'm wearing bright red lipstick." "Tell me your name," Greed said. "My name is Soledad Navarro." "Dios mío," Eddie whimpered. "My grandmother." He crossed himself and kissed his fingers in astonishment. Greed shushed him, and Eddie quieted, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like prayer as his wife grabbed his hand and squeezed. He placed his free hand against his mouth, his eyes glistening. Greed smiled. "Very good. Now let's continue." Together, they repeated the process. Greed guided Maya down the tunnel as the passageway became narrower, and the light grew nearer and brighter. They counted backward from 10. And this time, when Maya looked down into the mirror, my heart stopped. "I see myself," she whispered. "I have long, dark hair plaited into 2 braids that I wear over my shoulders. I'm wearing a muslin dress with a high lace collar. The fabric is cream-colored with lavender flower buds all over." "Tell me your name," Greed said. "My name is Antonia Navarro," said the girl on the couch. "And what is the year?" Greed asked. "It is the year 1876. I'm 16 years old." "Antonia, I want you to walk out of the tunnel into the sunlight. Look around. Where are you?" "I am at the beach with my family." "Oh, and there's the ocean. It's so big. I've never seen it before." The room grew deathly quiet. "Antonia, is your sister with you?" Greed asked. The girl paused, a smile breaking over her face. "Oh, yes. Gertrudis is here." A pause. "Gertrudis is sitting with Mama and Papa on the beach. They're afraid of the ocean, not me." "All right," Greed said. "Can you walk toward them? What's happening now?" "I'm going into the water now. It's so cold. But the sun is bright overhead and it's so beautiful. There's no one else here. We have the beach all to ourselves. The waves splash up to my stomach. I hear Mama calling out to me to be careful. But I'm not afraid. So I go out further. I can feel the sand squishing beneath my toes. It feels like the earth is running away from me. What a weird feeling." She laughed, but then a cloud passed behind her eyes. "Wait! Oh no!" Greed leaned forward. "What is it, Antonia?" "I can't feel the bottom anymore." She gasped, face going taut even as the rest of her body remained tranquil. "The water is so cold. The waves are so big. The current is dragging me further in. It's pulling me under. Somebody please help me. I can't catch my breath." But they can't hear me because I'm not screaming out loud. I'm only screaming in my head. I'm trying to call for help, but the water keeps rushing in. Maya's body lurched. "Why isn't anyone helping me? Can't they see I'm fading beneath the water?" A sick feeling swelled in my stomach. I didn't want to listen to this. I knew what was coming. Growing up near the beach, I'd run into many ghosts of people who had died in the ocean. I knew the scenario Antonia described. People always think drowning is noisy, with screams for help, splashing, and drama. But in reality, drowning is quiet. There's no air in the lungs, no space to scream. Drowning is a silent slip beneath the surface, so unremarkable that most people don't notice it until it's too late. "What's happening now?" Greed asked. "Gertrudis is coming toward me," she breathed, her voice high and reedy. Her breathing quickened, and her expression followed a path from relief to surprise to rising panic. Oh no, she can't swim either." I grab onto her and I push her down. "I don't mean to. I'm just trying to stay above water so I can breathe. But now she's struggling beneath the surface and—" "It's all right," Greed said. "That's enough. You are not afraid, Antonia. Do you hear me? You are not afraid. Your sister loves you. She came to save you. Let that feeling of love wash over you. Allow that warmth to fill your lungs. Let her light guide you out of the water, back to shore." "I can't!" The girl began gasping, her body convulsing. "Everything is so dark. I can't see and I'm so cold." Her teeth began to chatter, and the color drained from her face. "Where is Gertrudis? Gertrudis!" "Stop this!" Nicolette was on her feet now, hovering over her daughter, her body trembling with fear. "It's not working. Don't you see how terrified she is? Bring her back. Bring her back right now." Greed shot Nicolette a dark look. "You must trust the process," he snapped, his voice whip-sharp. "Please don't interrupt me again. Sit down and be quiet." Nicolette gasped at the admonishment, her eyes wide in disbelief. Even I recoiled at Greed's tone. He had a job to do, sure, but this was the girl's mother, for crying out loud. But on the other hand, Greed was right. I didn't know much about hypnotism, but even I knew you couldn't just yank a person out of a trance. They had to be guided back gently or things could go really wrong. "Sit down, Nikki," Eddie said, patting the floor beside him. "Please, let's just get this over with." Nicolette hesitated before sinking back into place, sniffling and biting back tears as she pressed her body to her husband's side. "Let's just finish this," she whispered. Greed angled his body again toward the couch, where Maya was still twitching, her eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. "Antonia, follow my voice. My voice will lead you to shore. My voice will lead you to safety. My voice is your savior. My voice is life. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, in an instant, Maya's body went slack, her eyes closing as if a switch had been flipped. Suddenly, a bright, glowing light appeared at Greed's side. But it wasn't just any light. It was shaped like a person, but it was so bright, I couldn't make out any details. "Where am I?" a voice said. I waited for Greed to answer, but strangely, he said nothing. In fact, Greed was still watching Maya like he didn't see the light at all. I glanced at my companions. Neither Eddie nor Nicolette was looking at the light. They ignored it completely. Greed scooted forward in his seat. "Antonia, are you there? Open your eyes if you can hear me." "I'm here," the light said. "I'm here, but I don't know where here is." I watched breathlessly as the light undulated like a reflection in moving water. As I stared, mouth open in amazement, the shape of a girl gradually took shape, bright, shining, and beautiful. I blinked in awe. I knew this girl. Well, I didn't know her, but I'd seen her before. Antonia Navarro's ghost was standing in our living room. It was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen, but also confusing. Usually, when I saw ghosts, they looked as they did when they died. Old, mangled, diseased, whatever. It's usually not a pretty sight. The specters themselves lack vibrance. They typically appear dim and monochromatic. But Antonia looked fresh as a rose and twice as sweet. From the family tree I'd seen at the visitors' center, I knew perfectly well she'd lived to be an old woman. So why was she appearing now as a teenage girl? And that's when I realized I wasn't looking at a ghost at all. This was an astral projection, exactly as Balthazar had explained it that day in his office. This was Maya's living soul outside her body, remembering herself as Antonia the day her sister died. It was magical. It was also deeply weird. Hesitantly, I cleared my throat. Greed? When my teammate turned around, I gestured at the shimmering apparition with my chin, even though I knew he couldn't see her. "She's here. She's standing in the living room." "What?" Greed sputtered, looking around. "She's here?" "I followed the voice," the girl said. "The voice said to follow it, and I did. Please." A tremor of fear underscored her words. "Please tell me where I am." "I'll explain everything." I said this to no one and everyone in particular. It was clear I was the only person in the room who knew what was happening, because I was the only person who could see and hear ghosts. Or spirits. Whatever. "Antonia, you are with family. You are with a future version of yourself. Do you see the girl lying on the couch?" Antonia stepped toward Maya's prone body. "I see her," she said. "She's beautiful." "This is your great-great-great-great-granddaughter," I explained. "And she needs your help." Antonia looked up at me, her eyes wide with wonder. "Really? And she needs my help?" "Yes, very much." "Do you remember when Gertrudis drowned?" I asked. Greed hissed from his seat. "What do you think you're doing? You're not trained for this." "I've talked to plenty of spirits," I said. "I don't know anything about playing around in another person's mind. But spirits, I know." I let my voice grow soft and tried on a smile, hoping to keep everyone's nerves at bay. "I've got this. Trust me." I turned my attention back to the apparition. "Do you remember?" "More than remember," the girl said, her voice a shade above a whisper. "I felt it. We're twins," she explained. "We always feel each other's pain. And when Gertrudis drowned, I felt it. I still feel it." "This girl feels it too," I explained, gesturing toward Maya. "And she makes others feel it until they drown as well, even on land." The projection gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "That's terrible." She stepped nearer to Maya and reached out to touch her, but her hand went right through the girl's unconscious body. "It must frighten her so dearly." "It does," I said. 7 people are in the hospital now because of it. That's why we've brought you here. We have to change how you think and feel about your sister's drowning so we can stop this once and for all. The spirit's eyes lingered on Maya as she angled her body to face me. I don't know how to do that, she said. How do I change how I feel about losing my sister? When you think of that terrible day, what do you feel? I asked her. Like I can't breathe, she said. My lungs are on fire and my body shakes and… That's right, I interrupted. That's what Gertrudis felt at that moment. But what did Gertrudis feel that led her into the water that day? Fear, the girl answered. She was terrified for me. And why was she terrified for you? I asked, insistent. What emotion made her care at all about what happened to you? Antonia balked. Her hand rose slowly to her chest, her fingers clutching at her heart. Love. That's right, I smiled. Love. Love brought Gertrudis into the waves to save you. And that's what you need to think about when you think of Gertrudis or water or swimming or drowning or anything like that. Let go of the fear and focus on that love. Antonia's gaze flitted back to the girl lying unmoving on the couch. I just don't know if I can. Do you think Gertrudis would mind if I let go of her pain? I think it's what she would want, I said. A bit of Gertrudis lives in that girl after all. Give that girl your sister's love instead of her suffering. The spirit shimmered like heat waves coming off the highway in the summer sun. My skin prickled over as the projection floated to where Maya lay still as a corpse. Then, Antonia kneeled at her side, folding her hands beneath her chin like she was praying before bedtime. Yes, you're right, she breathed. She wouldn't want this girl to have pain. Only love. She leaned forward to place a kiss on Maya's cheek. It didn't land, of course, but the sentiment was there. How can I help? I turned to Greed. She says she'll help. What does she need to do? Greed blinked and shook himself, clearing his throat as he regained control of the room. Antonia, can you feel the other 7 people you're connected to? The ones with your butterfly birthmark on their wrist? The girl nodded, and I said to Greed, Yes, she feels them. Let them go, Greed instructed. They're not your sister. They're not part of you. You don't need to hold on to them. Let them go. The apparition tipped her head forward and her image shimmered. 7 rays of light emanated from her body. Then her light pulsed once and the first emanation faded away. Her light pulsed again, and a second ray of light disappeared. She flashed her energy again and again, 7 times total, until she was surrounded only with her own light. Not a single ray remained. She looked at me and smiled, a dimple winking into existence like the evening's first star. I think I did it, she said. I can't feel them anymore. You did great, I said. Then to Greed I added, It's done. Greed exhaled through an open mouth. Excellent. Now, Antonia, please repeat after me, sweetheart. Keep your mind relaxed. Let love pour through you, and repeat after me. I have no fear. The girl's spirit whispered, I have no fear. I release my pain. I release my pain. I overflow with love. I overflow with love. Slowly, I guided Greed and Antonia through their call and response. It went on for a long time, so long that I started to worry I might grow old and die right there in the Navarro living room. But little by little, I realized the projection was becoming dimmer with each repetition. Her voice, too, grew softer until her words became nothing more than a susurration, like wind through leaves, and then faded to nothing as the apparition receded into thin air. As the spirit vanished from sight, Maya stirred quietly, mumbling incoherently as she opened her eyes. Her parents gasped cries of relief and bolted to her side, cooing and caressing their daughter. Maya's arms looped around her mother's neck, and the two cried together, gentle as pigeons. I was about to ask Greed if the process had worked when the bracelet on my wrist began to glow with a faint, pink blush. Lust was awake. Chapter 18. Greed stayed behind to wrap up things with the Navarros, while I headed to the hospital to see Lust. She was sitting up in her bed, tousled hair falling around her shoulders like waves. Even in her drab hospital gown, she was radiant. My throat nearly swelled shut at the sight of her. "You're awake," I said. Lust reached her hand out, and I clasped it as I came to stand beside her. Her skin was soft and warm. She no longer felt like a corpse. That alone made me want to sing with joy. "You came," she said. "I thought you might have gone back to Odyssey." "Without you?" I shook my head with a frown. "I guess you don't know me very well at all." Lust grinned, her thumb stroking the back of my hand. "I know you plenty well, freak show. Well enough, anyway. Where's Greed?" "He's with the Navarros," I said. "I think we did it, Lust. I think this is all over." I sat down on the edge of the bed and told her everything. I told her about Cuvade syndrome, emotional contagion, and super spreaders. I told her about Soledad and Antonia, and the hypnosis ceremony. I explained the astral projection and the ritual that followed. And all the while, Lust watched me in rapt attention, her fingers tightening around mine at key moments of my story. I know this sounds terrible given the circumstances, but part of me wanted that moment to last forever. When I finished telling her everything, I rolled my hand over, exposing the underside of Lust's arm. I let my fingers trace over the smooth, brown skin above her wrist. "The butterfly is gone," I said. Lust grinned. "It worked, Pride. You did it. You broke the connection and saved those girls." Her smile widened as she squeezed my fingers. "And me." "Well, it was a team effort," I said. "I'm just glad this whole thing is over. This case took a lot out of me." Lust quirked an eyebrow. "How so?" "There was a lot at stake," I said. "Those girls and their families, the whole school in turmoil, and then, of course, you. But it wasn't just the case," I admitted. I swallowed around the lump forming in my throat. "It was also teaming up with you and Greed." Lust withdrew her hand from mine and folded her arms over her chest. "Okay, tell me more." "You're really gonna make me say it out loud, aren't you?" I chuckled and ran a hand nervously through my hair. "Lust, you know how I feel about you, and I know how Greed feels about you. And this whole time I've had to strike this balance between paying attention to the case and trying to look good in front of you. And I have to say, for someone like me, that was anything but easy." Lust's eyes narrowed, and her expression took on an edge I couldn't read. "What do you think Greed feels for me?" I blinked. "Well, you know, he's into you. Romantically." I paused, a cloud of doubt passing over my face. "You know that, right?" Lust sighed and shook her head, eyes downcast. "I knew you were bad at people, freak show. But wow, did you ever miss the boat on this one?" When I didn't say anything, Lust pressed on. "Pride, Greed doesn't care one lick about me, not romantically or even as a friend. How can he? Greed only cares about one thing, greed. You can't have a relationship with anyone if you only care about yourself." Well, I couldn't argue with that. But still, I'd seen what I'd seen. "But the way he fawns over you, how do you explain that?" $signs. She lifted a shoulder in a wan shrug. "Greed's interest in me is purely monetary. He's writing about me in his book. He's trying to figure out if he can teach people to be like me, using their wiles for personal gain." I blinked, completely at a loss for words. For weeks I'd been walking around on tenterhooks, worried that I was competing with the tall, handsome, possible sociopath for lust's affections. And here she was telling me my competition was all in my head? But I assumed, yes? What did you assume? I think I know, but why would you assume there was anything going on between Greed and me? I gaped, incredulous. Lust! I've seen you two together. You both flirt with each other, you both… I flirt with everyone, she countered. The clue is in the name. I'm Lust, remember? I waved this away. Okay, sure, fine. But the way you act with him, it's not my imagination, Lust. You do behave coquettishly, I said, choosing my adjective carefully. He pays attention to me, Lust said, a hard edge in her voice. And I may not be auditioning him to be my boyfriend, but I'm not made of stone either. He's a warm body, and I'm only human. I wasn't sure what to say to that. Of course, Lust liked attention. Who didn't? But didn't I pay attention to her? Did she have to lie around with Greed in front of God and everyone, her head in his lap, looking at him with those puppy dog eyes? Weren't my affections good enough? Well, maybe they weren't. It wasn't like I had the best track record. After all, I was on this show because I'd ignored my girlfriend one too many times, and she'd left me. I wasn't exactly batting 1,000 in the love interest department. Okay, I said, still reeling from the bomb Lust had just dropped on me. So you're saying this whole time, Greed's been using you? Playing you like a puppet? No, Lust said, rolling her eyes. I mean, yes, but the relationship is mutually beneficial, Pride. I'm getting something from all this, too. However, her eyes wandered to the bracelet on my wrist, still aglow with tender pink light. It's not like I gave him my bracelet, right? I looked down at the bracelet and listened to my heart pounding in my ears. She was right about that. All I had to do was look at my wrist, and my connection with Lust was clear. She chose me. She linked herself to me. And that, I realized then, was a problem. Without even realizing what I was doing, I fumbled with the bracelet's clasp, unlinking it from my wrist. I laid it on the bed, smoothing it with my fingers. Something else I realized during this task, I said, is how love and relationships change people. How much responsibility it is to be linked to someone, whether it's a twin or a classmate, and probably a lover too. Sharing feelings with another person is a big deal. I looked up, blinking back the tears in my eyes. It's a big deal, Lust. She looked down at the bracelet on the bed. And you're not ready, she said, speaking the words I couldn't bring myself to say. You're not ready for that kind of commitment. One thing I know for sure is that I don't know how to be in a relationship, I said. When I look at your bracelet and see it's blue or green or yellow or whatever, even if I knew what those colors meant, which I don't, what am I supposed to do about it? I have no idea how I'm supposed to respond to your feelings. I was trying so hard not to cry that I almost didn't notice Lust smirking. She rolled her eyes dramatically and wrenched the ring off her finger before tossing it at me. Then she grabbed the bracelet off the bed and slapped it on her wrist. Is that all? She asked, incredulous. Wow, I'm an idiot. I guess I should have seen this from the beginning. You don't know anything about emotions. I knew that. And yet I didn't realize… She shook her head with a laugh. Then let's do this the other way around, freak show. I'll monitor your emotions instead. I'll respond to you. And you can sit back and watch a master at work as you learn how to be a person. She gestured to the ring and pantomimed putting it on. I eyed it warily, like it might secretly be a spider ready to bite me. But eventually, I picked it up and slid it onto my finger. It was a little snug, but not uncomfortably so. Is this really what you want? I asked. After what I just said? You don't think I'm hopeless? Oh, I absolutely think you're hopeless, Lust teased with a smile as she snuggled into her pillows. But you're so cute. I can't help myself. It was like a wave crashed over me, knocking me off my feet. My breath caught, my palms grew clammy, and for a moment, I just sat there like a big dummy trying to find the next thing to say. But I couldn't think. I felt giddy, euphoric. Was this normal? It wasn't like Lust had confessed her undying love for me. She'd only offered to help me learn to be a person, which, if I thought about it too hard, wasn't exactly the compliment it was intended to be. Thankfully, I was a pro at not thinking too hard. I knew what she meant, and that was all that mattered. I glanced over at the bracelet Lust now wore on her wrist and saw it glowing with a deep indigo hue. I didn't have a book to refer to, but if indigo reflected my emotions at that moment, then indigo meant the luckiest freak show alive. Chapter 19. When we arrived back in Odyssey, Sinful House looked like a cheesy flower shop exploded in our front yard. Our lawn was covered with tributes to the triumphant trio. Presumably they meant me, Lust, and Greed. Giant bouquets of flowers, overstuffed teddy bears, and elaborate fruit baskets lined the walkway up to the porch, itself bursting with thank you gifts. Helium balloons were tied to the mailbox, and gaudy posters written in glitter glue leaned up against the house boasting photographs of the girls we'd saved. I couldn't decide if the house looked like a cheerleader's fantasy, an unhinged 6-year-old's Barbie dream house, or a sorority prank gone wild. But as embarrassed as I was at the outpouring of community gratitude, Lust was absolutely beside herself with emotion. She stopped to read every poster, every Hallmark card, and every tag tied around bouquet cellophane. She pressed carnations to her nose, which was ridiculous, because carnations don't even smell like anything. In fact, if I'm being honest, I find carnations mildly insulting, like when you order a Coke in a restaurant and the server asks if Pepsi is okay. Pepsi is never okay, and neither are carnations. The assortment of flowers admittedly didn't interest me, but I spied a loaf of homemade banana bread in one of the many baskets. I snatched that up and took a big whiff. It smelled sweet and banana-y, and when I turned it over in my hands to examine the loaf, I didn't see any telltale signs of walnuts to ruin the treat. That's how you thank someone for saving your daughter's life. Homemade banana bread without nuts, not carnations. Would you look at all this stuff? Lust was hugging a stuffed unicorn with a rainbow horn and tail to her chest. Collectively, we've solved a dozen cases, maybe more. But I've never seen anything like this before. Did this all come from the girls' families? This fruit basket came from someone named Janet Blakely, I said, skimming the note stuck between an orange and a red waxy apple. That doesn't ring a bell. James Blakely's mom, I imagine. Greed grinned and picked up the apple, taking a huge bite. He was the boy who performed CPR on Lily when all this started. Why would she send us a gift? Her kid never even got sick. Greed clucked his tongue and gave me a mournful look. Poor Pride. All this time and you still don't understand how normal humans work. I opened my mouth to say something I knew I'd regret later, but Lust grabbed me by the elbow, pulling me toward her. She shoved a homemade card in my face. Look at this, she said. This one's from a nurse at Odyssey General. It says, "It's not every day that someone risks ridicule, their reputation, and even their own skin to save a stranger. Thank you for helping my patient walk out of here with a smile on her face. Signed, Tracy Newman, RN. It's because they're kids, I said. That's why all the gifts. Because communities come together for kids, even kids they don't know. Could be, Rath said, coming out of the house and letting the door slam shut behind him. Or it could be because Portia Cameron bribed these people to send all this stuff. He jerked his head with a scowl, and I followed the direction of the gesture. To my horror, a news van was camped on the other side of the street. A reporter with a microphone was speaking inaudibly into the camera, smiling and gesturing prettily at the display outside Sinful House. "They've been at it all morning," Rath said with a glower. "They were out here shooting B-roll just as the sun was coming up. I practically tripped over them on my way to jog on the beach. Can you believe these guys? Politicians are not for the people, man. They're out for themselves. Using a community tragedy like this for personal gain is low, even for a politician. But they have no shame." I frowned, still watching the reporter. "But how do you know this is Portia's doing? Have you seen her around? Or are you just stirring up trouble as usual?" "I have a nose for this stuff, man," Rath said, stuffing his hands into his pockets and sniffing the air dramatically. "And this has her stink all over it." That was as close as Rath would come to admitting he didn't know what he was talking about, so I let it slide. It was possible Portia was behind this, but even if she was, it didn't really matter. I only cared that the girls were safe and we'd solved our case. Because look, I was still a contestant on a reality TV competition. And since nobody got any votes last week, you better believe I was primed and ready to take home the gold this time. It took a while to bring all the gifts into the house. Rath helped, though I almost wished he hadn't, because he complained the whole time about the tragedy of grandiose waste. "Take this fruit basket, for example," he said, holding the overlarge basket aloft. "There's more fruit in here than any of us are going to eat. It'll all go rotten in a few days, tops. Think how much a family with young kids could benefit from this. We have our own kitchen witch, for crying out loud. You think any of us is going to go hungry anytime soon? If you're so worried about waste, just take the fruit down to the food bank. They'll be happy to take it off your hands." Lust hefted a 5-foot-tall stuffed giraffe onto a counter. "I'm making a pile of things to take down to social services. I don't think anyone in the house needs a life-size giraffe, do you?" She grinned and jerked her head toward the kitchen. "In fact, Rath, why don't you go round up any food we have that we're not going to use? We can make a donation drive. You and me. How does that sound?" Rath made a face like he hadn't thought of that before. "Sure, I guess that'll work," he said. "I'm not donating the brownies, though. Those can stay." After we dragged everything into the house and sorted the gifts into piles of what we'd keep and what we'd donate, I made my way upstairs. Stepping into my bedroom, I felt an overwhelming flood of relief, and I suddenly realized I was so tired. I stripped out of my clothes, put on my favorite Care Bear pajamas, and was about to climb into my bed for the most well-deserved power nap in history when I noticed a pile of papers sitting on my desk. Curious, I walked over to examine them. A note scribbled in Sloth's handwriting was paperclipped to a photocopy of a newspaper article. I could barely make out what she'd written. The ink was smudged, and a coffee-stained ring obfuscated some of the words. But eventually I deciphered it. The note said, "Pride, I thought about calling you, but I know you're working a very important case, and I don't want to bother you. But I finally heard back from the librarians regarding Paola's expulsion from the Rembrandt School of Design. Attached is a copy of an article from the student newspaper. I think this may be what Claudia was referencing when she said, 'Interesting reading. See if you agree, and let's talk about it when you get home. If I'm not at Sinful House, come find me at Aaron's. Love, your friend, Sloth.'" I set the note aside and sat down at my desk to read the article. It was a photocopy of an old newspaper, so it wasn't very clear, but accompanying the article was a photograph of 2 smiling students proudly holding up certificates for the camera. The caption for the photo said, "Paola Barbosa, right, and Gaspar Mascarenas, left. Show off their first-place certificates in the National Art Scholars Competition in the categories of sculpture and painting, respectively." I studied the photo for a minute before moving on to read the article. "Prize-winning students, responsible for studio fire destroying 3 historic paintings. University officials have identified 2 students responsible for the fire that destroyed 3 historic paintings over the weekend. Early Tuesday morning, sophomore Paula Barbosa and junior Gaspar Mascarenhas were escorted to a hearing where they were tried for arson. The tribunal consisted of University President Delilah Getty, Chancellor of Student Affairs, Mark Goldberg, and the Dean of the College of Fine Arts, Gilda Hernandez. The hearing lasted less than an hour. The tribunal presented video evidence showing Mascarenhas and Barbosa sneaking into Breuer Hall, where they broke into Professor Annika Holmberg's studio. Minutes after the students are seen leaving the building, the studio burst into flames. To the consternation of the entire student body and the local community, the university has decided not to press charges. However, both students have been expelled. The fires burned the entire eastern wing of Breuer Hall, which will cost the university more than $1 million to rebuild. However, perhaps the greatest loss was not the building itself, but the artwork inside. Holmberg, a preeminent art conservator, was in possession of 3 works of art to be restored. The Witch, by Franz Leipzig, The 7 Virtues by Boris Jovovich, and The Capital Vices by Mitsuo Fukumoto were all destroyed in the fire. And some say that was the goal. Anybody who talked to Gaspar for 10 minutes could tell you he was crazy, says third-year student Jessica Matthews. He had a lot of funny ideas about art. He said art was a portal into another dimension, but some of those doors were never meant to be opened. So honestly, I'm not surprised he burned down Professor Holmberg's studio. I bet he was specifically targeting those priceless paintings. I hope he gets the help he needs. While students are eager to point the finger at Mascarenhas, several faculty members have spoken in Barbosa's defense. She's a sweet girl with so much potential. I never would have thought her capable of something like this, says art history professor Dr. Tom Linden. But I suppose under the misguided influence of charismatic troublemakers, even good students can go bad. The university says it will rebuild the building, but in the meantime, Breuer Hall has been completely shut down. The university is accepting donations for the restoration. I read the article twice, sure I must have missed something. This had to be the clue Claudia was pushing me toward, but nothing in the article was particularly interesting. With a sigh, I stood and headed down the hallway. Sloth was lying on her bed with her tablet on her tummy watching a movie. I walked in, held the article aloft and said, "I don't get it. What's interesting about this?" Sitting up so quickly the tablet skittered to the floor, Sloth swung her legs over the bed and patted the seat beside her. As I sat down, Sloth took the paper from my fingers and tapped the photo. "Take a closer look," she said. "This is a photo of Paola after winning a major art competition, right? And she's with a young man who also won. Don't you see what I see?" I peered down into the photo, brows pinched as I concentrated. "I'm guessing not," I said, "because I just see 2 happy young people." Sloth rolled her eyes. "Look with better eyes, Pride. Do these people look like anyone we know?" I refocused my attention, my eyes darting between Paola's and Gaspar's faces. The photo was old, of poor quality, and printed in black and white. I didn't exactly have face blindness, but... Suddenly I gasped and thumped the paper with my forefinger. "Hang on a second, they both kind of look like... Aaron?" "Exactly," Sloth said. A triumphant smile stretched over her face. "Gaspar is Aaron's father. I'd bet the farm on it." "Do you have a farm?" I asked. "I'm actually a farmer's daughter, believe it or not, but it's just a saying. Pride, this is huge." I shrugged. "Is it?" "I looked him up," Sloth continued excitedly. "He's originally from Rio de Janeiro. His mother tongue is Portuguese, but he also speaks Spanish, English, and Italian. After being expelled from the Rembrandt School, he traveled the world, apprenticing under the greatest oil painters of our time. About 10 years ago, he published a book called The Invisible World Within Our Reach. Take a guess what the book is about. Painting, I guessed. Astral travel, Sloth breathed. It took me a second longer than it should have to make the connection Sloth was presenting, but then understanding thumped me in the head with a cosmic 2x4. Aaron's ghost, I said, my eyes flying open with the revelation. Balthazar said the person possessing Aaron was likely a relative, and we heard him speaking a foreign language on that video. It could have been Portuguese, and I guess that makes sense. I'm sure Paola would have enjoyed the company of someone she shared a language with, even if Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese are slightly different. The variations in the two lexicons. I realized I was rambling and shook myself. Holy cow, Sloth! You think this is our guy? You think all this time it's been Aaron's dad? Sure do, Sloth said. But I thought Paola told us she was in love with Sam Lovelace. How did she end up having a child with this guy? Sloth tisked and shot me a dour look. Sam was gay, remember? Besides, making a baby with someone has nothing to do with love anyway. I guess that was true, but also I didn't want to think about old people making babies, even if they weren't old when they made the babies, so I abandoned that line of thought. Are you sure he's still alive? Where does he live? And that's where we come to the end of my knowledge, Sloth lamented, leaning back into her hands. I haven't found any trace of him. No digital footprint, no social media profiles, no current artwork, nothing. Short of hiring a private investigator, I'm not sure how to go about hunting this guy down. Well, that was a problem. Hiring a private investigator was strictly against the terms of our contract, as it could be considered cheating. It didn't matter that Aaron was not an official assignment. Neither Sloth nor I could take the risk. Well, what about his book? Can we get our hands on a copy? Is it in print? Already ordered, Sloth beamed. It should be here in a few days. I hope it gives clear instructions on how to project from your body. I wouldn't mind giving that a try. Shooting my soul out of my body didn't exactly sound like a good time to me, especially if there were unethical souls running around looking for any opening to take over someone else's body, but I hardly thought it necessary to say so. I turned my head and stretched, as a huge yawn escaped me. I dug a knuckle into my eye as I climbed to my feet. I'll give it a think. In the meantime, I'm gonna take a nap. Turns out saving lives is exhausting work. If you have any bright ideas, don't wake me up. I returned to my room, closed the door, and snuggled down in my bed, where I didn't have a single solitary dream. Chapter 20. All right, gather around everyone. We have a lot to discuss tonight. My housemates and I were gathered in the recreation room for our dreaded meeting with Trisha. Gluttony and Wrath had made a very nice spread of the fruit, cakes, and cookies the local community had sent, and now were milling around, toasting each other with champagne and snacking on goodies. We'd all won our challenges this week, and spirits were high. I wasn't sure who would get the extra points for winning first, but I also didn't really care. Saving the lives of 6 innocent teens puts you in a great mood, is what I'm saying. Plus that thing with lust. But I wasn't ready to think about that yet. After I'd piled my plate high with all the carbs I could stuff into my mouth, I turned my attention to Trisha. As usual, she was dressed like an off-duty tennis pro in a white polo shirt with pink trim and light pink cropped pants that highlighted her well-tanned calves. But unlike usual, Trisha wasn't sporting her diabolically chipper grin. In fact, she looked a bit frazzled, and that made my stomach spin. Because if we got canceled, I'd be jobless and homeless, and I'd gotten pretty comfy in our beachfront mansion. On my drive down here, I got a call from the network. Trisha's expression was grim, her eyes moving steadily over our assembled group. one of the camera crew found something disturbing in the attic. I glanced around the room, scanning my companion's expressions. Everyone looked as befuddled as I felt. I didn't even know Sinful House had an attic. You all know that Sinful House has cameras and microphones in every room. This is not news to any of you. But we've always been clear that the footage we record for the show is only to be seen by the production crew and only for the purposes of producing a top-notch TV show. Unfortunately, we have reason to believe that someone has other intentions. The room grew uncomfortably quiet. I felt hot under the collar, and beads of sweat popped out along my brow. Trisha was always fond of making these lavish speeches, but now more than ever, I really needed her to get to the point. Someone, she said, drawing the word out for maximum drama, has installed additional cameras in each of your rooms. We discovered these unauthorized cameras during routine house maintenance. The footage is not being stored locally. From what our techs can tell, the footage is being sent to an off-site server somewhere. We have no idea who installed the cameras, but one thing is certain. Someone has been spying on you all. Worse, she said, holding up a hand to quiet the crescendo of hisses, gasps, and moans. We believe it's a contestant in the house. One of you, she intoned darkly, is cheating. For a moment, no one moved. The tension in the room was so thick, you could slice it with a knife. But the moment passed, and everyone spoke at once, demanding to know who, why, and how. How could someone install secret cameras in the house without anyone knowing? The house is rarely empty, and everything we do is recorded. Are you saying my competitors have seen me in my underthings? Where is the footage going? This better not be some kind of Lonely Fans live feed or so help me. My head was spinning. Spying on your fellow contestants would definitely give someone a major leg up on the competition. Plenty of us discussed strategies and followed leads in the privacy of our bedrooms. But even if someone knew what we were discussing in private, it wouldn't help them win their challenge. So what would be the point? A sick feeling welled in my stomach. Unless the point was to stop us from winning our own challenges. That possibility was actually worse than cheating. It was sabotage. See, here's the thing. Cheating just meant stealing points, winning a silly competition through skullduggery. But sabotage meant preventing the people of Odyssey from solving their problems. If someone had sabotaged me, it might have cost 6 girls their lives. No, scratch that. 7. I looked at Lust, and my heart flipped. If someone had sabotaged me, I could have lost Lust forever. Ayo, so what's the plan then, Trisha? Gluttony asked as he stuffed a bite of oatmeal cookie into his mouth. Y'all are taking the cameras out, right? It's just that I don't see nobody running around here looking busy. So? Trisha sighed and tucked a stray lock of hair behind an ear. I guarantee we are taking this seriously, but I don't have all the details. Like I said, I only just found out myself. Until we have a chance to conduct a thorough investigation, I encourage you to discuss the details of your missions outside the house. I know that isn't ideal, but it's important that the integrity of the show be maintained. Envy sighed from across the room. Well, I suppose I should be flattered. Whoever the Cheaty McCheaterpants is probably got the idea from my stalker. So, you're welcome. Way to make this about you, Wrath sneered, when all of us are affected. Right, Envy continued, her eyes narrowed. It's especially about you since as a technopath you're the most likely to pull off something like this. This has your name written all over it. You want to take this outside? Wrath shot back. I've never fought a woman before, but I'll make an exception. You've never fought anything that wasn't powered by video game logic? Envy screeched. That's enough! Trisha's head tipped forward, and she pinched the bridge of her nose as she took a few seconds to steady her nerves. There's no proof that Wrath had anything to do with this, and I will not have my cast fighting amongst themselves. Seriously, this is unbecoming of you. Wrath and envy continued staring daggers at each other across the room, but shut up. Wrath collapsed into a recliner, angling his body away from both women like a petulant child. Now, for the next bit of news. Trisha cleared her throat and fidgeted with her hair again. A bad sign. I glanced over at Lust, my eyebrow quirked in question. She merely shrugged in response. As you know, Real TV Network has been struggling for years. Sinful House is, by far, the most successful production in our history. The network has asked me to use our popularity to buoy the performance of another show owned by the network. She paused, sucking in a breath. Have any of you heard of the show For Love or Money? Envy chortled, her body language still antagonistic from her spat with wrath. That's that reality show where contestants work alongside successful people for a day and then go on a date with them, right? Then at the end, they confess whether they want to work together or be lovers, and if their answers match, they get what they wished for? Exactly. Trisha tried on a smile, but it looked forced. Something was really wrong because this wasn't the Trisha we all loved to hate. Usually, Trisha was perky, relentlessly cheerful, a little sarcastic, and a lot annoying. This Trisha was downtrodden, sulky, and exhausted. I wondered whether something more than a potential cheater was bothering her when I heard her say, "The network wants us to do a crossover with their show. 3 contestants from For Love or Money will be joining our show. Each Sinful House team will take a contestant under their wing for a day while you work on your challenge. Then, each of you will take your contestant on a date." My head snapped up as my jaw fell open. Wait, just hold on a second, Trisha. Guess that means I'm out, Gluttony said with a huge smile. Y'all can make me drag some yokel around town, but ain't nothing gonna make me go on a date with them. I'm married. You'll be on a team of 3 this week, Gluttony, Trisha confirmed, and you'll be excused from dating. That works out because it means each of the 3 contestants will get to go on 2 dates. 1 with each of their deadly sins. Except you, Gluttony, Trisha repeated. That's all great for Gluttony, I said, but I don't want to go on dates with idiots from other TV shows either. Trisha, I never signed up for this. How is this fair? Your obligations to the show are subject to change at the whims of the producers. You know that? Trisha deflated, shifting her weight between her feet. Look, I know you're not thrilled about this. Truthfully, neither am I. But if we want to get paid, we have a job to do. So let's quit the whining and get through this together, okay? I snorted. Get through this together? That was easy for Trisha to say. She wasn't the one who would be babysitting some doe-eyed moron who signed up to be on a reality dating show. Trisha wouldn't have to solve a mystery with some know-nothing fame chaser tagging along. The more I thought about it, the more annoyed I got, which was incredibly frustrating because there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. Can we just get on with the results? Greed asked from the sofa. Who won the vote this week? Trisha balked, a flush creeping up her neck. She cleared her throat several times before shifting her weight again. Well, the network decided not to tell you anymore. From now on, the audience will know the winner, but it'll be kept secret from you. What? Wrath leaped to his feet, throwing his hands in the air. I've said from day one this whole thing is rigged, and now you're proving it. Why can't we know who the winner was? The good news, Trisha said, raising her voice above Wrath's tantrum, is that you won't have to watch yourselves on TV anymore. In fact, we won't allow it. We've gotten pretty lax with the rules around here. We know you've been watching the news, she said, clucking her tongue in disapproval. From now on, no news, no live TV. We will also monitor your web browsing, so don't think you can cheat in secret. To help with that, you're all getting new phones. They're being distributed to your rooms as we speak. I'll collect your current phones, which you can have back after the show is wrapped up. Your new phones are traceable and full of spyware, so don't get cute, she said. Play by the rules and no one gets hurt, understand? Trisha didn't wait for an answer. She pulled her own phone from her pocket and looked down at the screen. All right, let's get to the next part of this little powwow so we can all get on with our lives. The teams for the next challenge are as follows. Wrath and Pride, your team 1. Gluttony, Lust, and Greed, your team 2. Envy and Sloth, you ladies are team 3. As usual, your assignments have been mailed to you. You'll find them on your new phones, so put on your game faces and go get your next challenge. Wrath stalked over to me, hands dug in the pockets of his cropped joggers. The dynamic duo is back, he said, frowning. You don't look too happy about it. It's nothing against you, he said with a scowl. It's all these changes to the show. First, they make us endorse Portia for mayor. Now they're making us complicit in this dating sham. The entire premise is terrible, man. Terrible. Most of the contestants on that show are women, perpetuating this false dichotomy. Women are always told they can either have a successful career or a family, but not both. And now we have to help them spread that lie? Misogyny plus capitalism is a rotten mix, man. I hope that show tanks harder than the Titanic. I'd forgotten how much I didn't miss Wrath's TED Talks on modern American society. Wrath's room was closer to the stairway than mine, so we turned into his techno cave, where he scooped his new phone off the bed and turned it this way and that, examining it. At least they didn't cheap out. This phone's pretty nice. With a shrug, he said, Phone, show me my new assignment. The screen flashed to life, and Wrath's email program popped open. I don't want you reading over my shoulder, he said, taking a step back. I'll read our next mission aloud. Knock yourself out, I sighed, falling onto Wrath's bed. I'm on pins and needles wondering how the network will make us embarrass ourselves next. Wrath snorted. Good one, Pride. Okay, here goes. Members of a local book club received pages of a strange manuscript from an anonymous sender. Book club member Paige Nesbitt volunteered to put all the pages in the right order and make copies of the complete manuscript for the other members. 3 weeks ago, the members received a text from Paige that said, She's going to kill me. Please help. Afterward, Paige vanished. Your job is to find out what happened to Paige. I sighed, staring up at the ceiling. This sounds like a standard missing person case. Why aren't the police handling it? Wrath dropped his arm to his side, eyeing me with feigned boredom. You mean the Stellar Odyssey Police Department that couldn't even be bothered to catch Envy's stalker, or Tabitha Antoinette's real killer, or the criminal organization that was rounding up supernaturals and doing experiments on them right here in town? Okay, good point, I said. And anyway, there's a catch. I sighed again. There always is. Paige Nesbitt lives at 2246 Halibut Way with her husband and 2 daughters. She owns a medical clinic, volunteers at Meals on Wheels, and takes Japanese classes on Thursday nights. She does not attend any book clubs, and most importantly, is not missing. No record of another Paige Nesbitt in Odyssey exists. I sat up and drew my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. So the book club filed a missing person report for a woman who isn't missing? That's what it sounds like. I frowned, thinking. Then what's the deal with that text? Wrath shrugged. I guess that's part of what we have to find out. But you know Odyssey. Nothing is what it seems. I guess we'll know more once we talk to these women. Wrath plopped down on the bed beside me. But our task doesn't start until tomorrow. So, what do you say we get online and kill some bad guys? A brand new weapon dropped for me last night and I want to test out my new build. Later, I'll let you buy me a burger at that fast food place down the way. You up for it? I hesitated a moment before climbing to my feet. You know what? Yes. Wrath's eyes grew wide. Really? I shrugged as I headed for the door. Sure, why not? We could probably both stand to blow off some steam. As I closed the door behind me, I heard Wrath cheering under his breath, and a mischievous smile broke across my face. Then I wandered downstairs to go for a jog on the beach, wondering how long it would take before Wrath realized I wasn't coming. Hey, don't blame me. Sometimes even deadly sins need to have a little harmless fun. I let the door slam shut behind me as I jogged toward the beach, chuckling like an idiot the whole way. This has been Keep Your Sin Up, Book 5 in the Lights Camera Mystery Series. I hope you enjoyed this story. It helps if you subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment, and tell a friend. More of Amber's stories, books, and audio projects are available at amberfishermedia.com. Be sure to subscribe to the newsletter for more treachery and magic straight to your inbox. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you again on the other side.